Chapter 1, One Piece World. The endless sea often feels mysterious and daunting. The bottomless sea, huge and terrifying sea kings, and islands with hidden treasures and unknown dangers, while attracting countless people with courage, are also ruthlessly devouring people's lives. In the first half of the Great Waterway in 1,500 years of the Haiwan calendar, a small island that has not been discovered. A cool breeze is blowing on the calm sea, and under the dazzling sunlight, the sparkling sea is shining with an intoxicating brilliance. Occasionally, a few seagulls fly by with a crisp call. These beautiful and comfortable scenes are enough to make any uneasy feelings calmed down, but this time there was an exception. It's true, not true, is true, not true. On the golden sandy beach, the sea slapped against the sandy shore and made a sound of water. A teenager who seemed to be about 12 or 13 years old was sitting on the beach, holding a colorful flower in his hand and whispering in his mouth. Muttering, the free hand kept pulling out the petals, looking at the petals scattered around it. It has been pulling out for a while. And soon, only the last petal of the flower in the boy's hand was left. It is true. Pulling out the last petal, the boy stared blankly at the petals in his hand for a while, then threw away the petals and rhizomes as if venting, and yelled with his head in his hands. The sound rang throughout the coast, and then stopped for a while. As if tired from shouting, the teenager lay on his back on the beach panting, squinting at the dazzling sun, and suddenly let out a sigh. Zhang Yang, this is the name of the boy, or in other words, this is his name on the earth 3 days ago. That's right. As a member of hundreds of millions of ordinary people on the earth, Zhang Yang was very lucky. There were no lightning strikes, no car accidents, no main gods, magic weapons, etc., so he slept and woke up. I found myself inexplicably on such an uninhabited island, not to mention, I became a kid who is only 12 years old. Although it has been 3 days now, Zhang Yang still feels a little unreal. But if all this is a dream, what about that thing in his head? As if it would be by nature, Zhang Yang's slightly squinted eyes were completely closed, and his consciousness entered his mind. In the white space, a long knife with a shimmering purple handle and a hot breath floated quietly. Among them, the strongest and oldest Zanpaku knife of the Yan family, with a fiery blade. When Zhang Yang woke up, he found that there were things in his mind. Not only that, but also in his mind, there were also various memory fragments, the 4 basic abilities of the of Death, and all kinds of earth-shattering battle scenes were somewhat inexplicable at first, but later they realized. Isn't this the memory of the Death Captain Naka Yamamoto and the Zanpakuto? Zhang Yang didn't think much about why the things in the of Death appeared to him. After all this kind of thing happened to him, what else could he not accept? Although, Lu Jian Ruo Huo seems to be unable to take it out now. Consciousness withdrew from his mind, Zhang Yang sat up, looked at the sea beyond the end, and weakly rubbed the messy short hair, stood up and walked to a house behind him. He did it 2 days ago. He came to this world inexplicably. There was no one on the island except him. Everything was on his own. In the tree house, there was only a bed made of leaves, but nothing else. Taking a fish caught in the morning from outside the tree house, Zhang Yang used the oldest drill wood to make a fire and lighted a fire. He used a twig to skewer fish to learn from the ancients grilled fish. At the same time, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged beside the fire, closed his eyes and began to absorb spiritual energy. This is what he has been doing every day for the past 3 days. Although I don't know if everything that is happening now is true, but staying alone on such an isolated island, without electricity, internet, and mobile phone, in addition to absorbing spiritual energy from memory, publicity, there is really nothing else to do. In the past 3 days, Zhang Yang could really feel that he had begun to have the spiritual pressure that everyone has in death, which made him excited for a long time. Regardless of whether everything is true or false, the feeling of having the power of fantasy now is always true. As long as it is a man, in the face of power, there should be no one who can refuse it, right? The fire was not big. After more than 10 minutes, the fish was grilled. Remove the scales. Sitting on the beach, blowing the sea breeze, watching the sea in the distance, biting the fish bit by bit, letting the faint smell and meat. The scent spreads in the mouth. Fortunately, the fish in this world, even if they are simply cooked, are better than the fish on the earth. I don't know how much better. Otherwise, I have been eating this kind of fish for the past 3 days. I am afraid that Zhang Yang would have been unable to bear it. Boom! The calm sea in the distance suddenly surged, and in the numb eyes of Zhang Yang, a huge, exaggerated, snake-like, but weird giant monster with furry hair rolled out. He has seen several of these monsters in the past 3 days. This is why he dared not make a simple bamboo raft to go out to sea. Even if he now has Ryutsu, he has learned some ghost ways and in vain. But in the face of such a monster, I am afraid it will be swallowed directly. Although, as long as his Reaper's power is well cultivated, this kind of monster can be easily solved, but it is definitely not now. The more you wear your sister, what ghost world? While eating the fish, Zhang Yang mumbled vaguely, but soon, Zhang Yang's action of eating the fish suddenly stiffened, staring at the sea in the distance. There, the imposing monster suddenly let out a scream, the huge body flew directly, and then hit the sea with a loud noise, setting off a huge wave. After the wave calmed down, the huge monster already floating on the surface of the sea motionless, obviously dead. Such a big monster? He just died like this? What exactly did it do? Seeing the monster flying and falling, followed by the shocking scene of death, Zhang Yang's heart shock can be imagined. After a while, he quickly looked at the place where the monster was before. Zhang Yang suddenly trembled and his eyes flashed. Thick cannot believe it. Human? It turned out to be a human. Seeing a large number of people on the sea in the distance swimming towards this side, the fish in Zhang Yang's hand couldn't help falling to the ground. My God, what kind of ghost world is this? First, monsters bigger than cruise ships, and then humans who can kill monsters in seconds? Can you be more bullshit? Zhang Yang was in a mess here, and on the other side, the people in the sea came to the shore at a speed that was not known, many times faster than the professional swimmers on Earth, one by one lying on the beach panting and drenched. Ha ha ha! Good luck, I ran into an island, it seems we are saved. The hearty laughter came from the mouth of a sturdy and exaggerated middle-aged man, with black and white hair, a big beard, and a white suit that was wet but not at all embarrassed, exuding a powerful aura. Hearing the laughter, Zhang Yang also came back to his senses, only then did he realize that those people had already gone ashore. Looking at the group of people, a look of vigilance flashed in his eyes. There are almost 50 or 60 people in that group, all wearing white clothing similar to suits. What makes Zhang Yang most concerned about is that all of them are carrying a gun similar to a rifle, that is to say, this group of people is definitely not what an ordinary person. But having said that, kill that kind of monster in a flash, and the swimming speed is amazing. Even if you don't have guns, you can't be an ordinary person. But in any case, the necessary vigilance is necessary before it is determined whether the other party is hostile to him. Although, this is not very useful. At this time, those people seemed to have discovered Zhang Yang. One of them got up and ran to the middle-aged man to salute Zhang Yang and said, "Lieutenant General Karp, there is a child there." "Oh? Child? Is this island inhabited?" The middle-aged man named Karp turned his head and looked strangely. When he saw the beggar-like publicity, he suddenly dispelled his thoughts. This should be loneliness, that kid. Is it a troubled one? Karp looked at the dazed expression in his heart and thought to himself, then turned around and looked at the other people lying on the floor, took a deep breath and shouted, "Useless fools! Get me up before you swim. It's so exhausting after such a little road, and usually training for nothing. Is it all to Lieutenant General Karp? If you didn't fall asleep and smashed your own warship, we wouldn't need to be so embarrassed, and." Seeing Karp's yelling, the others got up quickly, but some of them grumbled dissatisfiedly, and suddenly the word number appeared on Carp's forehead, and he breathed with his huge fist. Bang bang bang! Ah! It hurts! Lieutenant General Carp! I was wrong! I was wrong! A series of painful cries sounded. On the side, the publicity who watched this scene was completely unmoved. At this time, he was full of only one thought. Lieutenant General Carp? Monkey D. Carp? That monster just now was a Sea King? In other words, this is the world of One Piece. Chapter 2, Monkey D. Cap. Damn! After a long moment, Zhang Yang couldn't help but burst out a foul language. He had no idea that the world he traveled through was the world of One Piece. Anyone who has seen One Piece knows that it is a world where pirates are rampant, and human lives are not as good as dogs. It is always full of unknown dangers. Maybe a village that has been comfortable for decades will be invaded by pirates, like just now. That kind of huge Sea King is even more numerous creatures in this world. In such a world, even if you have the power of death, unless you can take out the fierce blade in your mind, you will feel a bad feeling no matter how you look at Zhang Yang. Is it necessary to play with people like this? Zhang Yang thought with tears, but at the same time his tense mood eased. The other navies didn't know how, but at least he knew what Carp was like. Even if he doesn't have any spiritual pressure now, Carp will definitely not hurt him. After relaxing, Zhang Yang discovered that Carp now seemed to be in his middle age, in his 40s, and was far from the grey-haired appearance in the original book. I don't know what time period it is now. Zhang Yang thought to himself that Carp had also taught those unlucky navies well at this time, and brought a group of navies full of bags to Zhang Yang. Boy, why are you staying here alone, your parents? Carp put his hands on his chest, sat down in front of Zhang Yang, and grinned. Zhang Yang's expression is a little strange. After all, this is a character that was only seen in anime in the past, and now he appears so abruptly in front of him. It would be strange if there is no reaction at all. They are all dead. Zhang Yang said in a low mood, the words are false, but the mood is not pretended. Now that I have come to such a world, I am afraid I will never have the chance to see my parents on the earth again. When I think of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a little bit grief and anger. If it weren't for this evil crossing, it wouldn't happen. Is that so? Looking at the depression and anger on Zhang Yang's face, the experienced Carp can naturally see that it's not a pretense. He sighed, and could only pat Zhang Yang's shoulder. On this sea, there are so many things like this. There are countless counts. Even if he has great power, he still can't change all of this. All he can do is try his best to help these poor children. Boy, don't worry. We are all Navy. I will take you out of here. Do you have any relatives? Carp asked. No. Zhang Yang shook his head, joking, but he crossed over. Only when there are relatives are ghosts. What's your name? Cap asked again after a pause. Publicity. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation, even if he changed the world, he did not intend to change the name his parents gave him. Zhang Yang? This name is a bit strange. Carp chanted this name several times, but found that he had never heard a similar name in his experience. He couldn't help but looked at Zhang Yang strangely, thought about it, and smiled. Zhang Yang, right? Since you have nowhere to go. Do you want to join our navy? Navy. Zhang Yang was stunned. Unexpectedly Carp would invite him to join the navy. Yes, the navy, the Justice Navy that specializes in catching pirates and punishing bad guys. How about it, do you want to join? Carp is a bit bewildering. If it is a normal kid, I am afraid that he would scream to join when he heard the bad guys. It is a pity that Zhang Yang looks only 12 years old, but in his heart, he is already in his 20s. Adults, it's weird to be fooled by Carp's words like these. But join the navy. Seeing Carp with a smile on his face, Zhang Yang hesitated and shook his head. He who has seen One Piece knows that the navy looks absolutely righteous on the surface, but in fact it is even more disgusting than some pirates. Although it cannot be said that the navy is not good, it is definitely one of the few. To let him stay in that kind of crowd, Zhang Yang felt that he really couldn't accept it. Unwilling? Why? Isn't it good to be a navy? Carp couldn't help but wonder. Zhang Yang lowered his head and said nothing. He can't tell Carp that the navy is too dark, so I won't go. Forget it, since you don't want to go, then I won't be difficult for you, I will find a village to settle you well. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't speak, Carp didn't force it. After all, he just mentioned it. Since Zhang Yang was unwilling, there was no need to force it. Contact the headquarters and let the green pheasant boy come and pick us up. Carp turned his head and said to the navy behind him. Yes, Lieutenant General Carp. The navy saluted, then took the phone worm out of his arms and started contacting the headquarters. Zhang Yang looked up at the phone worm curiously, he was quite interested in this stuff. Seeing Zhang Yang looking at the phone worm, Carp didn't care, stood up and stretched, lowered his head and glanced at the fish that Zhang Yang fell on the ground, touched his stomach and said, I'm a little hungry. After that, Carp walked directly to the beach, plunged into the sea and swam towards the dead Neptune, dragged the Neptune with one hand and swam ashore. Take care of it, today we have toasted Sea King class. Carp casually threw it, and the huge body of the Sea King flew directly ashore, slammed on the beach with a rumbling sound, facing the navy roads. Oh! The navy uttered a cheer and started to deal with the Sea Kings very skillfully. Obviously, it was not the first time that they had done this kind of thing. On the beach, the publicity who witnessed this scene with his own eyes could not help but confuse his tongue. This power is really terrifying, and he deserves to be a navy hero who can chase One Piece around the world. But having said that, depending on Carp's age, I don't know if One Piece has been executed now. Seeing a group of people gathering branches to give birth to and erecting huge Sea Kings, Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, but still didn't ask. After all, the character he is playing now is a kid who has been killed. Just asking about One Piece will inevitably be suspected. Now that you know what the world is, let's take it step by step. However, the first step is to become stronger. Recalling that Carp killed the Neptune in a second, and dragged the Neptune ashore directly with one hand, Zhang Yang couldn't help clenching his fist, and a trace of fire flashed in his eyes. If he really only travels to this world simply, Zhang Yang might really blend into an ordinary village and spend his life carefully, but since he has a big killer in his mind, it is obvious that he is not. Maybe live quietly. With the power of the of death, Lu Jianruo Huo is a big killer in his mind. Although he can't get it out now, as long as his spiritual power becomes stronger, he will be able to hold Lu Jianruo Huo in his hands one day. On that day, Zhang Yang believed that he would never lose to any strong in this world, or even stronger. Yes. One day I can reach this state too. Staring at Carp tightly, Zhang Yang felt a little blood boiled all over his body, and tried to calm his mood. Zhang Yang did not hesitate to start practicing spiritual power. Seeing the power of Carp, he can't wait to become stronger. However, Zhang Yang, who closed his eyes, did not notice. At the same time he began to cultivate spiritual power and increase spiritual pressure, the opposite side was Shui Shui watching the Sea King like Kapu's sturdy body suddenly trembled, and some did not dare. Turning his head back in confidence, he looked at the open eyes sitting cross-legged and closed his eyes. Chapter 3, Ryotsu? Domineering? This is... Kapu, who was waiting for the Sea Kings to be cooked, turned his head violently and looked at sitting cross-legged. Zhang Yang, whose eyes were closed, couldn't help widening his eyes, his heart was full of shock. Those ordinary navy can't feel it, but he is different. He has a domineering look, even if he doesn't need to look at it, he can know every move of everyone around him, and he naturally knows when he stares at him, but he just feels this kid. It's interesting. But he did not expect that at the moment Zhang Yang closed his eyes, a somewhat depressing breath, full of heaviness and coercion, suddenly radiated from Zhang Yang. That breath made him think of a million for the first time. Only one person can have the qualification of the king, the overlord look domineering. That kind of depression, full of coercion, is almost exactly the same as the overlord's domineering. No. It seems a little different. Calm down and feel it carefully, but Karp discovered that this breath is different from the overlord's appearance. First of all, the overlord's domineering is an intuitive manifestation of a person's greatness. It cannot be strengthened through practice and can only grow with his growth. But even the overlord who just awakened has great power. But what he felt in Zhang Yang was indeed that kind of insignificant and eager feeling. This kind of domineering method of use can only be done by those masters who have been awakened for a long time and have been able to use it freely. However, Zhang Yang is only 12 years old, how could he be such a domineering master? For a time, Karp felt a little confused for the first time, and his interest in publicity rose to an extreme height. He found that this kid is probably not as simple as it seems. Lieutenant General Karp, what's the matter with you? A Navy could not help asking when seeing Karp's thoughtful look. It's nothing, you continue to bake, I'll go see that kid. Karp waved his hand, and then walked directly to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's awareness of the surroundings will increase as he cultivates spiritual power, so he knew it the first time Karp walked towards him, opened his eyes, stopped practicing spiritual power, and looked at Karp. Disappeared. Seeing Zhang Yang opened his eyes, the aura that seemed to be overbearing and domineering also disappeared, and the surprise in Kapu's eyes was even worse. This kid? Is it true that the overlord color can be retracted freely? Boy Zhang Yang, the one just now was overlord. Karp asked tentatively. Overlord looked domineering. Zhang Yang glanced at Karp suspiciously. What kind of domineering look? Isn't that Luffy and Whitebeard's talent? Seeing Zhang Yang's doubts that he was not cheating, Karp was stunned for a moment. Did he guess wrong? This kid just released it by accident? It doesn't matter if it's accidental, since he has the domineering look and domineering, this kid is definitely not simple, such a good seed, he must be drawn into the Navy. Karp thought to himself, and once again sat down in front of Zhang Yang, grinning and said, Boy Zhang Yang, really have no interest in being a Navy? Being a Navy is very good. You can catch bad guys and train yourself. The body is powerful, and if you agree, I can teach you personally. Teach yourself? Zhang Yang couldn't help but was stunned. Didn't he just give up letting him join the Navy? Why did you suddenly change your mind? And also proposed to teach this condition personally? Could it be? Zhang Yang thought of the overlord's domineering Kapu just mentioned, and also thought of his spiritual pressure when he was practicing. Speaking of it, there are indeed many similarities between the spiritual pressure and the overlord's domineering. Could it be that Kapu felt his Reiki and treated it as domineering? However, isn't Riot so that only Shinigami can feel? All kinds of thoughts flashed in his head. Looking at Karp who was grinning, Zhang Yang was a little moved. Although he doesn't like the Navy very much, it would be different if he followed Karp. Now he needs an umbrella like Karp to give him enough time to grow. Moreover, with Karp, there is no need to touch the dark side of the Navy too much, and he can exercise his body in a better and more regular way. After all, he is not a spiritual body now, and when his spiritual pressure becomes stronger, his body strength will also become stronger. Need to exercise by yourself. Not to mention, I can also learn from Karp how to deal with the domineering nature. By joining the Navy, you can also help other children who have no parents like you, and. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't speak, Karp continued to talk about other benefits, but he thought to himself, this kid would definitely not agree. Regardless, this kind of good seedling, even if he is tied, he must be tied back to the headquarters. Okay, I join the navy. Zhang Yang said suddenly. Don't refuse so quickly. In fact, when you are a navy, wait, what did you just say? Carp stared at him with wide-eyed eyes and looked at a calm and open face. Some did not react, so he just agreed. I said I agree to join the navy. Seeing a pair of carp who hadn't reacted yet, Zhang Yang repeated it helplessly. Agreed. Carp was stunned, and then finally reacted, grinning and laughing, and slapped Zhang Yang's shoulder with a fan-like palm. Fuck! Zhang Yang only had time to let out an exclamation, and a vigorous rush on his shoulders. He was directly slapped on the sofa by Carp. He got up with a sullen face, his shoulders were sore as if he had been hit by a hammer, and Zhang Yang stared at Ka Pu frantically said, Asshole, smelly old man, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak. Ka Pu ha ha laughed. Zhang Yang was suddenly full of black lines. He had already known in the anime that this guy was funny. I didn't expect to be more funny in reality. Didn't you expect you to be so weak? He meows, is this what the person who apologizes should say? Lieutenant General Carp, the Sea King class is ready, a navy ran back. Oh. Alright. Boy Zhang Yang, see your fish just dropped, let's come and eat together. Carp stood up and said to Zhang. Zhang Yang would naturally not be polite, so he stood up and walked towards the Neptune class that exuded the scent of meat. Chapter 4, The Shock of the Green Pheasant. The setting sun, a touch of red clouds, the distant sea horizon, the setting sun renders the sea like a dreamlike gorgeous. Looking at the sky, a few seagulls fly over the setting sun. In the first half of the great waterway, on a small island that no one cares about, a ray of fire burns quietly on the coast, occasionally a breeze blows, and the flame sways with the wind. By the fire, Zhang Yang was holding a piece of barbecue and eating slowly, watching Carp and the navy gorging himself on the other side. His mind was tranced with the swaying flames. After tonight, it was the 4th day since his journey. Zhang Yang understood that starting tomorrow, his life would begin to change. Why would I cross? Is all this a dream or is it real? Zhang Yang no longer wants to think about this kind of problem. No matter what should happen is still going to happen. Now Zhang Yang only thinks about one thing. Since he has the power of death, he has come to this strong man. The world, then leave something in this world, whether it is reality or a dream in the end, there is always something to be left behind. Joining the navy is just a means to become stronger, not his goal. Blue blue blue. A strange voice suddenly remembered that a navy pulled out the phone worm and picked up the receiver. Hey! I'm the green pheasant, is Mr. Carp here? The phone worm said with a lazy look. Green pheasant. Zhang Yang glanced at the phone bug. At this time, the green pheasant shouldn't be a general, right? I'm Carp, the green pheasant boy, why haven't you arrived yet? Carp snatched the phone bug and said carelessly while eating barbecue. As for where the barbecue came from, it was naturally Carp who went to catch another sea king. Ugh! No way, strength is self-willed. Mr. Carp, please wait a moment, we will be there soon. Hearing Carp's voice, the green pheasant obviously became more respectful. Then hurry up. Carp directly hung up the phone worm and directly continued to fight the barbecue in front of him. When Zhang Yang on the side saw this, he couldn't help but smoked his mouth. Facing the green pheasant with this attitude, I am afraid that only Kapu can do it. After eating the barbecue in twos, Zhang Yang didn't have any more spiritual power. After all, he had caused a misunderstanding just now. Before he could grow up, Zhang Yang decided that it was better to hide something. After another while, the sky was almost completely dark, except for the fire in front of him. Suddenly, a light appeared on the sea in the distance. Lieutenant General Carp. The green pheasant is coming, a navy reminded. Oh? Did it come at noon? It's so slow. Carp sat up and looked at the huge warship slowly approaching from the darkness. Zhang Yang also looked at the past and looked at the Navy warship in the anime. He couldn't help but be amazed. The huge hull and the large number of muzzles are not as shocking as modern warships, but it is definitely not an investigation. Up. Soon, the warship stopped on the shore, and a rope ladder was thrown down from the warship. Everyone get on board. Carp ordered. Yes. Lieutenant General Carp. All the navies responded in unison, and then climbed up the ladder in an orderly manner. Boy Zhang Yang, let's go up too. Carp grabbed Zhang Yang's arm, his body leaped into the air and jumped directly onto the warship. What a strong jump! Open and narrow his eyes slightly. If he is a spirit body now, as long as his spiritual pressure reaches the level of a seat official, even the lowest seat official can easily jump so high, but he is a flesh and blood body at this time. I don't know how long it takes to exercise to have this kind of jumping ability. Lieutenant General Carp. As soon as their feet landed, the Navy who had been waiting for a long time lined up in 2 rows and greeted Carp neatly. At the same time, an exploded man who was more than 2 meters tall, had dark skin and was wearing a pair of sunglasses walked over with his hands in his pockets. Green Pheasant, Kuzan. Although much younger, Zhang Yang recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. Sorry, Mr. Carp, I met a group of pirates on the road and took some time. Qing Pheasant said, and then saw Zhang Yang next to Carp, and couldn't help but stunned. Mr. Carp, who is he? Green Pheasant couldn't help asking. The kid I met on the island is very talented. I am going to take it back and show it to the Warring States period. Carp waved his hand and said, let me take this kid to take a bath and change clothes. Lest the fellow from the Warring States period gossiping again. After finishing talking, Carp didn't wait for the reaction of the Green Pheasant and Zhang Yang, and pulled Zhang Yang into the warship. The Green Pheasant was stunned, then shook his head helplessly, seeing Carp's men also boarding the boat, and waved his hand, go back to the headquarters. Yes. Lieutenant General Kuzan. Boy Zhang Yang, this is a bathhouse. Go in and take a bath by yourself, change your clothes and then come to me. In front of the bathhouse, Carp stuffed a set of clothes into Zhang Yang's hands, then turned and left. Hey? Where shall I find? Zhang Yang just wanted to ask where to find him, but Carp went straight to the corner and disappeared. Making wool. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly, and walked into the bathhouse with his clothes in his arms. He randomly chose a single room, took off his bring-your-own-beggar costume, opened the water and took a shower. Speaking of it, it seems that he hasn't really taken a shower in the past 3 days. Now that he takes a hot bath, he feels refreshed. After taking a shower, he changed into the most basic navy clothing, and Zhang Yang walked out of the bathhouse, suddenly a little embarrassed. Where should I find that old man? Looking left and right, Zhang Yang randomly chose a direction, and the one who turned left and right came to the splint. There, Carp and the Green Pheasant were sitting together drinking tea and eating senbei, and at the same time, Carp and the Green Pheasant also found Zhang Yang. Yes, it looks more energetic. Seeing the renewed publicity, Carp nodded in satisfaction. Even the Green Pheasant couldn't help but looked at the publicity in surprise. Indeed, the previous publicity, wearing a beggar's clothes and messy hair, looks like a refugee. Now that I took a shower and changed my clothes, it looked completely different. The tall and straight body, although only 12 years old, has a slightly handsome face, a neat military uniform, and his dark eyes sparkling with a confident look, which makes people comfortable. Old man, where are we going now? Zhang Yang looked around and walked to Carp's side. He immediately made many of the surrounding navy's eyes widened, and even dared to call Lieutenant General Carp directly, who is this kid? Bang! The huge fist slammed directly on Zhang Yang's head, and Zhang Yang almost yelled out immediately. Damn! What are you doing? Zhang Yang touched his head and stared at Carp. If it weren't for the difference in strength, he really wanted to go up and beat Carp hard. I'm only 56 years old this year, and if you call me old man, I'll let you taste the iron fist of love. Carp also stared openly. Isn't it an old man at 56? In your eyes, what is the old man? Zhang Yang murmured in his heart, but he didn't guilty of begging and calling the old man. Speaking of which, Kapu looks like he is only over 40 years old. The reason he is called the old man is that the appearance of Kapu's grandpa in the anime makes Zhang Yang too. It's just a deep memory. The green pheasant on the side looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile, because it reminded him that when he was back then, it seemed that he was always beaten like this by Carp. Our destination is the Navy headquarters, Malin Fanduo. Green pheasant said. Marin Vondo. Zhang Yang glanced at the future general and nodded. Malin Fanduo, he would go to the battlefield of war in the future, but he didn't expect to go there. You go to rest first. I will call you later. Carp ate the senbei, then pointed to a navy casually, and said, take him to rest. Yes. Lieutenant General Carp. The navy immediately saluted, then looked at Zhang Yang and said, please follow me. Zhang Yang glanced at Carp, knowing what he and the green pheasant must say, and followed the navy away from the splint. Well, isn't this kid very good? Seeing Zhang Yang leave, Kapu ha laughed. Well, it's not unnatural to face so many navies, and the temperament is quite good. The green pheasant made a serious comment. To be honest, for Carp's seemingly admired publicity, he really didn't see anything worthy of Carp's attention. Haha. Boy green pheasant, this time you can look wrong. Carp naturally knew that the green pheasant didn't value publicity. He smiled, his face was a little serious and said, this kid, but a person with the quality of king. The king's qualifications. The green pheasant's face changed suddenly, and he turned his head and glanced at the direction Zhang Yang had left, then looked at Carp in shock and said, Mr. Carp, you mean? Yes. Carp nodded, and said with a serious face, that kid, only one person in millions of people can appear domineering. Chapter 5, Naval Headquarters, Marlene Vander. In a not-so-spacious room, a bed, a table, and some decorations, but nothing else. Zhang Yang lay on the bed, with his hands resting on the back of his head, his eyes closed, controlling the not-so-much spiritual power in his body to communicate the Liubian Ruohuo in his mind, but no matter how he input the spiritual power, Liubian Ruohuo would have no point. The reaction, there is no sign that can be shown. After several attempts to no avail, Zhang Yang gave up and kept trying and opened his eyes. Lu Ren Ruohuo. I don't know what level of spiritual power must be reached before I can take it out. Looking at the ceiling, Zhang Yang sighed. The Liubian Ruohuo in his mind seems to have been set, and he can only take it out when his spiritual power reaches a certain level, but it is obvious that his current spiritual power is too low to take out Lujian Ruohuo. I don't know. How many? For Grim Reaper, his strength is basically the Zanpaku knife, and then there will be ghosts, white fights and the like. Not to mention that it is not the publicity of the spirit body. The flesh and blood body is definitely not a star and a half from the spirit body. If you want to truly set foot on the pinnacle of this world, the importance of being able to do so is beyond doubt. But the spiritual power can't come in a hurry, it can only come slowly. He shook his head helplessly, and Zhang Yang sat up, but he had no spiritual power. He had decided that powerful people like Kapu seemed to be particularly sensitive to the surroundings, and while practicing spiritual power, the body would continue to release the spirit pressure, so before the strength is strong, he will not cultivate spiritual power in front of these people, causing unnecessary trouble. As for Carp's misunderstanding of Ryotsuo as overlord, it is not good for Zhang Yang, and it will also provide a good foreshadowing for Zhang Yang to explain Reiki later. Of course, you can't cultivate spiritual power, but other things that won't continue to release spiritual pressure are still possible, for example, ghosts, or, for nothing. The memory fragments that belonged to the captain continued to emerge in his mind, and within a short while, the information about the 4 basic abilities of the of Death was sorted out. The slash in Zhanchuan Zugui refers to kendo, but there is no weapon for Zhang Yang to use, so just pass. Fist refers to the ability to fight empty-handed. Now the space is too small to practice, pass. Go refers to the instant step. This requires a lot of spiritual power, and the space required must also be large, pass. Ghost refers to the magical attack of the of Death, that is, Ghost Way. In this case, some of the lowest level Ghost Ways seem to be exaggerated and can be used reluctantly, and the destructive power is not very large, but you can try it. In this case, it's a ghost. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, Zhang Yang got out of bed and stood there, looked around, and then moved a chair in front of him. Ghost roads are mainly divided into broken roads for the purpose of destruction and binding roads for the purpose of restraint and imprisonment. Due to spiritual power, Zhang Yang can only learn the first few ghost roads. This time, Zhang Yang chose to practice the number 1 broken road that was destroyed by the master. Chang. The index finger and of the right hand were pointed towards the seat in front of him, and Zhang Yang began to chant. At the same time, the few spiritual powers in his body also poured into Zhang Yang's fingertips following a specific trajectory. One of the broken roads, go. Zhang Yang gave a soft drink, and the spiritual energy that had already been ready at his fingertips suddenly turned into a shock wave and spewed out. With a bang, the seat fell directly, and cracks could be seen on it. Successful. Zhang Yang looked at this scene in disbelief, and he succeeded just by practicing like this? But after calming down and thinking about it, Zhang Yang almost knew what was going on. There is always the memory of the captain, he himself is equivalent to ghosts, but there may be some differences due to different physical reasons, that is to say, in addition to those high-level ghosts in the future, as long as the low-level ghosts have enough spiritual power, with a little practice, you can use them perfectly. No, it's not just Ghost Dao, Zhanchuan, and Igui, all the captain will, as long as he meets the learning conditions, and a little practice, he can reach the point of captain. The only difference, I am afraid it can only be used. The power is different. Only at this moment did Zhang Yang understand the importance of the captain's memory. Before Lu Jianruohuo appeared, the captain's memory was probably his greatest support. With the first sweetness, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to start trying other low-level breaking and binding roads, without exception, except for the slight lack of power due to spiritual power, all of them were used perfectly. It wasn't until the thin spiritual power in the body was almost exhausted that Zhang Yang stopped. You have to find time to get a sword. In addition to the Zanpadao itself, the captain is also powerful in his kendo. Thinking like this in his mind, the fatigue caused by a lot of spiritual energy consumption and the feeling of sleeping in bed for the first time in 3 days made Zhang Yang quickly fall into a deep sleep. I do not know how long it has been. Boom! Zhang Yang woke up with a loud noise, and quickly got up from the bed. Zhang Yang looked up and saw that the door was kicked violently by one foot, and the owner of that foot, besides Carp, does anyone dare to be so presumptuous? Haha! Wake up! Just right, we have arrived at the destination, let's go. I will take you to see the Warring States period. He is very interested in you. Carp walked in with a laugh. Woke up? Wake up your sister. I'm not woken up by you yet. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, and he didn't even bother to scold him. Carp was extremely kind, and he had the strength to scold him. Zhang Yang might as well think more about what he should do in the future. However, Sengoku is very interested in me. It seems that Carp has contacted the Warring States. While wearing shoes, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Following Carp to the outside of the cabin, Zhang Yang realized that it seemed to be late at night. On the deck, the navy were all lined up, and the green pheasant was standing in front of them. In front of the warship, there is a brightly lit island. Although it is night, the island is full of lights, so you can still see the island clearly. Magnificent. Spectacular. This is Zhang Yang's first impression of seeing Ma Lin Fan Duo. Unlike in anime, Ma Lin Fan Duo in reality is even more shocking and spectacular. From the view of the warship, Ma Lin Fan Duo is quite huge. On the huge wall of the Navy headquarters, 2 characters Navy are written, and in the middle of the 2 characters, it is naturally the symbol of the Navy, the seagull standing on the wrench. As the Navy headquarters, the security and defense is naturally extremely strict. The huge circular port is full of forts and defense measures. The Navy soldiers who are always on patrol keep the Navy headquarters from leaking, not far from the Navy headquarters. And there are 4 high mountains in a square to surround the Navy headquarters, and on each mountain there is a watchtower with naval flags inserted to ensure that the movement of the enemy attacking Malin Fort can be confirmed before the enemy attacks. The current position of Zhang Yang and others is right in the port. Is this the Navy headquarters? Looking at the huge military fortress in front of him, Zhang Yang couldn't help muttering. Chapter 6, Marshal, Steel. The return of the green pheasants and carp should have been received by the Navy headquarters long ago. Although it is late at night, there are still many navies coming out at the port to greet them. They are arranged in 2 rows and arranged in order, one by one to make the most standard salute, with a face with the reverence and madness that can't be concealed. Witnessing all this publicity with my own eyes, I couldn't help being amazed by the Navy's strict discipline. Of course, marvel and marvel. For the Navy, Zhang Yang can't give birth to any good feelings except for a limited number of people. After all, the corrupt and cold-blooded image of the Navy in the anime is so fresh in his memory. A wooden ladder was put down from the head of the warship and extended directly to the port. Carp and the green pheasant walked side by side, followed by other school officers and ordinary marines. As for Zhang Yang, it was next to Carp and side by side with the green pheasant. The green pheasant won the prize. Lieutenant General Carp. Welcome back. The 2 rows of soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resounding across the night sky. Haha. The Warring States guy likes this set. Kapu haha laughed. Zhang Yang looked at the Marines, but suddenly thought of something, and felt their spiritual pressure. In the end, it was sadly discovered that even if the spiritual pressure in it was the lowest, it was still a little bit higher than him. After perceiving Kapu and Qing Pheasant again, Zhang Yang discovered that although the reliance of these 2 people far exceeds those of ordinary navy, they are not so exaggerated. This cannot help but make Zhang Yang ponder. It seems that reliance is not representative. The strength of One Piece world people, but it can also be used as a reference. Mr. Carp, I'm leaving now. The green pheasant nodded at Carp, hit hatch, and walked in the other direction. Boy Zhang Yang, go, I will take you to see the Warring States. Carp didn't care, pulling Zhang Yang and walking towards the most magnificent building in front of him. Along the way, all Navy officers and ordinary Marines showed respect when seeing Carp. Soon, Zhang Yang, led by Carp, came to the door of the only room on the highest floor of the building. Without knocking on the door, Carp just opened the door and walked in with Zhang Yang. This is an obviously office-like room, with a desk full of documents, a sofa opposite the desk, and various primitive portraits and inks on the surrounding walls, which seem to have a lot of charm. But Zhang Yang didn't pay attention to these things, because the moment he entered the room, 2 figures attracted his attention. One was a middle-aged man sitting at his desk, wearing a navy uniform, exuding a coercive aura, like a coxcomb hairstyle that made people laugh, but no one dared to laugh, because Zhang Yang had recognized it. This person is probably the current Marshal of the Navy, Steel Bone. As for the other one, it is naturally one of the current Admiral, the future Admiral, the Warring States period of Buddha. Similar to the original image, but much younger. The moment he saw the 2 of them, before he had time to probe their spiritual pressure, Zhang Yang felt a powerful aura hitting him, his heart seemed to be pinched by something, as if suffocated, his face became uncomfortable. Some became pale, and a feeling of extreme danger made him burst out a few riots without hesitation. Suddenly, the three people present could feel it, and exuding a depressive and heavy feeling from Zhang Yang's young body, although it was completely negligible for them, their goal was achieved. The aura that was pressing on Zhang Yang immediately disappeared, and the steel frame stood up and looked at the panting Zhang Yang with an appreciative smile. Yes, yes, Zhang Yang, right? Just to see if you are worth our training, are you okay? No. Nothing. Zhang Yang took a few breaths, his face gradually returned to normal, and shook his head when he heard the words of the steel bone, but there was a touch of shock in the depths of his eyes. Is this the strength of a figure standing at the top of this world? It's so strong just by the momentum. After clenching his fists, Zhang Yang once again had a strong desire for strength. You too underestimate this kid. How could it be possible to scare him with such a little momentum? Karp sat down next to the Warring States period, shook his head and smiled while holding the senbei on the table and starting to eat. Warring States also looked at Zhang Yang a few more times. Was that Overlord look just now? However, it seems to be a little different from the Overlord color that I have seen before. Zhang Yang, we have checked your information just now. Gang ignored Karp and stared at Zhang Yang and continued, however, we did not find any information about you. Your qualifications are very good, and you are indeed worthy of our training. But before that, can you tell us something about you? Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart tightened slightly. Did he ask about this? Fortunately, when I was on the boat, I had already thought about how to answer it. After adjusting my mood, Zhang Yang lowered his head and said, those two people are not my biological parents. I was bought by them. I only remember that we started from a place with a lot of bubbles, and then we ran into a pirate. I escaped by hiding in a wooden barrel. Slave. Gang, Karp, and Warring States all froze at the same time, looking at the publicity with their heads down. They were all a little surprised. Zhang Yang lowered his head and didn't lift it up. These three old guys weren't fuel-efficient lamps. If they were to see that they were lying, it would be troublesome. Hey, I knew I wouldn't join the Navy. Zhang Yang murmured a little depressed in his heart. That's it. Steelbone nodded thoughtfully, and then said to Kapu, first arrange a place for Zhang Yang to take a good rest. Let's talk about other things later. I see, Zhang Yang, let's go. Karp took the remaining senbei in his hand and walked out with Zhang Yang. And seeing Zhang Yang go out, Gang Bone sat down again, looking at the Warring States road that seemed to be meditating. Warring States, what do you think of that kid named Zhang Yang? Hearing the words, the Warring States period said in deep thought, the one just now, no accident, should be the Overlord's domineering. Judging from the intensity and scope of the outbreak, it should not even be the initial awakening. Regardless of other words, it is a good seed. If you train it well, you can definitely become a great force for the Navy. Gang Bone nodded, and continued to ask, then how reliable do you think what he said just now? Big Brother Steel, it doesn't matter whether it's credible, isn't it? Zhang Guo shook his head and said, no matter what the identity of that young man named Zhang Yang, we can try to train him first, and then find someone to observe his character at the same time. If he really came here with unruly thoughts, we can deal with him at any time. Well, leave it to you to take care of this. Karp has never been a little guarded, and you can't let him go crazy. Steelbone rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. The Golden Lion who escaped from prison some time ago is also a big problem that must be solved as soon as possible. Chapter 7, Naval Academy. Marin Vondo is divided into multiple areas. In addition to the Navy headquarters where various generals and school officers live in the center, there are also residential areas where naval relatives and some high-ranking officials live in the surrounding area. Is there anything else? Regional Zhang Yang didn't know. At least he knew so much from the animation and the observations just now. As a naval hero, Karp is only a lieutenant general, but his status is not lost to a general or even a marshal. Carp admires Zhang Yang very much. With such a big man covered, Zhang Yang's status is naturally arranged in the Navy. Within the headquarters, and it is also a school officer level room treatment. The spacious space, exquisite decoration, soft and comfortable beds, neatly placed tables and chairs, and a separate bathroom, compared with the previous warships, is simply a world of difference. After Carp left, Zhang Yang severely threw his body on the bed, and his heart that had been tight since just now also relaxed. In just half a day, the top powerhouses in the world of One Piece appeared in front of him one after another. The mood of Zhang Yang can be imagined, but while feeling the pressure, Zhang Yang also felt that he would follow Cap to the naval headquarters. It's right. As the saying goes, there is pressure only when there is motivation. There are so many mountains on the top of the head, it is impossible to cultivate without working hard. As for whether the steel bones and the Warring States period will be disadvantageous to him because of his unknown identity, Zhang Yang believes that as long as he does not appear to be disadvantageous to the Navy and Carp is there, nothing will happen to him. This is also Zhang Yang Ming. I don't like the reason why the Navy joined. The outside world is good, but with his current strength, it is too dangerous. Zhang Yang still cares about his own life. However, the Navy's atmosphere is indeed too depressing. When it has the strength to protect itself, it will definitely withdraw. Looking at the white ceiling, Zhang Yang murmured, then one turned over and cross-legged, and began to cultivate spiritual power. When he came down, he observed that these floors are all ordinary school officials, like Carp, they all live on the top floor. As long as they are not too close, the spiritual pressure that is emitted by just practicing is still not good. It was noticed by them. What's more, Zhang Yang has maximized his perception, and as soon as Carp and their spiritual pressure are close, he will immediately stop practicing. As a result, one night passed in the time of cultivating spiritual power. Early the next morning, a knock on the door caused Zhang Yang to retreat from his practice. He opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. This kind of spiritual pressure did not seem to belong to any of Carp and them. After putting on his shoes, getting out of the bed and opening the door, a naval officer dressed in the robes of justice appeared in front of Zhang Yang. "Hello, are you just being public? I was sent by Lieutenant General Carp to take care of you. My name is Carlo, Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy Headquarters." The lieutenant colonel named Carlo was very polite when he saw Zhang Yang. What he knows is that the 12-year-old boy in front of him was brought back by Lieutenant General Blue Pheasant and Lieutenant General Carp last night, and as soon as he came back, he seemed to have met Marshal Steelbone and General of the Warring States period. Obviously, in front of him this young man will definitely get key training in the future. Maybe he will surpass him in a few years' time. If we have a good relationship now, maybe I will have unexpected benefits in the future. Hello. How about old Lieutenant General Carp? Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what Carlo was thinking, but asked about Carp's whereabouts. He was still waiting for Carp to train him. The gradual spiritual power can only make his ghost way stronger, and he can get the flow blade faster, but whether it is kendo, free fight, or instant step, all have requirements for physical fitness, otherwise even in the future after getting Lu Jian Ruo Huo, he was at best a master of high offense and weak defense, which was not what he wanted. What's more, Zhang Yang knows that there are things like devil fruits in this world, and if he doesn't learn to be domineering, especially against those with natural abilities, Zhang Yang will be at an absolute disadvantage. I just don't know, do I have a domineering look? Lieutenant General Carp has left the naval headquarters just now, and will be back in about 5 days. I will take care of all your daily life these days. You can tell me if you have any needs. Carlo said. 5 days. Zhang Yang frowned, but he was planning to let this guy train himself, so he ran away? This dead old man! He cursed in his heart. Zhang Yang raised his head and looked at Carlo, thought for a while and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Carlo, is there a training ground here?" Yes, if necessary, I can take you there now. Carlo replied immediately. No, I'm just asking. Zhang Yang shook his head. Now he is still focusing on cultivating spiritual power. He is just a layman for physical exercise. Let's wait for Karp to come back. Lieutenant Colonel Carlo, Lieutenant General Karp told me not to go out these days. Could you please help me deliver meals? Zhang Yang suddenly said. As for Kapu not letting him go out, it would naturally be blundering. The purpose is naturally to stay in the room and cultivate spiritual power. Okay, no problem, what else is needed? Carlo agreed without hesitation that if someone else asked him to be a lieutenant colonel, he would definitely give him a punch and teach him how to be a man, but in the face of the infinite possibilities of publicity, he would just send food. This is still acceptable. After sending Carlos away, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Is this a fake tiger? But it seems pretty cool. With a grin, Zhang Yang went to the bathroom to start washing. After washing, Carlo happened to bring the food. There are all kinds of vegetables and fish. I have to say that the treatment in the Navy is really good. After eating, Carlo came again to pack the tableware and left, while Zhang Yang continued to practice spiritual power. One night's practice did not make him tired, but he was more energetic. After all, spiritual power is also a kind of life energy from a certain aspect. The body continues to increase life energy, and it is strange that it will be fatigued. Not only will it not be fatigued, but with the increase of spiritual power, although it is not a spiritual body, the life of publicity will probably increase with it. If you don't say anything, you can live for thousands of years, but it is certain to live longer and longer. In the next few days, apart from eating and going to the toilet, Zhang Yang spent all of his time cultivating spiritual power. There is no need to worry about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Zhang Yang's spiritual power is growing at a rapid rate. Although it is not as good as the official, but it is almost the same. There is the spiritual power of an ordinary of death. This kind of speed, compared to those who have cultivated in the world of death for several years, is extremely fast from the perspective of people who can possess the spiritual power of ordinary death, but even so, Zhang Yang is still dissatisfied. The difference in spiritual power between the seat officer and the ordinary of death, the seat officer and the deputy captain and the captain, and even the captain and the captain, is not generally large. Now my own speed is very fast, but I don't know how many years it will take to reach the Ryotsuo of the deputy captain or even the captain level. What's more, Zhang Yang has to spend time to exercise his body so that his body can keep up with the strength of his spiritual power. In such a calculation, publicity is not necessarily easier than the of death in the world of death. In the room, when he opened his eyes, the Reiki pressure that spread all over his body also converged, stood up and moved his body, sighing helplessly. It seems that I am still too impatient. Feeling the spiritual power in his body a lot stronger than 5 days ago, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. It seems that the growth of spiritual power still has to be tested over time. And there will be no significant increase in a short period of time, and today, it feels that the increase in spiritual power is not so obvious. In other words, it is not feasible to practice spiritual power continuously every day like this. Everything must be done in moderation, I'm afraid that's what I'm talking about. It's time to arrange the next time. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yang opened the door and walked out. He hasn't been out for 5 days. He feels that his body is about to rust. Since the spiritual power is of no effect, he should rest and go for a walk. The floor where Zhang Yang is located is the 3rd floor. Going downstairs from the Navy headquarters, you can see the crescent-shaped bay and the endless ocean. Above the bay, there is a square. At this time, there are groups of Navy walking around. Zhang Yang looked around and found it meaningless. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be a road leading to the back of the Navy headquarters. After hesitating, Zhang Yang walked over. Soon after Zhang Yang arrived at the Navy headquarters, a huge building like a courtyard appeared in front of him, but what really caught Zhang Yang's attention was the 4 characters above the courtyard gate. Naval Academy. Chapter 8, Story Character, Tina. Navy Academy. Standing in front of the giant gate tens of meters high, Zhang Yang looked up at the imposing 4 characters on the door frame, and read it out softly. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that there would be there after the Navy headquarters. Such a place. But having said that, as the Navy headquarters, it is not surprising that there is such a place for cultivating new blood. Zhang Yang is a little curious, don't know what it is like in the end? Since the doors are not closed, it shouldn't be a forbidden place, right? Thinking about this, Zhang Yang glanced at the crack in the door just enough for a person to pass through, hesitated for a moment, and walked in with his foot up. In the eyes, there is a grey-white road to the grand building. There is a fountain in the middle of the road, and flowers and plants are planted on both sides of the road. After the flowers and plants, there are 2 open spaces about the size of a football field. The one on the left seems to be an ordinary playground, while in the middle of the playground, there are some exercise supplies such as barbells. The one on the right looks a bit like a ring, arranged neatly, and I don't know what the specific function is. Zhang Yang was watching, suddenly his expression changed, because he had always opened up a sense of spiritual pressure since he arrived at the Navy headquarters, and he rushed towards him at an unimaginable speed. Who? Zhang Yang's eyes condensed for an instant, and he let out a low drink. The spiritual pressure in his body burst out, and he used the simplest and roughest method to directly gather most of his spiritual power on his right hand, and blasted out with a punch. The next moment, bang! A dull voice sounded. Zhang Yang only felt a flower in front of him, and a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That was a grim man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, expressionless, and exuding bursts of air that made Zhang Yang feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yang knew that he might have killed many people with murderous aura. But Zhang Yang's almost full-strength fist hit the opponent's lower abdomen, but the opponent didn't even move. Overlord looked domineering. The man exclaimed, his stern face looked at Zhang Yang with a bit of shock, and then he looked at Zhang Yang deeply as if he had recovered, and said faintly, "Are you Zhang Yang?" Zhang Yang was stunned, only then knew that the other party was not an enemy, and nodded subconsciously when he heard the man's words. 18 powers, not up to the standard, but the reaction speed is very fast, and the man didn't say the following words. It seemed that he had been thinking about something for a while before he said faintly, "Go to the 5th floor to report." Hey! As soon as the voice fell, the man's figure disappeared in front of Zhang Yang as soon as he moved, leaving only the publicity that hadn't realized what it meant. Report on the 5th floor? What do you mean? Zhang Yang blinked and looked at the empty space in front of him. He didn't understand what was going on just now. But what the man used just now should be the shave in the 6th Navy style, right? Sure enough. I just don't know which one is faster compared to Shunbu? And 18 powers? Zhang Yang remembers that the general seamen with weapons seem to have 10 powers. In other words, he might not even be comparable to 2 ordinary marines? Isn't this nonsense? If you use the ghost way, it is not a matter of handling a few ordinary marines. If you have a suitable knife, you may be able to deal with more. It seems that this power is not very credible. But having said that, using spiritual power, his fist only has 18 powers. Sure enough, his flesh TI power is still 2 scumbag, so I have to hurry up and exercise. Damn carp, it's been 5 days, and I don't know when I will be back. Secretly cursing the unreliable old man, Zhang Yang just planned to go to see other places, but his footsteps suddenly stopped. Report. Zhang Yang looked at the building at the end of the road with a weird expression. Didn't that guy think of him as a recruit who came to learn? Maybe. Where is this place? Naval Academy. What does the Naval Academy do? Naturally it is for training students. Judging from what the guy said to himself just now, it might be true. Scratching his head, Zhang Yang raised his head to look at the tall building in front of him, and suddenly an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since the old man carp hasn't come back, and he has nothing to do now, why not go wrong and see what the so-called Naval Academy is like? Anyway, I never said that I came to report from the beginning to the end. The person who misunderstood was the guy just now and not him. Hey! With a chuckle, Zhang Yang walked towards the tall building without hesitation. The door of the tall building was not closed. After entering, the scene inside made Zhang Yang a little surprised. In his impression, the college is the kind of classrooms, but when he walked into the high building, Zhang Yang not only did not see the corridor classrooms, but in front of him was a space smaller than the room he lived in, with white walls on all sides. Only the wall facing the gate had an iron gate, and beside the iron gate, there was a man who also wore black clothes standing there. Seeing Zhang Yang walking in, the man glanced at Zhang Yang and said faintly, "What floor?" Zhang Yang was stunned, and replied, "5th floor." "5th floor." Hearing this, the man looked at Zhang Yang in surprise, then turned around and pressed a few times on the wall. The iron door opened automatically, revealing enough space for dozens of people to stand inside. Zhang Yang then reacted. This should be it's something like an elevator. Some curiously walked in, the iron gate was closed, and a feeling of weightlessness spread, and Zhang Yang knew that he was rising. Interesting. It was completely different from the Naval Academy in his imagination. Zhang Yang became a little interested. He just didn't know if he could get a good workout here. If he could, he would rather stay here. After all, the old guy carp, really it's too unreliable. Just like now, I said that I would be back in 5 days, but I haven't seen anyone until now. After a while, the sense of weightlessness disappeared, the elevator door opened, and a huge open field appeared in front of Zhang Yang. On that huge open field, a group of boys and girls were doing push-ups on the ground and sweating. Shouted, 8006, 8007, 8008, 8009. Damn! 8000! The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Although he knows that this kind of intensity is necessary for this world and him, but from now on the publicity of life on the earth, he still can't help feeling a little trembling. Is this really not dead? Are you here to report? A somewhat cold voice came from Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang immediately recovered. Only then did he find that there was another girl beside him who looked almost the same size as him. Well, I just came here. Zhang Yang nodded and said, then he was taken aback for a while, looking at the girl's delicate face, a name could not help but come to his mind. Tina. The future colonel of the Navy headquarters, the capable person of the fence fruit. Is her. Zhang Yang murmured in surprise. Chapter 9, Sword Chi? Sword Pressure. Tina, the original colonel of the Navy headquarters, the fence fruit ability, is one of the rare beautiful officers in the Navy. She has also appeared in the original several times. The tsundere has a little strong personality. The audience remembered her, including Zhang Yang. However, Tina at this time is obviously not the mature beauty in the original. She looks like at most 12 or 13 years old. Although she doesn't have the mature beauty of the original, she looks very petite and cute. Are you Tina? Zhang Yang looked at the future Navy officer with great interest and touched his chin. Hey? How do you know Tina's name? Tina's face suddenly wrinkled, and she looked at Zhang Yang strangely. Didn't you just say it yourself? Talking about Tina or something? Zhang Yang casually said nonsense. Ah? Is there any? Did Tina say her name just now? Tina put a finger on her white chin, looked up at the ceiling with a strange expression, thinking about when she said her name. Zhang Yang looked at Tina with a pensive look, a little speechless, and suddenly became speechless. It seems that this sister paper is still a bit natural. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Tina shook her head in distress, and then shouted at the boys and girls who were training, "Everyone, a new companion is here." Hearing Tina's words, the boys and girls immediately stopped doing push-ups and glanced at Zhang Yang, who was standing with Tina. Some of them walked aside to rest, but most of them came to Zhang Yang. "Welcome. My name is Hayden. I entered school last year. My name is Bastille, hello. My name is..." A group of people did not bully and suppress when they saw the newcomer as written in the novel, but greeted Zhang Yang very kindly. Among them, Zhang Yang also saw a few skilled and future lieutenants in the Navy headquarters. It's just that Zhang Yang didn't know what they were called because of his low impression of them. "Hello, my name is Zhang Yang. I just entered the school today, please give me your advice." After learning to say hello to them, Zhang Yang looked at those who hadn't come to say hello, and the corners of their mouths curled up. It turned out that it was these guys. There were 3 people who didn't come to say hello to Zhang Yang. One was a young man with white hair, who seemed to see nothing pleasing to the eye. If Zhang Yang remembers correctly, this guy is the future Navy who almost caught Luffy several times in the original book. General, the natural smoke fruit ability, smog. The other 2 are even more interesting to Zhang Yang. A man and a woman, both should be about 12 or 13 years old, but the man is several heads taller than the woman, is very thin, and has a lot longer arms than ordinary people, while the woman has a dark blue head. She has slightly curly short hair and a more delicate and pretty face than Tina, which looks particularly eye-catching. Zhang Yang recognized their identities at a glance. Anne and Binz, the student and subordinate of Zifa, who appeared in the theater version of The Strongest Enemy Z. "I think, I almost know what time period it is now." Zhang Yang thought to himself in his heart. Smog. Tina is very upset. A new companion has come, why don't you say hello to him? Tina ran to Smog with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Smog glanced at Zhang Yang and said faintly, "If you have time to do such boring things, it's better to do more training. Pirates won't wait for you to say hello and follow you obediently." "You?" Tina glared at Smog and said angrily, "Tina is very upset, Tina ignores you." With that said, Tina turned and walked towards Zhang Yang. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that Smog's hatred and hateful character was cultivated since childhood. After saying hello, the others went back to their original positions to continue training. Only Tina remained with Zhang Yang. It was obvious that he was very curious about Zhang Yang. After all, it's rare to see people come in midway like this. "Why don't you go for training?" Looking at the angrily Tina, Zhang Yang said a little funny. "Hey! Tina is very upset and doesn't want to do it." Tina turned her head and said, "Okay. Whatever you want." Zhang Yang shrugged and didn't care. He looked around and suddenly saw a weapon rack not far away. He suddenly couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he walked towards it. Upon seeing this, Tina rolled her eyes and followed. Zhang Yang didn't care either. When he walked to the weapon rack, various styles of long knives were neatly arranged on it, and he chose a fairly comfortable tie knife, and Zhang Yang waved it casually in his hand. The memory of the captain in his mind was not. The controlled emergence made Zhang Yang holding the knife suddenly feel a familiar feeling. "This is..." Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the memory in his mind, and the long knife in his hand began to dance in a trajectory. Publicity. Seeing Zhang Yang with her eyes closed and swinging the knife, Tina was suddenly surprised, because she felt that Zhang Yang had changed at this moment. The previous publicity gave him a cheerful and relaxed feeling, but the current publicity gave him a feeling of depression and ready to go. In a daze, she seemed to see a strong old man standing behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't know how Tina felt. At this time, he was completely immersed in the captain's kendo memory, as if he had practiced countless times before. As the feeling of strangeness in his hand slowly disappeared, the knife in Zhang Yang's hand was also dancing. Getting up faster, a fierce aura began to radiate from him. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body began to rush into the knife in his hand frantically, as if instinctively. Zhang Yang opened his eyes fiercely, held the knife in both hands, and slammed it in front of him. Boom! A white vigor flew out from the knife in Zhang Yang's hand. With a loud noise, the weapon rack in front of him exploded, sawdust splashed, and weapons scattered on the ground. In this scene, Tina's mouth was opened into an O shape, and everyone else who was training was watching. When he saw the publicity who was holding the knife-swinging posture, and the shattered weapon rack, everyone couldn't help but his face changed slightly. This guy! Smog stood up and began to reconsider and publicize. Ian. Bins glanced at Zhang Yang, and called Ian aside in shock. Yet. I saw it, and then the power is not very powerful, but it is indeed sword energy. Ian also looked at Zhang Yang in shock. And just when everyone was shocked by Zhang Yang's knife, Zhang Yang was also shocked by himself. Sword chi. Looking at the fragmented weapon rack in front of him, Zhang Yang muttered in disbelief, and then shook his head again. No, it's not right, this is not sword energy, this is sword pressure. A look of excitement flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. Chapter 10, General Xiaoerho. Report, according to your instructions, the door of the Naval Academy has been open for 5 consecutive days. 15 minutes ago, it was confirmed that Zhang Yang had entered the Naval Academy. In the Navy headquarters and the Marshal's office, a colonel stood straight at the desk, reporting the news he had just received to the steel frame. Oh, I see. Steelbone nodded, the colonel saluted Steelbone, and then stepped back. Steelbone, is that kid really worthy of your attention? A calm voice sounded, and the steel frame looked at the strong man sitting on the sofa and replied solemnly, of course, everyone with a domineering look is not a simple thing. If trained properly, that publicity will be able to. He has become one of the Navy's top combat powers, but the only thing I worry about right now is what his temperament is. You have always looked at people very accurately, so this matter is left to you, Zifa. He has short purple hair, a sturdy body, and a general who is tightly tightened by his muscles. His whole body exudes a sharp aura. That's right, this person is the current admiral, Black Wrist Zifa. That kid seemed to be brought back by Carp. Zifa did not immediately agree, but frowned, and said, since he brought it back, shouldn't he be the one who is responsible for teaching? If I just take the kid away without saying a word, don't make a noise when he comes back. You can rest assured about this. Steelbone seemed to have known that Zifa would ask such questions, and said, Kapu's temperament, you don't know, let him teach Zhang Yang, that's okay, I've already told Kapu, let Zhang Yang come to you first. I went there to exercise for a few years, and then whether to follow Carp and let him choose by himself. In this case, that's okay. Zifa nodded and stood up and said, then I'll go and see that kid first. But if you want to go ahead, I won't give him privileges just because he was brought back by Carp. Of course. Gangbone nodded. Hearing this, Zifa opened the door and walked out of the Marshal's office and walked directly to the Naval Academy. To be honest, he was also very interested in this little devil who made Gangbone and Warring States look different. Are you overbearing? Interesting. With a faint smile, Zifa returned to the Naval Academy in a while, and with a light push, at least a dozen tons of giant doors were shut with a bang. Zifa was in the respectful look of the black-clothed man guarding the elevator. I got on the elevator and then came to the 5th floor. Immediately afterwards, I saw this scene where everyone was watching the publicity holding the knife. Is it this kid? Zifa looked at Zhang Yang a few times, then at the fragmented weapon rack in front of Zhang Yang, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to normal. What are you doing in a daze, have you finished your training? Zifa yelled, and everyone immediately came to their senses. Seeing Zifa's serious expression, one by one quickly got down and continued to do push-ups, and the yells suddenly rang again. Tina also rushed to the crowd cautiously and started push-ups. She could see that she was still very afraid of Zifa. Zifa glanced at Tina, then walked towards Zhang Yang. At this time, due to Zifa's loud shout, Zhang Yang also recovered from the excitement of the sword pressure. Sword pressure is similar to Jian Qi, but it is substantially different. Sword Qi, strictly speaking, is a kind of Qi that uses the sword to reach a certain level, causing air fluctuations, and sword pressure is the sword of death reaching a certain level, using a method similar to the principle of sword Qi to release spiritual pressure. So it is called sword pressure. The two seem to be similar, but the sword pressure is much stronger than the sword energy. Think about it, the current Zhang Yang's spiritual power is only so much. Using the captain's understanding of swordsmanship to use sword pressure has this power. Although his current spiritual power is only enough to use once the spiritual pressure is strong in the future, to what extent can it be achieved? How much help did it help him to improve his strength before he had not obtained Lu Jian Ruo Huo and made his body stronger? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Captain, Captain, your memory is really good. Publicity. At this time, Zifa had already arrived in front of Zhang Yang, looking down at Zhang Yang and asked indifferently. You are? Zhang Yang nodded, raised his head and looked at the strong purple-haired man with a strong aura in front of him. He felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who the other party was. The general of the Navy headquarters, Zifa, is also the 5th-tier chief instructor of the Naval Academy. Zifa said lightly. Zifa. Zhang Yang was surprised. He is the future Z? The current admiral? Shouldn't his right hand be mechanical? Zhang Yang glanced at Zifa's right arm. As time has passed, he can't remember some of the plots. This is why he didn't recognize Zifa the first time. In a few years from now, you will follow them to receive my training, and you will not be able to leave the Naval Academy until you meet my qualification standards. Seeing Zhang Yang not speaking, Zifa continued. Oh. Zhang Yang nodded, then suddenly reacted, frowning, and said, I will be here in a few years? What about Lieutenant General Karp? He said he would teach me personally. Kapu will teach you, but after you get out of here, that's what Kapu meant. Zifa continued. What? Hearing that, Zhang Yang's nose was almost crooked, and sure enough, the bad premonition came true, and the dead old man really ran away. Fortunately, I didn't have much hope for the old man, otherwise I would really be furious. However, training under Zifa seemed to be good. He remembered that the 3 major generals and some well-known lieutenants in the future were all Zifa students. From this point of view, staying here seemed much better than following the unreliable old man. Come down with me. I want to see your situation first, and then arrange training for you. Zifa glanced at Zhang Yangdao, then walked to the elevator. Zhang Yang followed without hesitation. And as soon as Zifa and Zhang Yang left, Tina and the others immediately clamored, discussing Zhang Yang's splitting of the weapon rack. After all, although they are the best group of freshmen, not many people seem to be able to use it to split that sturdy weapon rack. Zhang Yang? It seems that there is another good opponent. Ai Yin touched the 2 short knives on her waist, and watched Zhang Yang's departure direction sparkle with inexplicable light. Chapter 11, Start with Running. The Naval Academy is mainly divided into 4 areas, the first and second areas, which are mainly used for trainees to exercise and compete with each other, that is, the playground and arena that Zhang Yang saw when he came in. The third area is the teaching building is here. This is where the instructor specializes in training students. As for the fourth one, the residential area and the canteen behind the teaching building, it goes without saying. Following Zifa, Zhang Yang went downstairs to the spacious playground. The latest batch of people above has been training for more than half a year, so now I want to look at your physical conditions and arrange a separate training plan for you. Is there any problem? Zifa stared at Zhang Yang. No problem. Zhang Yang nodded immediately, with some small expectations in his heart. When his physical fitness keeps up, he can almost use the instant step, and his strength will definitely increase by then. In this case, you first go to the track and listen to my orders. If I let you run, you will run as fast as you can. Don't stop if I don't let you stop. Zifa pointed to the playground. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking of the plot of a certain novel, and couldn't help but wonder, run? Shouldn't you be attacked? Hearing this, Zifa also froze for a moment, and looked at Zhang Yang a little weirdly. This is a test of your physical value, not a test of your combat effectiveness. Oh, cough cough. Zhang Yang coughed awkwardly, and ran to the runway with some blushes. Sure enough, the novels are all deceptive. Zifa didn't care either. Seeing Zhang Yang was ready, he shouted, run. Hearing the password, Zhang Yang ran without hesitation, and rushed forward at his fastest speed. Only half a minute later, Zhang Yang was already out of breath, and his speed started to drop. Seeing this, Zifa, who had been observing the changes in publicity, frowned. Explosive force. Ordinary. Endurance, ordinary. Does this kid really have a domineering look? You can stop. Zifa asked Zhang Yang to stop, and looked at the reddened Zhang Yang and said solemnly, your physique is really too weak, at most only the level of a student on the first floor. Hey, hey. He panted openly without refuting. He also understood that he is not a spiritual self. Even if he has a lot of spiritual power in his body, his physical fitness is only better than that of ordinary adults. In Zifa's view, it is weak. It's normal. Now you have two choices. The first one, I will send you to the first floor now, and you will go up from the first floor, and when will you return to the fifth floor, I will continue to teach you, and the second one, from now on, you will continue to teach you every day. His task is to keep running and get his physical fitness first, otherwise all training will be out of the question. Zifa pondered for a while, staring at Zhang Yang. I choose the second one. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate to choose the second one. He has the power of the of death and a fierce blade. He came here just to exercise his body. He didn't really want to learn the Navy's combat methods, and there was no need to waste time from it. The students at the bottom start. Zifa nodded faintly, as if he was not surprised by the publicity choice, and said, then you start. When can you run around the playground for more than 2 laps without breathing before you come to me? After speaking, Zifa didn't wait for Zhang Yang's answer, and walked directly to the teaching building. 2 laps? Zhang Yang looked around the entire playground and couldn't help licking his dry mouth chun. This lap was almost 500 meters long, and 2 laps were 1 kilometer. Running 1 kilometer without panting? This is really challenging. But, I like. With a confident arc at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yang sat down and rested for a while, and when his breathing calmed down, he twisted his neck and walked onto the playground to start running. After half a lap, Zhang Yang panting again sat down to rest, and then continued to run. On the 5th floor of the teaching building, Zifa started to rest while watching from the window, panting, and then started running endlessly, shook his head. This kind of kid, really domineering? Once again, he was suspicious of Gang Bone's words, and Zifa turned around and beckoned to Ai Yin who was resting. Teacher, what's the matter? Seeing Zifa beckoning, Ai Yin ran over immediately and looked up at Zifa's respected Tao. Go down and teach that little devil how to run. Zifa glanced at him and started to rest publicly. Yes. Ai Yin glanced at Zhang Yang, nodded, and then went straight downstairs to Zhang Yang. Tina is going too. Tina, who was doing knife swing training, heard the words, dropped the knife in her hand, and jumped to keep up. Stop! Go back to training! Zifa snorted, and Tina immediately shrank her neck, and hurriedly returned to her place to continue training like a frightened bunny. Downstairs, Zhang Yang was adjusting his breathing, feeling a surge of spiritual pressure approaching him, turned his head to look, and saw Ai Yin approaching him. Why is she here? Zhang Yang murmured strangely, sitting on the ground and did not get up. After all, the other party just walked over here, who knows if he is looking for him. But it was obvious that Ai Yin did come to him, because Ai Yin walked right in front of him and looked at him quietly. Something wrong? Zhang Yang held his chin and looked up at Ai Yin. I have to say that although Ai Yin is only 12 or 13 years old, but I don't know if it is because of different reasons in the world, the body has obviously begun to develop, and the royal blue short hair is exquisite. His face is really pleasing to the eye. Seeing Zhang Yang looking at her with an undisguised gaze, Ai Yin's good-looking brows wrinkled, and said in a cold voice, "The purpose of the teacher to let you run is to improve your physical fitness. The 2 laps are just a measure, not for you. To use this as a training, practice like you, there will be no effect at all." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback and reacted fiercely. That's right, it's useless to run and stop like this. Keep running. Bye. Just thinking about becoming stronger and stronger, this kind of common sense question is forgotten. Beauty, thanks. Zhang Yang stood up fiercely, smiled brightly at Ai Yin, and ran directly to the track. Ai Yin was stunned, glanced at the figure of the running back, turned and walked towards the teaching building. On the playground, Zhang Yang did not sprint, but chose to jog. Just now Ian's words made Zhang Yang wake up from his dream. He just thought about running 2 laps without breathing, but forgot that it's useless to run and stop like that. If Anne reminded him, he didn't know how much to waste. Time just reacted. Just to remind me, this girl might like me, right? Zhang Yang in a good mood couldn't help but think of narcissism. Of course, he himself knew that this was impossible. It should be Zifa who saw his mistake from the 5th floor and asked Ai Yin to come and remind him. But anyway, in short, from now on, Zhang Yang has finally started to become stronger. It can be expected that over a long period of time, when his physical stamina rises, the strength he shows will definitely surprise people. P.S. The name is still not changed. If it is changed, some people like it and some people don't. It's endless, everyone will include it. It may be strange at first, but it will get used to it after a long time. Well, besides, there will be 4 shifts during the double-day break tomorrow. If there are rewards, they will be added appropriately. Chapter 12, Jijue Why is so noisy? Blue sky, white clouds, today is another good weather. The Naval Headquarters Academy, on the wide playground runway, Zhang Yang ran at an unhurried speed. A neat navy suit had long been wet with sweat. Due to the long exercise time, his reddish face was covered with perseverance. It seems that I don't know what to give up. On the 5th floor of the teaching building, Zifa, who occasionally saw this scene from the window, nodded slightly, and then continued to instruct the students on various skills when fighting the enemy. Hey! Zhang Yang breathed regularly, inhaling through his nose, and exhaling from his mouth. Even though his chest was uncomfortable, he did not use his mouth to inhale, because he knew that once the inhalation and exhalation between the nose and the mouth were out of balance, he would soon lose his breath. Out of breath, I can't run anymore. It wasn't until another 5 laps, a total of 13 laps, that my eyes were a little dazzling before he slowly stopped, and he collapsed directly on the ground, squinting at the dazzling sun, and panting heavily. Suddenly, a dark shadow covered the sun, frowned, and his slightly squinted eyes opened. Her long pink hair is tied into a small braid, her big eyes are bent into crescents, her delicate little face has a happy smile, and a neat navy suit clings to her body, drawing out her primordial curve. Tina! Zhang Yang was stunned. Hey! Tired and stupid? It's time to eat, don't get up quickly, or Tina won't wait for you. Tina put her hands behind her back, bent over and hummed while watching Zhang Yang, who was lying on the ground. Hey! Understand? Hearing this, he grinned openly, saluted in a weird manner, and stood up. It's almost the same, Tina won't care about you. Small, let's go. Tina smiled with satisfaction, then her little head shook, and said to Small, who was also on the side. Smog watched Zhang Yang and Tina frowned, did not speak, and looked like they did not want to speak, and followed them to the cafeteria. At the same time, a large number of students also walked out of the teaching building and walked to the cafeteria. This is already the 7th day after Zhang Yang started running. In the past 7 days, Zhang Yang has almost become accustomed to the life here. Although he cannot go to the 5th floor for the time being, Tina often comes to remind herself to eat, and slowly also cooked up. As for Smog, he was purely because he was more familiar with Tina. Of course, it could also be for other reasons. I practiced running with almost no rest for 7 days. I don't know if it's because of the different world or something. From just a few hundred meters before to running most of the lap without breathing, the improvement of publicity is definitely very obvious, although the distance is not 3 laps. There is still a long way to breathe, but judging from this trend, it does not seem to take long. When they came to the canteen, there were already quite a few people inside, and as the 3 of Zhang Yang walked in, they immediately attracted countless light and discussions. Although Smog and Tina are not the strongest on the 5th floor, they are still on the 5th floor. The students of the extra superior class taught by the Admiral Zifa himself are the students on the 1st to 4th floors. Naturally, his eyes are extremely eye-catching. As for Zhang Yang, because he was running on the playground continuously for a week, he was naturally seen by the students who came out to the outdoor class or the pair training class. It was just different from Tina and others, but no one knew which floor Zhang Yang was on. So although many people are curious about Zhang Yang's weird behavior, there is no such phenomenon as Tina and the others. Hey! Zhang Yang, Tina, Smog, here. Lined up to prepare the food, Zhang Yang just decided to choose a place to sit down. A shout came, and Zhang Yang turned to look, only to see a teenager with orange hair waving their arms at Zhang Yang. It's Bastille, let's go over. Zhang Yang smiled at Tina and Smog, and took them over and sat down together. Bastille, the future Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, is also one of the people who are more familiar with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you have made great progress recently. It seems that you will be able to learn with us soon. Bastille laughed. It's too early to improve woolen yarn. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes while eating. Haha. Come on. Bastille laughed and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. The group of people talked and laughed while eating. This kind of warm feeling made Zhang Yang a little strange. After eating, the 3 of Tina continued to return to the 5th floor to continue training, while Zhang Yang also continued to return to the playground to start their own running career. There was silence on the playground, only the regular footsteps and gasping sounds of publicity. The slightly harsh sunlight shining on, stretched the publicity's shadow very long and long. After more than an hour, Zhang Yang was out of breath again, so he found a cool place to stop and start to rest. Turning his head and glanced at the teaching building, listening to the faint shouts coming from inside, Zhang Yang looked at the white sky, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes and began to practice spiritual power. This was something he discovered accidentally. After strenuous exercise, practicing spiritual power seems to have unexpected benefits. Not only can it quickly restore physical strength, it also makes spiritual power increase much faster than usual. This is for the current urgent need to strengthen physical fitness and at the same time increase. For the publicity of spiritual power, it is simply a great discovery. In the past few days, with this method, Zhang Yang has not only improved his physical fitness, but also has a lot of spiritual power. In addition, he uses spiritual power to practice spiritual power instead of sleep in the dormitory every night. Now Zhang Yang's spiritual pressure it has completely surpassed the general death god. If you continue, I am afraid it will not take long to learn the long-awaited instant step. It's a long story. 10 minutes later, his physical strength was fully recovered, and Zhang Yang continued to run without stopping. In this way, more than 3 hours passed. Zhang Yang Zheng started jogging again. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the teaching building. A group of boys and girls walked out under the leadership of a navy. It seemed that their attire should be at least the rank of a colonel or even a general. Zhang Yang turned his head and glanced, but he didn't care. It should have been outdoor class or battle practice again. Zhang Yang has seen several batches in the past few days. In fact, Zhang Yang's guess was really good. The group of boys and girls walked straight to the playground. After looking at the running Zhang Yang curiously, they lined up the line under the leadership of the instructor, and then walked to the instructor to explain to them. Demonstrate some basic enemy methods. Do you understand everything? After the demonstration, the instructor sternly shouted at the group of boys and girls. Understood. The boys and girls immediately responded in unison. If you understand, immediately start practicing in pairs, and I will check it in an hour. The instructor said expressionlessly, and then turned and left without a trace. Seeing this, these young girls suddenly broke up, and each found familiar people to form a pair to start training. While running, Zhang Yang glanced at the exercises of these boys and girls, and soon lost interest. Although the instructor taught the most practical fighting skills, he was in vain with the captain's 2,000 years of accumulation. The combat experience is not worth mentioning at all. Since there are more powerful ones, Zhang Yang naturally has no interest in them. But soon, Zhang Yang couldn't help but frowned, because he found that several guys were pointing at him, and that's fine. Those guys seemed to be saying something bad to him. At this moment, Zhang Yang was immediately upset. It's fine for these strong men like Zifa to treat him badly. After all, people's strength lies there, but these scums with less than 5 combat power dare to speak ill of him. I can't bear it. Jike and crookedly noisy. Zhang Yang turned his head and snorted coldly at those guys. The spiritual pressure that had already begun to take shape in his body suddenly spewed out and directly pressed them. Chapter 13, Let and number 039, take the supreme big knife. Hayden is a student on the 3rd floor. He has been in the school for more than half a year. With his good talent and personality, he has won the favor of many students and even instructors. He is one of the best among all the students on the 3rd floor. Strength, this made Hayden very proud, and he even felt that he could be compared with the students on the 4th or even 5th floor. This afternoon was a practical training class. The instructor taught a lot of things. Hayden studied very carefully. Although he was arrogant, he also knew that these things were very important to his future survival. After that, the instructor left. Hayden also started training in pairs with a few close companions. That's amazing. I learned what the instructor taught so quickly. Hayden, you really deserve to be the strongest student on the 3rd floor. Hayden dropped his opponent to the ground with a flexible over-shoulder fall. Hearing the exclamation of his companions, he was very proud of himself, but on the surface he waved his hand with nothing. In fact, it's nothing, practice more, you can also do what I do. Even so, it's still amazing. I think Hayden can be compared with the students on the 4th or 5th floor, right? A student flattered, immediately made Hayden very useful, and waved his hand with a humble expression, where, the students on the 4th and 5th floors learn things 1 or 2 levels higher than us, how easy it is. I don't think it is necessarily. The runner over there seems to be on the 5th floor. It seems to be called Zhang Yang. I don't think he is so good. Another student pointed to Zhang Yang, who was jogging on the playground. Hearing this, Hayden turned his head and looked at Zhang Yang for a moment. He had seen Zhang Yang several times in the past few days. However, seeing Zhang Yang's tired and half-dead look after running more than a dozen laps, he thought Zhang Yang was on the first floor or the second floor. The students in the floor. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be on the fifth floor. After a moment of stunned, he was more confident than ever. Was the student on the fifth floor at this level? If the fifth floor is all trash like that guy, I think I should still be able to deal with it. Hayden said with a confident look, and suddenly several other people were full of admiration. After all, Hayden was considered the strongest on their level, and he was also very powerful. However, they just wanted to continue to praise Hayden a few words when they heard an uncomfortable voice coming over. Jike and crookedly noisy. Boom! Before a few people could react, a heavy feeling deep into their souls suddenly pressed them, making them feel in a trance. Their bodies softened, and they almost fell to their knees. Among them, Hayden is included. Who is it? Hayden resisted the urge to fall down, turned his head to look pale, and Zhang Yang's somewhat uncomfortable dark eyes appeared in his eyes. It's him. Isn't he exhausted every step of the way? What is going on with this terrifying power? Hayden's heart beats wildly, don't know why. Looking at Zhang Yang's somewhat handsome face, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. You are very noisy, shut up, do you know? Zhang Yang glared at Hayden. I know. I know. Hayden nodded blankly. Seeing this, Zhang Yang didn't bother to pay attention to him, raised his foot and continued to jog. There was no fluctuation in his heart about the fact that these guys were scared by the Ryotsu. Originally, the current Zhang Yang's Ryotsu has far surpassed the general death god. Although there is still a distance from the seat officer, not to mention the future naval elites on the fifth floor, but it is used to frighten these who have not shown their faces in the original work. The students of Zhanwuzhia on the third floor are still relaxed. It's just that the guy who is scared to this degree is proud, and that publicity is really hopeless. Time passed a little while Zhang Yang was running. During this period, Hayden and the others never gave Zhang Yang any more instructions. I am afraid that Zhang Yang was really frightened. After all, the spiritual pressure is directly applied to the soul. Unless it has a strong strength, it is difficult to resist. From this perspective, there are indeed many similarities between the spiritual pressure and the overlord's domineering publicity. Zhang Yang was resting without cultivating spiritual power, and Zifa suddenly walked out of the teaching building and shouted to Zhang Yang. Teacher, what's the matter? Zhang Yang stood up and said strangely. Zifa asked him to call the name teacher, and Zhang Yang had no objection. After all, Zifa was really serious about helping him exercise. Kapu is waiting for you outside the door, he asked me to take you to see him. Zifa started. The old Lieutenant General Karp is back. Hearing that, Zhang Yang wanted to scold his mother when he opened his mouth. Does this dead old man know to come back? However, due to the occasion, Zhang Yang changed Karp's name. Well, I used the phone bug to contact me just now, let's go. Zifa didn't care either. He walked to the door first, and then pressed one hand against the door with a gentle force. The giant door was suddenly opened with a gap large enough for one person to pass through. Get out! Zifa said with a face as usual. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded and looked at the giant gate easily pushed open by Zifa. He licked his tongue without leaving a trace. A trace of burning flashed in his eyes. I don't know that when his physical strength reaches this level, he will have it. What kind of strength? Thinking expectantly in his heart, Zhang Yang had already walked out of the Naval Academy, and then he saw Karp's face that made people want to rush up and kick a few feet. Do you still know how old you come back? Zhang Yang gritted his teeth as he walked towards Karp. Boy, how many times have you said it? Don't call me old man, call me Lieutenant General Karp. Cap immediately blew his beard and stared, and his punch-big fist slammed into the open head without hesitation. It's just that the publicity at this time is different from the publicity of 10 days ago. Although it is not strong, the ability of the of death has begun to show its strength. When Carp's fist was about to hit him on the head, his hands suddenly grabbed Carp's wrists, and then leaped into the air with his hands as a fulcrum. Action is like wind, whip legs like electricity. Cut the fist and go ghost, fight for nothing. Oh! Carp was surprised for a moment, and then his arm shook. Zhang Yang suddenly felt an unstoppable force coming, and the whole person was directly thrown away by Carp. However, after Zhang Yang's body flipped in the air to remove the power, it fell smoothly to the ground. Upon seeing this, Carp was surprised again. "Old man, your fists are useless to me, and don't you think you should explain to me?" Zhang Yang curled his lips and stared at Carp. At the same time, he secretly sighed about Carp's strength. It was so strong without a trace of dominance. I am afraid that if Carp really does it, he will be able to solve the current publicity in an instant. However, Zhang Yang was not discouraged either. His current body was barely able to use some simple for nothing. When his physical fitness and spiritual power were raised in the future, it would be completely impossible for Carp to solve Zhang Yang so easily. Haha! Explain? Explain what? Carp laughed as he didn't understand anything. Don't pretend to be a fool, didn't you say you want to teach me yourself? When he heard this, Zhang Yang suddenly lost his temper. Oh, you said that? I'm not suitable for teaching people. That fellow Zifa is an expert in this area. Haven't I already asked Steel to ask him to train you well? As he said, Carp said a little strangely, speaking of which, what did the guy Zifa teach you, and those moves just don't look like his. Hearing that, Zhang Yang curled his lips and didn't explain it. Carp would have misunderstood a misunderstanding. It just so happened that he couldn't explain where he came from in vain. However, it seems that this old man can't be cheaper. Touching his chin, Zhang Yang suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. In short, you didn't abide by the agreed agreement, so you must meet one of my conditions now. Zhang Yang suddenly said. Conditions? What conditions? Carp asked suspiciously. I need a better knife. Zhang Yang said, since the last time he tasted the sweetness of kendo, Zhang Yang has been thinking about getting a good knife before Lu Jian Ruo Huo appeared, and now it's just time for Carp to help him solve this matter. Knife? Of course, what kind of knife do you want? Carp didn't care about it. With his status, it is not easy to get a famous knife. Just come and take the supreme big knife casually. Zhang Yang said calmly. Puff. Carp's eyes suddenly bulged. Chapter 14, Public Sense of Crisis. You, what did you say? How could I have that kind of thing? When he heard Zhang Yang's words, Carp almost breathed out, staring at Zhang Yang with a pair of bull's eyes. The supreme big knife? That's a big knife. There are only 12 peerless swords in the entire world. Almost all things like that are unattainable, even he can't get it. This kid, do you know what the supreme big knife is? It's also said that you can't find it. Zhang Yang buttoned his ears and glanced at Carp. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Carp shook his head like a rattle, and said, even I can hardly get that kind of thing. A big knife is still possible. Then a big knife. Zhang Yang said without hesitation, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew the preciousness of encountering a big knife. From the very beginning, his purpose was a big knife. Only with this level of knife can he use the captain's kendo better. What? Carp was taken aback for a moment, and then saw the smile on the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. He knew that he was being overcast, and stared openly and said, good boy, you just did it on purpose. It doesn't matter whether it's deliberate or not. The important thing is that you have to get me a big knife now, or do you want everyone to know that the Navy hero Carp is the one who hasn't followed twice in a row? The promised person. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows and stared at Cap Deo with a smile. Cap suddenly stared at Zhang Yang. Why is this kid so insidious? Is this really the owner of the Overlord? Well, okay, I have to go back and continue training. I'll beg you about the knife, Ka Pu Zhongjian. Zhang Yang grinned, deliberately holding the last 4 words long, and then turned around and returned to the Naval Academy without hesitation, leaving only Carp, who was about to erupt from the volcano. But staring at Zhang Yang's leaving back for a long time, Carp ran back to his warship and immediately went out to sea to find a big knife. He believed that if he didn't get a big knife quickly, they wouldn't be able to get it. Fortunately, he really went out and said he didn't keep his promise. On the other hand, the public mood in a good mood returned to normal days. Run during the day and practice spiritual power at night. Because the dormitories are all single rooms, they occasionally practice the ghost way. In such a full life that is arranged every day, Zhang Yang feels very fulfilled even though he is tired, because he feels obtained, his body is slowly getting stronger. Unknowingly, time passed, and 1 month passed. Finally, on this day, Zhang Yang finally managed to run 3 laps without breathing much. His physical fitness has completely surpassed the average person. On the playground, Zifa looked as if he had just run 3.5 laps as usual before he started panting. He nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yang's progress really surprised him. You must know that even the students on the 5th floor. It took nearly 3 months for people to achieve this level at the fastest. Unexpectedly, the foundation is worse than their publicity, but they did it in more than a month. Should they really be the owner of the domineering and domineering? Zifa naturally didn't know that the reason Zhang Yang progressed so quickly was because there was a lot of spiritual energy in his body. Moreover, Zhang Yang did not have a domineering look, but a power that completely surpassed his cognition, spiritual pressure. Well, now your basic training is complete, but I'm talking about it. The next training is not comparable to the previous small fights. Are you mentally prepared? Zifa said with a serious face. You can start anytime. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. In his eyes, there was a little bit of expectation. He can feel that compared to himself when he just crossed more than a month ago, his physical stamina has improved. Although his body strength has not improved much, his speed, endurance, and jumping ability have not improved. I know how much, and what excites Zhang Yang most is that his physique seems to almost meet the requirements of using Shunbu. Just over a month of basic training has allowed him to make such a big change. Zhang Yang is really looking forward to how strong he will become in the next training. Seeing Zhang Yang's slightly expectant eyes, Zifa also looked up to Zhang Yang even more. People who don't know how to make progress will never want to become stronger. In his view, the current publicity really fits a character with a domineering look. If this is the case, then I won't say much. You have a good rest today, and I will give you your next training schedule later. As for the combat skills. Having said this, Zifa took a deep look at Zhang Yang and said faintly, I think, you don't need it, do you? Hearing that, Zhang Yang's heart jumped immediately, knowing that Zifa had seen the vain fight he showed in front of Carp a month ago. Teacher, Zhang Yang opened his mouth, and just planned to make up a reason to explain for nothing, but Zifa interrupted him. I don't want to know where your moves came from, I just want to know who you will use it to deal with in the future. Zifa stared at Zhang Yang's eyes and said solemnly. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then came to understand and said seriously, of course it is a pirate. I hope you remember what you said today. Zifa took a deep look at Zhang Yang and turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang breathed out slowly. He could feel that there was a killing intent on Zifa just now. As long as he behaved abnormally just now, Zifa would definitely kill him. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly felt a faint sense of crisis. Perhaps staying here is not as safe as he thought. In fact, whether it is the navy or the pirates, although Zhang Yang is more inclined to pirates, he does not hate the navy so much. He also understands that no matter how absolute justice is, there is definitely more fearful darkness behind it. It's really good, even if he stays in the navy in the future, it will be fine. But now it seems that Zhang Yang is a bit naive. The ability of his of death is really too strange for people in this world. As the saying goes, people who are not my race must have different hearts, not to mention that any unstable navy is not allowed. If Zhang Yang continues to use it, the various abilities of the of death will definitely make the navy suspicious of him, unless he can have any good explanations. It's just that the Grim Reaper's abilities to cut fists and go ghosts are different, even using devil fruits. They didn't explain it well, right? Oh. Why are there so many doubts? Don't you just have to be happy? Seeing Zifa's departure, Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. For the time being, as long as he doesn't show anything bad for the navy, there will be no danger, but it won't be easy to say in the future. Whether you choose to go out alone or enter the navy for training, it's not that stable. In this case, in order to cope with the danger that does not know when it will appear, we must work hard to increase our strength. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. And he walked to the dormitory behind the teaching building without hesitation. Chapter 15, Shunbu and Number 039, S Practice. The dormitory of the Naval Academy is divided into two parts, male and female dormitories. The dormitory style is a 3-story bungalow, neatly arranged, and a wall separates the male and female dormitories. The layout of the dormitory is also very simple. With a bed and a table, the furnishings are very simple, and it also meets the requirements of the dormitory. Zhang Yang did not return to the dormitory, but went straight to the top of the floor where his dormitory was located, letting go of perception, and he was alone in the entire dormitory area. This is also inevitable. After all, it is still class time, and the students are all being trained by their instructors in the teaching building. As for why Zhang Yang came here specially, it is very simple, because the playground exposed to the public is not suitable for the next thing, the advanced moving footwork of the of death, the practice of instant step. As the strongest of death in 1,000 years, the captain's Shunbu attainments are naturally unquestionable. Being able to use Shunbu flexibly as soon as possible will definitely greatly improve Zhang Yang's strength. Let's start. Closing his eyes, the memory fragments about Shunbu constantly appeared in Zhang Yang's mind, and he began to carefully understand the captain's understanding and use of Shunbu. The surrounding area was quiet, and a breeze blew by, blowing the fluffy skirts and broken hair. At a certain moment, Zhang Yang suddenly opened his eyes. As if he had practiced countless times, the spiritual power in his body began to gather on the soles of his feet, and then suddenly exploded without any muddy water. Bang! With a soft sound, Zhang Yang shot out at an extremely fast speed, and appeared on the edge of the building almost in the blink of an eye. There is no doubt that this is Shunbu. However, Zhang Yang curled his lips. Obviously, Shunbu did not meet his requirements. There is a clear voice, it should be the method of bursting that needs to be adjusted, and the speed is not as fast as expected, it should be related to the amount of spiritual power used, let's do it again. Standing on the edge of the building, Zhang Yang carefully thought about what Shunbu had not done well just now. After comparing it with the memory of the captain in his head, he turned around and the spiritual power in his body once again gathered on the soles of his feet. Instant step. Bang! There was a much lower voice than before, and Zhang Yang's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he came to the edge of the opposite building. Then, without any pause, there was another soft sound, and Zhang Yang disappeared again. Next, a slight noise continued to sound from the roof of the entire building, and in the constant weakening, the public figure was also constantly flashing in various places. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's feet were soft, and the whole person almost fell, showing a figure from the fast movement. Not enough spiritual power. Zhang Yang looked pale and shook his head, sitting on the ground and regaining his spiritual power. Judging from the exercises just now, although it has not reached the perfect point, it is almost the same. Due to physical reasons, the one-time burst of spiritual power is also limited. If you want a faster speed, you can only work hard to strengthen your physical fitness up. Moreover, spiritual power is also a problem. The higher the speed of the instant step, the greater the consumption of spiritual power, but this is not anxious, and you can only cultivate slowly over time. After all, he wasn't Kurosaki Ichigo, whose mother was a captain-level Quinzaner, and his father was a captain-level death god, and he had a deputy captain-level Ryotsuba plug-in king from the beginning. After resting for a while, Shunbu was almost done, and Zhang Yang returned to the dormitory, lying on the bed, and starting a long-lost sleep. Although it is said that cultivating spiritual power can replace sleep, after all, publicity is still a flesh and blood body. Occasionally sleeping is good for the body. After all, sleeping is also a great enjoyment, isn't it? Chapter 16, Discuss Swordsmanship with Tina. I don't know how long it took, but in a daze, Zhang Yang was awakened by someone. He opened his eyes and saw that Bastille didn't know when he came to his dormitory. Bastille? What's wrong, what's the matter? Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes and sat up and said. Hearing this, Bastille gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up, and said helplessly, Zhang Yang, you are really good, is there anything else? The teacher is looking for you, why are you still sleeping here? Find me. Zhang Yang was stunned, and then he woke up and remembered that Zifa was going to give him a training watch. He was speechless for a while. Shit, hadn't slept for too long, so I fell asleep once today. What time is it? Zhang Yang hid hatch and scratched his head helplessly. 3 in the afternoon. Bastille replied, then remembering something, looking at Zhang Yang with a weird face, by the way, Tina was also looking for you at noon just now. Okay. Ignoring the weird look in Bastille's eyes, Zhang Yang nodded, began to put on clothes and shoes, and then began to wash. Needless to say, Tina, the little girl who didn't find him at noon, must be angry again. Later, I'd better go directly to the 5th floor to find her, and take the training sheet by the way. Speaking of it, I don't know what kind of psychology Tina is holding. She seems to like to pester Zhang Yang. She does not talk to Zhang Yang for dinner at noon, and she always runs to see Zhang Yang when she is fine. Sometimes Zhang Yang is even thinking narcissistically, would this little girl like him? Hey, Zhang Yang, do you think Tina likes you? Bastille leaned in front of Zhang Yang, who was brushing her teeth, and said with a gossip. Maybe. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said with a frothy vague voice in his mouth, feeling a little strange in his heart. After growing up, Tina is definitely one of the rare beauties in the Navy, but now Tina is just a cute little loli. Zhang Yang looks only 12 years old now, but she is already in her 20s. When he is old, does he have any weird uncle hobbies? It really feels weird to be liked by such a little loli. Oh no, this is just a guess, Tina may not really like him yet. Seeing that Zhang Yang was so calm, Bastille felt boring, so he sat aside and waited for Zhang Yang with a boring look. After washing, Zhang Yang said to the Bastille, let's go to the 5th floor. 5th floor? Can you go back to the 5th floor? Bastille was taken aback. When can't I go back to the 5th floor? Zhang Yang glared at the Bastille uncomfortably, and then took the lead to walk towards the teaching building. The Bastille was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly followed. When I came to the teaching building, there happened to be students on the playground to practice the battle on the ring. Zhang Yang took a look and then looked at the teaching building in front of him. The last time I came, it seems to be more than a month ago. Time flies. With a sigh, Zhang Yang took the elevator directly to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is still the 5th floor, the empty space, the students who are sweating like rain, and the new weapon rack, everything seems to be the same as it was a month ago. Everyone, see who is here. Bastille yelled at the trainees who were training, and immediately showed them all. When they saw Zhang Yang, everyone behaved differently. The future lieutenants are still very good at getting along with people. Seeing Zhang Yang, they all walked over to say hello to Zhang Yang and talked a few words. Of course, some people did not come and still train themselves, such as Bins. Like Tina. This guy. Seeing Tina suffocating her head while practicing the knife, Zhang Yang shook her head helplessly. Just planning to pass, she found a figure with a faint fragrance blocking him. Something. Zhang Yang looked at Ai Yin in surprise. This girl seemed to have only training and Zifa in her eyes. Didn't she usually like to be in contact with people? Is the sun coming out from the west today? The teacher asked me to give it to you. Anne stuffed a form into Zhang Yang's hand, and then returned to Bins to continue training without looking back. Zhang Yang curled his lips and looked at the form in his hand. After that, his face suddenly turned black. A 2-kilometer sprint in the morning. 1000 push UPS, 10 sets a day. 200 kilograms of leapfrog, 10 laps. And many more. Damn! Zhang Yang couldn't help but burst out a foul language, which immediately caused Bastille to look over, glanced at the form in Zhang Yang's hand, and couldn't help but open his mouth. He looked at Zhang Yang with sympathy and said, "Your training intensity is better than that. We are even taller. It seems that the teacher is going to fix you to death. Go aside." Zhang Yang glared at Bastille and drove away the gloater. He looked at the training table carefully and found that although the intensity of these trainings was ridiculously high, they seemed to be targeted training. Sprint running can exercise his explosive power, push UPS can exercise his arm strength and waist strength very well, and a series of trainings such as weight-bearing leapfrogging are all specially planned training for all parts of his body. Zhang Yang has completed these trainings, and his physical strength will definitely reach an unprecedented level. Silently took the form into his arms, Zhang Yang looked at Tina, and shivered with fright, Tina who was secretly watching here, and quickly continued to practice the most basic swordsmanship. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and Zhang Yang walked over without hesitation. Aside, Bastille, who was watching this scene, secretly gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up. "Beauty, what's the matter? You seem very upset." Walking to Tina, Zhang Yang stared at Tina with a smile. "Humph." Tina turned around, changed direction and continued to practice swordsmanship. "Oh, I thought someone was too bad at swordsmanship and planned to give pointers. But it seems that someone doesn't appreciate it." Zhang Yang sighed, as if pointedly. "You nonsense. Tina's swordsmanship is not bad." Tina suddenly turned her head and stared openly. "Is it really not bad?" Zhang Yang smiled lightly, walked to the weapon rack and took a long knife, waved it casually, and said, "Try to attack me." "Hey! Attack and attack!" Tina said unconvinced at once, and flicked a long knife in her hand, as if Zhang Yang rushed over. Zhang Yang looked as usual, and the long knife in his hand also greeted him. Next moment. Ding! 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 Everyone watched the sound of a series of weapons intersecting. Then, they saw Zhang Yang and Tina's long knife clashing quickly, but after a while, they found that Tina was constantly retreating, with some tricks. "Can't stand it anymore." Ding! There was another clear cry. Tina let out an exclamation, the long knife in her hand was directly picked up and flew out, spinning in the air, and the blade trembled. Everyone stared at this scene blankly. No one could imagine that Zhang Yang's swordsmanship was so powerful. "You know, Tina's swordsmanship is not the best here, but it's almost the same, and Zhang Yang just now, but defeated Tina by an overwhelming advantage, which shocked them involuntarily. His swordsmanship is really amazing." Ai Yin looked at Zhang Yang with a knife in one hand with a strange expression, and muttered in her heart. Chapter 17, Sharp Knife, Water Cut. How come? Tina stared blankly at the long knife that fell on the ground, and then at Zhang Yang, who was holding the long knife, but didn't react at all for a while. Don't you practice swordsmanship every day? Did she listen carefully when the teacher taught them swordsmanship? But Zhang Yang is just running every day. Why is his swordsmanship so powerful? It's just that Tina had forgotten that she split the weapon rack when she came last time. Tina had forgotten this, but others would not, so after she was shocked that Tina was defeated so easily, she quickly reacted and looked at Zhang Yang with different eyes. People on the 5th floor will become school officers at the lowest level after they go out, and it is not impossible to even directly become generals. Before Zhang Yang, apart from that time when he cleaved the weapon rack, there was hardly any eye-catching performance. Most of them even watched. I was very enthusiastic about Zhang Yang, but it was just superficial effort. Today, Zhang Yang finally showed a part of his own strength, and he would naturally impress them. On the other side, looking at Tina who was a little dazed, Zhang Yang danced a sword flower with the long sword in his hand. Well, yes, after his body became stronger, he became more proficient in the use of kendo. However, Zhang Yang also understands that being able to defeat Tina so easily, first is because this basic swordsmanship is far from the kendo that the captain has accumulated over thousands of years, and the second is because Tina is a girl and has a little strength. Insufficient. The so-called one-force reduction 10 guilds, if one day encounters a swordsman who is good at swordsmanship and has great strength, it will not be so easy to solve the publicity. But Zhang Yang is not worried, after all, he is also getting stronger. Moreover, for him, kendo is just one of the fighting methods, ghosts, white fights, instant steps, and even the swift blades that will appear in the future. As long as he is given time, he will definitely become stronger than anyone else. Keek, the words are far away. How about it, do you want me to teach you? Zhang Yang said with a smile. Humph. Hearing this, Tina turned her head, and then couldn't help but turn back and said, You really want to teach Tina swordsmanship? Of course, as long as you are not angry. Zhang Yang nodded with a chuckle. Since, in this case, Tina will forgive you. Tina rolled her head and said reluctantly. Looking at Tina's arrogant appearance, Zhang Yang didn't break it. She shook her head funny, and with a flick of her hand, the long knife just fell on the weapon rack. Zhang Yang, you kid, okay? I thought you know nothing? It turned out to be a hidden master. Bastille also ran over at this moment, putting on Zhang Yang's shoulders, and we are familiar with it. Looked like, hey, teach me too, don't you know, my swordsmanship is a mess. Row. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said. Upon seeing this, the others were also a little moved, but since they were not familiar with Zhang Yang to that extent, no one was embarrassed to come over. Zhang Yang didn't care. He was only familiar with Tina and Bastille here. As a friend, it was nothing to teach them swordsmanship, but other people just stopped doing his business. As for what to do if Zifa knows about such a great swordsmanship, Zhang Yang has also thought about this. Since the white fight has already been revealed, and nothing else is concealed, Zifa and the Navy will think whatever they want. Anyway, as long as he doesn't show any disadvantage to the Navy. Zhang Yang doesn't believe it anymore. A potential stock like his own potential, even if the source is unknown, the Navy can deal with itself so easily. Let's go, I have to train tomorrow. Let's coach you first while there is still time. Zhang Yang glanced at the sky outside the window, and walked downstairs with the two of them. Behind them, Smog frowned and stared at the backs of Tina and Zhang Yang, slapped, fingertips, a touch of white. The smoke is looming. Zhang Yang, Smog seems to have been staring at you just now. When he went downstairs, Bastille glanced at Tina, and whispered in Zhang Yang's ear, that guy Smog seems to have always thought about Tina. You take Tina away in front of him like this, that guy maybe it's going to blow up. Okay, I know. Zhang Yang nodded and glanced at Tina. He naturally knew that Smog liked Tina, which could be seen from the time he got along, and Smog was staring at him just now, but he didn't care much. First of all, now his body is only 12 years old, and he can't do anything even if he wants to. He really has no interest in Tina, at least, not now. Secondly, Smog was so angry that he had a relationship with him, so he was happy, and he couldn't take care of other people. In the end, even if Smog comes to trouble him, he is not afraid of Smog at all, but I don't know whether Smog has eaten the fruit of smoke, otherwise he will not be domineering in elementalization. I am afraid it will be true. Nothing. Okay. When I didn't say it. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't care, Bastille shook his head helplessly. Why did he always feel that everything was expected by this guy? Is this the so-called king style? At this time, the three have arrived on the playground. You use this pair to practice first, let me see how your swordsmanship is, and then I will give you some advice. Zhang Yang handed the two long knives that had been smoothly passed from the 5th floor just now to the two of them. The two nodded, and began to practice each other. Bastille was right. His swordsmanship was really messed up. In just a while, Bastille lost to Tina. This made Tina very happy. It turns out that my swordsmanship is not bad. Although the swordsmanship of the two had so many flaws in Zhang Yang's eyes. Next, Zhang Yang really started to pick out their own faults for the two and help them make up for their flaws in swordsmanship. With the memory of the captain, this matter is easy. 2 hours later, Bastille and Tina both looked at Zhang Yang with shocked faces. They practiced against each other again just now. Although Bastille still lost, they all clearly felt the changes between themselves and the previous ones, swordsmanship, and compared with before, I have improved too much. Zhang Yang, where on earth did you guy learn such a great swordsmanship? How do I feel that it is better than what teacher Zifa taught? You can just go to be a teacher. Bastille exclaimed exaggeratedly. Be your sister's teacher, hurry up and go back to train. Tina, you should go back too, you need to practice more swordsmanship. Zhang Yang glared at Bastille and said to Tina. Well, thank you for teaching Tina swordsmanship, Tina is very happy. Tina smiled sweetly at Zhang Yang, and then went back to the 5th floor with Bastille. Zhang Yang walked under the big tree next to the playground, looked at the sky with his hands behind his head, and felt that Zifa's spiritual pressure had arrived at the gate of the Naval Academy. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Zifa walked in with a long box. After closing the door, Zifa saw the publicity under the tree at a glance, and walked down holding the box. Teacher. Zhang Yang stood up, astonished when he saw Zifa. Zifa nodded, as if he hadn't said anything to Zhang Yang in the morning, and handed the long box in his hand to Zhang Yang and said, Kapu asked me to give it to you. Hearing this, Zhang Yang froze for a while, then reacted, his face was slightly happy, this dead old man is quite fast. Really got him a big sharp knife in 1 month. Remember to start training tomorrow. It's okay if you can't do it at the beginning, but you must practice to the limit before you can stop. This will have the best effect, and the exercise sequence must be carried out in accordance with the form, otherwise it will cause damage to the body. Irreparable damage, you must remember this. Zifa suddenly said. Yes, I know. Zhang Yang nodded with a serious face. This is why he needs someone to train himself. It is fine to train himself, but once something is not done well, it will be a problem for the body. Zifa nodded, did not say much, turned and left. Zhang Yang glanced at the back of Zifa's departure, and then opened the box in his hand. Suddenly, a long knife appeared in his eyes. Although he did not pull it out, Zhang Yang still felt a faint chill. And on the scabbard, Zhang Yang also saw 2 words. Water cut. Zhang Yang murmured. Chapter 18, Naval meeting. Water cut. Speaking of the name of the knife gently, Zhang Yang put the box on the ground and took out the big sharp knife named Broken Water. The whole of the broken water is black, only the handle has some white lines. Hold the handle and slowly pull it out. In the sun, the blade with some black lines shines with a biting cold light. Zhang Yang looked at it carefully, remembering that in the anime Soran also had a big knife called Kyushui. Kyushui was cut off from the water, and both of them had a water character, but I didn't know which one was more powerful. Holding the broken water, he waved his hand, the blade pierced the air, and a sharp whistling sound was heard in the air. Zhang Yang looked around, found a rock that looked quite strong, and slashed it directly with his knife. With a ding, Zhang Yang hardly felt any resistance, and the stone was chopped in half. What a sharp knife! Zhang Yang couldn't help but chirped. He didn't use much strength just now. He could easily chop the stone in half based on the sharpness. He didn't know the extent of the supreme sharp knife. I'm afraid it was a cut. Tai Rumu is a little underestimated, right? But those have nothing to do with Zhang Yang. This big sharp knife is enough for him to use, and even after Lu Jian Ruo Huo comes out, this knife can be dispensed with. In Zhang Yang's eyes, Lu Jian Ruo Hu can really destroy the sky. Peerless sword of the earth. But with this knife, the old man's kendo can indeed be used more smoothly. After playing with it for a while, Zhang Yang retracted the scabbard and put it back into the box. A knife is a good knife, but now is not the time to use it. Now, let's go back and take a good rest and get ready for tomorrow's training. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to die again. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, Zhang Yang touched the training table in his arms and walked to the dormitory area. At night, as the students walked out of the teaching building, it began to descend. It was night, the brightly lit Malinfandil was quiet, only the soldiers who walked by occasionally made the sound of neat footsteps. The sea in the distance was calm and the bright moon was shining on the sea, emitting a fascinating sheen. The Navy headquarters, conference room, very rarely gathered a large number of admirals tonight. The Marine headquarters Marshal Gang Bon Kong, the current Admiral Black Wrist Zifa, the Warring States period of the Buddha, the naval hero Lieutenant Admiral Kapu, the three future generals Aoi Kuzan, Yellow Ape Bolsolino, Red Dog Sakaski, and the veteran Vice Admiral Crane, etc. In short, almost all the admirals ranked high in the Navy headquarters are already in place, and a powerful aura fills the entire room. At the door of the conference room, two officers of the rank of Navy stood upright, and couldn't help swallowing. A trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Gang Bon looked at the admirals sitting in 2 rows below, and said with a serious face. Everyone underneath also looked stern, staring at the steel bones. Oh no, except for one person, that is the naval hero Kapu. He didn't seem to hear the steel bones, and he ate the senbei and made a click. The sound of. Gang glanced at Karp without paying attention, and continued, just now the world government sent intelligence, it seems that someone has begun to study the blank history, asking us to solve this matter immediately. Hearing that, except for some insiders like the Warring States period, the faces of others changed suddenly. For 100 years of blankness, although most people here do not understand it at all, this is something that is strictly forbidden to research in the world conquest, and there are still people studying it. Is it a pirate? Or those scholars? Crane Road, much younger than in the animation. Hey! No matter how you clean up the garbage, it can't be cleaned up. Has it reappeared? Chi Dog said coldly. It's not a pirate this time. Steelbone spoke, and immediately silenced everyone. So he continued, it is a scholar, and it seems to be the scholars of O'Hara. O'Hara? That archaeologist's holy site. How could it be them? Those guys always seem to be at peace. Several lieutenants suddenly said in surprise. It has been determined that it is them. Once the O'Hara guys continue to study the blank history, it is very likely that ancient weapons will be awakened. In order to prevent the destruction of the World Cup, the world government requires us to cooperate with CP9 in order to kill O'Hara. Gangbone's expressionless expression suddenly changed the complexion of many generals. Too emoling? Could it be too much? Yet? Just catch them all? There are many ordinary people on it. Most people still don't approve of using the demon-slaying order. After all, once the demon-slaying order is used, it means the complete destruction of O'Hara. With so many lives, even they feel that it is too cruel. Steelbone did not speak, and the warring states and others just watched this scene quietly. Don't be naive, idiots. A cold drink made the meeting room quiet for an instant, and the Red Dog coldly looked at the lieutenants who did not approve of the demon-killing order, and said blankly, "Blank history is absolutely forbidden to study, and those who violate this rule. They are the rebels, for whom there is no need for sympathy." As he said, the Red Dog turned his head to look at the Steelbone and said, "Steelbone Marshal, I request to join the ranks of the 5 lieutenants of the 2 Moling." Hearing this, Gangbone glanced at the Red Dog, then glanced at other people, nodded and said, "Okay, are there anyone else?" "I'm going to." The Green Pheasant said lazily, and a huge figure flashed in his mind. "I go." "I am going to." "And I." 3 more lieutenants raised their hands. "Oh, everyone is so proactive. If that's the case, then I won't go." Huang Yuan said slowly. "Very well, that's all set for this." Gangbone nodded, took a look at Carp, and continued to speak. "There is one more thing, I plan to talk about it later, but since everyone is here, let's take the opportunity to let everyone make a decision." Hearing the words of the Steelbone, Carp moved slightly, and then continued to eat the senbei. Sengoku and Zifa looked as usual, and the others looked at the Steelbone strangely. Seeing everyone looking at him, the steel frame paused, and his lips moved slightly. "Kapu brought back a young man named Zhang Yang some time ago, should you remember? P.S. Regarding the protagonist joining the Navy, there are some explanations for fatigue. It is very simple. At that time, the protagonist had almost no strength and his body was just ordinary flesh. The best way to strengthen his flesh was to enter the Navy for training. As for the memory of the captain, why there is no way to exercise. Anyway, I haven't seen anyone exercise in the anime. What's more, the world of pirates is extremely chaotic. Although staying in the Navy is equally dangerous, it is much more stable than the world of pirates. If you think that what I wrote is unreasonable and too bad, then there is no way. What can be changed, I will change, and what cannot be changed, then I will never change. I can't force it if I can't read it. After all, I don't write it for you. When people see it, as long as there are people who like to watch it, I will continue to write it down. There are 2 more chapters next, please be patient. Chapter 19, The Test of Steelbone. Publicity? With the Steelbones, almost everyone except Warring States, Carp, and Zifa was taken aback. Zhang Yang, they naturally know that the teenager brought back by the hero Kapu, the owner of the Domineering and Domineering, the academy taught by the General Zifa himself, the next generation of generals, most potential contenders, no matter which one they are. It can make their memories fresh. How could they not know about Zhang Yang? Some people even plan to meet this young man who gathers all the auras into one. What makes them incomprehensible is why did Marshal Steelbone mention Zhang Yang at this time? Only Carp paused when he was eating the senbei, and sighed in his heart. Although he knew that this kid was definitely not easy at the beginning, he didn't expect to have a domineering look, but he did not know where he learned it. Trick, it's really a headache. Although this publicity is still very young, he has the domineering look that only 1 in a million people can appear, and his own qualifications are also very good. My original idea was to train him into the next generation of generals and even the Navy. Marshal, but recently, this public performance made me a little worried. Steelbone said, looking at Zifa, Zifa nodded, and then said, when he first entered the academy, although this Zhang Yang had a domineering look, but his physique was very weak, only slightly stronger than ordinary people, but his potential is terrifying. In more than a month, his physique has reached the level of a student who just went to the 5th floor, and in the meantime, I found that he exudes an overlord every time he rests. Domineering, as if he can control the domineering of the overlord. Isn't it possible? How can it be possible to learn to control the overlord's domineering without any guidance? A lieutenant said in shock. Nothing is impossible, the use of the overlord's color was not discovered initially. The Warring States said calmly. In addition, Zifa continued, he also has some very weird fighting skills and swordsmanship. He is very powerful. According to my guess, Zhang Yang's strength now far exceeds that of ordinary students on the 5th floor. What? Hearing Zifa's words, even the steel frame couldn't help changing its color slightly. You know, the students on the 5th floor are all the elites of the future navy. The blue pheasant, the red dog and the yellow ape used to come out from there. They far exceed the strength of the average 5th floor members. What about the future achievements? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help being shocked by Zhang Yang's terrifying potential. Even carp did not eat senbei at this time. Zifa, what you said is true. Gang Gu said with an extremely serious expression. If it is true, then it must be taken seriously. For such a potential terrifying genius, if he becomes a member of the Navy, it is definitely a great help for the Navy. On the contrary, if he becomes an enemy of the Navy, it is very terrifying. The enemy is out. Although he has hardly moved his hands, my eyesight cannot be wrong. Zifa affirmed. Hearing this, the steel frame was silent. Originally, he was going to listen to other people's opinions before deciding how to deal with Zhang Yang, but now it seems that if he doesn't confirm it personally, I'm afraid he really can't feel at ease. After a while, the steel frame seemed to have decided something, and he raised his head and said, "This is the end of today's meeting. Let's disband everyone." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they understood something, and stepped out one by one. However, not all of them have retired. The Warring States, Carp and Zifa stayed behind because they knew that the steel frame had something to say. Kapu, don't you have anything to say? Gangbone looked at Kapu who had been eating senbei. Haha. Zhang Yang, that kid is pretty good, Steel, just relax. Carp laughed. How can you relax me? Ganggu shook his head and said to Zifa, Zifa, you will bring Zhang Yang here tomorrow. I have to make sure myself. Warring States, Carp, you also come together. Understand? Warring States and Zifa nodded, only Carp looked indifferent. As for this meeting, Zhang Yang, who was still at the Naval Academy, naturally didn't know anything about it. He practiced his spiritual power for a whole night. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang had breakfast with Bastille in good spirits, and after the separation, he directly killed him. The playground, ready to start a new phase of exercise. Taking out the training table and looking at it for a few times, Zhang Yang is ready to start the first training, the so-called 2-kilometer sprint. This is the rhythm of running to death. With a mutter in his mouth, Zhang Yang walked to the runway, just about to start sprinting, but found that Zifa was approaching him. Follow me. Leaving such a sentence, Zifa turned and walked towards the gate of the Naval Academy. Zhang Yang was stunned, although he was a little confused, he still followed. Only soon, when Zhang Yang discovered that Zifa was taking him out of the Naval Academy and heading for the Navy headquarters, he suddenly felt his heart tense. He had already guessed what he was going to do. Is this day finally? Zhang Yang took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. After a while, the marshal's office arrived. Under Zifa's leadership, he walked in and looked around. As he expected, Steel Frame, Warring States period, and Carp were all here. In addition to Zifa, the top leaders of the Navy were all here. Up. Marshal of Steel Bones. General of the Warring States period. Lieutenant General Karp. Zhang Yang saluted them, and Zifa walked to the side of the Warring States and sat down. Okay. Gang Bone nodded and looked at Zhang Yang lightly and said, Zhang Yang, it has been almost 2 months since you arrived at the Navy headquarters, right? Yes, Marshal Steele. Zhang Yang nodded. I have been paying attention to you since Karp brought you back, because I knew you were extraordinary since the first time I saw you, so in your opinion, what does the Navy exist for? Gang Bone stared at Zhang Yang. Coming. Zhang Yang moved in his heart, pretending to be thinking, and muttered, maintain the order of the world. Protect the ordinary people who are killed by the pirates. That's right. As if thinking of something, Zhang Yang raised his head and said without evasive eyes, for justice. Hearing that, Gang, Warring States, Karp, were all taken aback for a while, and then Kapuhaha laughed and said, boy, good point. Steel Bone glanced at Karp, then stared at Zhang Yang and said, justice? If I tell you, yesterday I killed 10 ordinary people in order to save 100 hostages captured by pirates, you still think the Navy is it just? Why isn't it just? Marshal, didn't you save 100 people? I don't think this is wrong. Zhang Yang said with a strange look. Steel Bone did not speak, and stared into Zhang Yang's eyes, as if to see through the publicity. After a while, a smile suddenly appeared on Steel Bone's face. Good mentality, Zhang Yang, I hope you can become the pride of the Navy in the future. Go back to training. Gang Gu said with a light smile. Yes, Marshal Steel Bone. Zhang Yang saluted, then turned and walked outside the door. However, just when Zhang Yang's hand touched the door handle, 2 extremely powerful auras spewed out of the steel frame and the Warring States period, and pressed hard against Zhang Yang, and he took a halt in his footsteps. There was almost no hesitation. The spiritual pressure in the body gushes out. Boom! The wooden door was instantly shattered, and Zhang Yang raised his foot and walked out with the sawdust splashing, disappearing into the sight of the 4 people. Steel, Warring States, what are you two doing? Karp suddenly furious, only Zifa's expression remained unchanged. Kapu, don't get excited. Warring States quickly explained, just to test him, there is no other meaning. Really? Haha. Hearing this, Karp was stunned, then laughed awkwardly. Gang Bone shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Zhang Yang's departure and nodded, he actually withstood the momentum of me and the Warring States period, yes, and just now, this kid has understood the control method of the overlord's domineering? Warring States, what do you think? It feels a little different from the overlord look I've seen before, but it's not like acting just now, it should be okay. The Warring States thought. In this case, Zifa, let's train him with all my strength. Regarding the Warring States period, Steel Bone still trusted him, and nodded to Zifa Theo. Understand? Zifa nodded. At the same time, on the other side, the publicity who has stepped out of the Navy headquarters. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Damn old men! It's too much to test. Holding on to the wall on the side, Zhang Yang cursed weakly. Chapter 20, 1 year. These old guys are really ruthless. Zhang Yang leaned on the wall and cursed with a pale face. Fortunately, it was just a simple aura that impacted him, otherwise Zhang Yang would have escaped with instant steps. After all, although the aura of steel and the Warring States period is strong, his spiritual pressure is no longer the negligible level before. It's totally bearable. However, it was a blessing in disguise. After this time, Zhang Yang could finally relax and stay in the Navy. If nothing else, due to the temptation just now, Steel Bone will not trust him 100%, but as long as there is nothing wrong with it, the Navy will definitely not be suspicious of him anymore. More importantly, Steelbone faintly revealed that he knew his free fight and kendo, but did not ask anything. In other words, Steelbone doesn't care about these at all. After Zhang Yang, he can use the free fight and kendo, even instant step, but the ghost road is fine. After all, the ghost road is like arson and discharge, which is too conspicuous. All, in short, after the temptation just now, Zhang Yang can finally relax and train, and he doesn't have to hide even when he practiced for nothing. It's not in vain that I worked so hard. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, Zhang Yang took a few breaths, and returned to the Naval Academy with some vain steps. After all, he was a marshal and general, even if he could bear it, he wouldn't be very comfortable. Just found a place on the playground to rest for a while. After there was no discomfort in his body, Zhang Yang twisted his neck and came to the runway again. Then next, let's start. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, Zhang Yang moved his feet, and the whole person shot out directly. The extreme exercise starts here. Old mouse 1111111111. When people are serious about doing something, time always flies quickly. A year is neither long nor short, but inadvertently, it is indeed fleeting. On June 17, 1501, Marine Headquarters Malin Fanduo, Naval Academy, a group of boys and girls led by a naval lieutenant colonel came to the gate of the Naval Academy. A fiery red sun hung in the sky, and under the scorching sun, the faces of boys and girls were full of strong expressions. The line was neatly arranged without any sound. Anyone who can enter the Naval Headquarters Academy means that you are all excellent children. After entering this, you will have 6 years of study to gain a powerful force against pirates and uphold justice. However, you will eat during this period. A lot of suffering, a lot of tiredness. Tell me, can you bear it? The lieutenant colonel walked up to the group of boys and girls, shouted loudly, and immediately made the excited faces of the young boys and girls flushed with excitement. Can. It is good. The lieutenant colonel nodded with satisfaction, and then said, after you enter inside, you will be assessed and finally determine your learning environment. The better the assessment results, the better things you can learn naturally. Now, everyone stands ready. Ready to enter the Naval Academy. The lieutenant colonel said, turning around and holding the giant door with both hands, his hands vigorously exerted force, the blue veins on his forehead and arms violently. Amidst the exclamations of the boys and girls, the giant door slowly opened until it revealed enough 3 people. In the gap that passed side by side, the Navy Lieutenant Colonel stopped panting with sweat. All in. The Lieutenant Colonel panted, and the boys and girls hurriedly walked in one by one. Then the Lieutenant Colonel sighed and closed the giant door again with great effort. In the Naval Academy, the boys and girls who came to the new environment were looking at the surrounding environment curiously. Suddenly a girl pointed to the playground and said, "There is someone there." Hearing the girl's words, everyone else looked over, and saw that under the hot sun, a 13 or 14-year-old boy was sitting and leapfrogging carrying a huge barbell, in a navy suit as if he was fishing from the water. When it comes out, it is already soaked, sweat dripping from the chin like a faucet. So handsome! Seeing the handsome faces of the teenagers even though they were soaked in sweat, a group of girls suddenly exclaimed. It seemed that he had felt a change. The handsome boy raised his head and glanced at the boys and girls who were in a row, which immediately caused the girls to scream. He just looked at me. No, it depends on me. It's looking at me. The girls are idiots, but the teenagers gritted their teeth one by one, wishing to rush to squash the handsome teenager on the playground. Is this guy a student here? Damn, the girls are attracted to him. Yes, isn't it just coming in earlier than us? Pretending to be cool. It won't be long before we can be like him. Yes, yes. The boys were dissatisfied one by one. Oh, So confident. A joking voice suddenly sounded. The boys and girls were shocked, and then they were shocked to find that the handsome young man who was still leaping with a weight just now suddenly appeared among them, holding a barbell in one hand, with a smile on his face. Staring at the boys who were still complaining just now. Me. Seeing the handsome boy appearing in front of them so strangely, especially seeing the huge barbell in his hand, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Zhang Yang, don't scare them. A somewhat helpless voice sounded, and a man in a black suit came over and looked at the boys who were scared by the handsome boy and the girls who were idiots and said, "All are in line, and now the assessment begins." "Cut, it's boring." Zhang Yang shrugged dissatisfiedly, threw the barbell to his shoulders, walked to the runway and continued to leapfrog. "That's right, this handsome guy who makes the girls scream, who makes the boys gnash their teeth, is just publicity." Chapter 21, College Morality Assessment. 1 year, especially at Zhang Yang's current age, often changes the most. Compared with a year ago, Zhang Yang now seems to be more mature. Although he is only 13 years old, he seems to be about the same age as a 14 or 5-year-old boy, plus an adult in his 20s. Human psychology makes Zhang Yang look like he doesn't have the immature breath of his peers. Thanks to more than a year of exercise, he has become an extremely strong body, and has a handsome face in his own right. He is completely a handsome man. However, this is only a superficial change, and the inner change is even greater. During the year, Zhang Yang was not just exercising his body, the 4 basic abilities of Ryotsuo and Reaper, slashing fist and going ghosts, did not fall. He practiced tirelessly every day, and now he has achieved Ryotsuo alone. Although the level of the seat official is an ordinary low seat official, don't forget that Zhang Yang and the captain's thousands of years of slashing the fist and moving the ghost, plus these, now Zhang Yang does not know how much his strength has reached. But only one thing is certain, and that is that the strength of the present is absolutely different from a year ago. In addition, during the past year, nothing major happened in the college. The training that should be trained, the meal that should be eaten and sleep, at most, the people in the academy are almost used to publicizing and always training on the playground by themselves. The academy instructor who doesn't want to make trouble with Zhang Yang is the one who already knows Zhang Yang. As for what happened outside, Zhang Yang didn't know it. After training, the effect doesn't seem to be great anymore. Why don't you find Zifa and plan some new training? Leaping frogs carrying the barbell, Zhang Yang glanced at the freshmen who were arranging the test floor, and muttered in his heart. The training that Zifa arranged for him a year ago can now be easily completed. He also tried to increase the intensity of the training, but it seemed that the effect was not as obvious as before, so he wondered whether or not to let Zifa give it again. He arranges training. After another frog jump, Zhang Yang threw the barbell casually, sat down in the shade of the big tree next to the playground, wiped off his sweat, took a few sips of water from the water bottle on the side, and looked at the new students who were testing. Couldn't help but smile, and remembered the scene when he first came in. Time flies. With a sigh, Zhang Yang was stunned suddenly, then shook his head. When did he become so whistling? Sure enough, the egg hurts. After a few funny mutters, Zhang Yang walked to the teaching building, and the black-clothed man looking at the elevator saw Zhang Yang as if he had been used to it. Before Zhang Yang could speak, he opened the elevator door and let Zhang Yang walk in. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. However, as soon as the elevator door opened, Zhang Yang couldn't help but froze. In the large classroom, everyone was fighting with bare hands and became a ball. Various painful shouts and low voices continued to sound, which seemed to be lively. Extraordinary! Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew towards Zhang Yang. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang kicked out without hesitation. Ouch! With a scream, the figure was directly kicked to the ground by Zhang Yang, and he got up in embarrassment, staring at Zhang Yang and shouted, "Zhang Yang, you bastard, look at people before kicking. It's me. Bastille. Well, I know it's you. Zhang Yang looked like I knew it for a long time. He glanced at Tina, who was also embarrassed in the crowd, but still drank and fought, and said strangely, "What is this doing? What else can you do? Mess. Those actually started so hard." Bastille cursed, rubbing his sore waist. He looked much more mature than he was a year ago. Melee. Zhang Yang looked at the crowd that had become a group. Everyone was relentlessly attacking the people around. Tina's situation was not so good. After all, her strength was not that great on the 5th floor, especially when she could only use it in the case of fists and feet. Fortunately, because he can only use his fists and feet, although it hurts when he is beaten, they are only minor injuries and harmless. Teacher came over, "Don't say anything, Grandma is a leg, I want to take revenge." Bastille suddenly shrank his neck and said, then screamed and rushed in again. Zhang Yang looked aside and saw Zifa walking towards him. "What's wrong?" "Something?" Zifa asked Zhang Yang while watching the situation of the melee. Over the past year, there has been no sense of surveillance and temptation. As the two continue to get along, the relationship between the two has improved a lot, and it feels like a teacher and a friend. This surprised the Bastille and the others. After all, they were most afraid of Zifa. However, Zifa's attitude towards publicity was completely different from that of them. They were surprised, but they were still very self-aware. Other floors did not. Yes, but most people on the 5th floor know that Zhang Yang is very strong, and the strong are treated as the strong, which they can't envy. Now Zhang Yang, although not many people know about other floors, he is indeed the first person on the 5th floor. Although, there are still a few people who refuse to agree. Yet, I feel that the training effect has not been great recently. Would you like to arrange another training plan for me? Zhang Yang looked at Zifa. Hearing that, Zifa turned his head to look at Zhang Yang, did not answer, but shook his head. "I really don't understand you more and more. Other people come here to learn all kinds of fighting skills and experience, but you are better off. Don't want anything except exercise." It varies from person to person, it varies from person to person. Zhang Yang scratched his head and smiled. He can't say that I have the memory of the captain, and I don't need to learn naval combat skills at all. And looking at Zhang Yang, who didn't want to explain anything, Zifa didn't ask more, but groaned, and continued, "Physical exercise is not always unlimited. Physical condition, training intensity, and age are all. There is a connection. At your current age, exercising to this level is already the limit. If you continue, it will only exceed your body's load and cause irreversible damage to your body." "You mean, I don't need to continue exercising now, but let the body grow slowly through the excessive time?" Zhang Yang frowned and said. "Roughly the same." Zifa nodded and said, "To tell the truth, in my opinion, you should go out and practice instead of staying in the Naval Academy. There are many powerful people in the sea, no matter how genius, if there is no training, at best, it can only be used as a decoration. If you can go out and practice, your strength will definitely grow faster than staying here now." Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned, and then moved somewhat. To be honest, he is also very longing for the outside world, but because of his lack of strength before, he chose to join the navy to grow steadily. Although his strength is not that strong, it is enough to protect himself. What's more, from a certain aspect, the of death also needs to be constantly stronger through battle. As Zifa said, if he can go out and practice, his strength may really grow even more. "I will consider." Zhang Yang thought for a while. "Well, just think about it yourself, and you can take a good rest this time." Zifa nodded, and then thought of something, and said to Zhang Yang, "By the way, don't forget to gather at the playground in the afternoon. You are also a student on the 5th floor, and you have to participate in this year's Academy's Moral Strength Assessment. Academy Moral Strength Assessment. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. Chapter 22, Underestimated. The scorching sun is in the sky, and the scorching sun baked the earth. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the Naval Academy's playground, a large group of boys and girls lined up neatly and stood upright in the sun. Sweat slowly appeared on the slightly immature faces, but not only did no one express dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they can still see the look of expectation in their eyes because it is now the time for the college's moral strength assessment. The Academy's moral strength assessment is a kind of assessment test that the Naval Academy will carry out from time to time. The students' moral strength values are tested. If their moral strength is higher than the current floor, they can be promoted to a higher floor and get a better learning environment. For those students on the lower floors, this is an excellent opportunity for them to rise to higher floors. However, some people are happy and some are worried. After all, if the power is too low, they will be lowered and even sent to other branches of the Naval Academy. This is the Naval Headquarters Academy, where only elites are cultivated, and there is no waste. Of course, in addition to the moral power assessment, in order to make the students more competitive, the upper floors also allow low-floor students to challenge the high-floor students. If they can win, even if their moral power is not enough, they can also be promoted to higher floors. Interesting, survival of the fittest, this is just like the Naval Academy. On the far left of the playground, among the students on the 5th floor, Zhang Yang listened to Bastile's explanation of the Academy's moral strength assessment, and looked at the students on the surrounding floors with great interest. Interesting is interesting, but for some people it is a nightmare. Bastile raised his eyebrows. At this time, Zifa and other generals who acted as instructors also came to the playground, standing in front of a queue of 500 to 600 people. General Zifa, almost ready to start. A colonel said to Zifa. Zifa nodded, his sharp gaze scanned all the students, and after a slight pause on Zhang Yang, he said in a deep voice, "The assessment of moral strength will begin now. Let's show your training results this year." From the first the students at the first level began, and the one who was called out to accept the assessment. With that said, Zifa walked directly to the side, while the Navy colonel took out a form from his pocket, looked at it and shouted, "City." "Yes." A shy teenager walked out nervously. "Attack him with your full strength, any part, don't worry about him getting hurt." The colonel pointed to the expressionless black man. "Understand." The shy young man glanced at the black-clothed man, took a deep breath nervously, clenched his fist, and hit the black-clothed man's abdomen with one punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black-clothed man remained motionless, and said blankly, 37 strengths. "Yes, you can go to the second floor." The colonel nodded in satisfaction, and immediately made the shy boy look overjoyed and returned to the team excitedly. The other students who saw this scene suddenly clenched their fists, and secretly said to themselves, "I must play hard, and I also want to study at a higher level." "Cavan," the colonel continued to shout. "Yes." A thin young man came out, hesitated and said, "Report instructor, can weapons be used?" "No." The colonel said unceremoniously, "Devil fruits, weapons, none of them are allowed to be used. This is an assessment of basic abilities, not your combat ability. If you think you can't pass it, you can choose to challenge high-level students." "Understand." The thin young man nodded in disappointment, walked to the black-clothed man, gritted his teeth, and hit the black-clothed man's abdomen with a punch. With a bang, the black-clothed man said blankly, 23 powers. "Unqualified, assign branch academy." The colonel frowned. "No, I don't want to go to the branch, I want to challenge her." Hearing what the colonel said, the thin young man suddenly panicked and pointed to a petite-looking girl in the second-tier team. "Agree to the challenge." The colonel was not surprised and nodded and let the thin man and the petite girl walk onto the ring opposite the playground, but dozens of seconds later, as the petite girl made a flexible kick, the thin young man screamed and flew directly down. The challenge fails, and the assessment continues. The colonel turned his head back as usual, glanced at the form in his hand, and directly called out the next person's name, and the moral strength test continued. In the team, Zhang Yang, who had been watching this scene, suddenly asked a little strangely, "Didn't the 23 powers have reached the requirements of the first level? How can they be assigned to the branch? What you think is too simple?" Standing in front of Zhang Yang, a 5th level student heard the words and turned around and said, "The students from the previous class have all graduated, so we are the first batch of students in this class, and the one that arrived today is the second batch. 23 Dao Li is indeed at the first level, but that guy is the first batch of students. According to the regulations of the college, if the first batch of students has not been promoted before the second batch of students, then he will be judged as unqualified. The higher floors are lowered to the lower floors, and those that cannot be lowered will be directly assigned to the branch academy. There is still such a rule." Zhang Yang was immediately surprised. In other words, all floor students must be promoted within a year? Otherwise you will be demoted or even kicked out of here. This seems a bit too harsh, right? Even if this place is among the best among its peers, there are surely many people who can't do it. Of course you don't know if you are busy exercising all day. The Bastille behind Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said, "We will continue to survive the survival of the fittest for 6 years. If we are not eliminated after 6 years, then we will be regarded as a real graduate. Every year we are driven out of our college like this. Someone here. This competition is really fierce." Zhang Yang nodded without understanding. He used to think that the Naval Academy was a bit of a misnomer. He just studied and exercised every day and had no competitiveness at all. Now it seems that this is more than uncompetitive. This competitiveness is simply great. Exaggeration. If you don't make progress, you will be eliminated. After 6 years, those who successfully graduate are definitely geniuses among geniuses. As a military force under the world government, it seems that the Navy can rule and manage the sea for 800 years is not unreasonable. Zhang Yang was secretly amazed in his heart, and the assessment of Dao power was also continuing. Those who passed the assessment were naturally happy, and those who failed, basically all required challenges, but there were not many who succeeded in the final challenge. After all, the challenge can only be 1 floor higher, and the basic abilities have been surpassed. It is really not easy to win. During the period, Zhang Yang also figured out the power range of each floor. The first floor is probably below 30 Dao Li. The second floor is between 30 Dao Li and 60 Dao Li, the third floor is between 60 Dao Li and 90 Dao Li, the fourth floor is between 60 Dao Li and 90 Dao Li, that's 90 to 102 powers, as for the fifth layer, at least 150 powers. Of course, if there is any devil fruit ability, it can be added points depending on the practicality. Carlos. At this time, as the Navy colonel called out another name, a sturdy teenager came out from the queue of the 4th tier cadets, but before the Navy colonel could speak, the teenager named Carlos pointed to the team. His publicity, his eyes provocatively said, "Instructor, I choose to challenge, and the challenge is him." He. Hearing this, the Navy colonel turned his head to look. When he saw the publicity in the crowd, his face suddenly showed a strange expression that could not be said. He turned his head and looked at Carlos in a weird tone, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Carlos confirmed the road. At this moment, Zhang Yang also reacted, feeling that countless lights had gathered on him, stunned, and then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that I was underestimated. P.S. Thanks to everyone, the results of this book are not bad. Although the mouse is still a student at school, there will be 8 or 9,000 words or even 10,000 in one day's update. However, Due to the problem of class time, the update is usually at night, so if you wait, readers who are not enough can wait to watch together at night. In addition, Mouse has also made a plan to increase it. Here are the details. Flowers 3000 plus one more chapter. 1000 evaluation votes plus one more chapter. Collect 500 plus one more chapter. Reward 10,000 plus one more chapter. Due to the limited ability of mice, the requirements for adding more changes may be a little high. All the chapters of adding more changes will be updated on Saturday and Sunday. I hope you can support it. Chapter 23, Carlos was exiled. Carlos is very excited now. Very excited. As a genius boy who was born with supernatural power and could enter the 4th floor of the Naval Academy once he passed the examination, he always believed that he was the son of the chosen by the gods. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky to be found by the admiral and brought to the Navy headquarters? Entered the 4th layer that everyone yearns for without doing anything? All this is an arrangement of heaven. However, as he entered the Navy cadet, he seemed to have been abandoned by the gods. He had to learn everything during the day to learn. No matter how he exercised his strength, he didn't increase much. It has been more than a year now, but his strength has not grown much. At first, Carlos felt very panicked. If he failed the Academy's moral strength assessment, he would be demoted and eventually even assigned to the branch academy. However, when he accidentally discovered that Zhang Yang, who had been exercising on the playground all day, was a 5th-tier student, Carlos Don felt that God had chosen him again. The training that Zhang Yang did, he could easily do before he entered the Naval Academy. This kind of person turned out to be a 5th-tier cadet, which made him almost unbelievable, but also made him ecstatic, although he said there is no change in strength, but as long as one defeats this Zhang Yang, can't he also be promoted to the 5th floor? Therefore, when he saw that the students were demoted or even assigned to branch academies for insufficient moral power, Carlos was not at all anxious. Until the instructor called his name, he walked out with a relaxed expression, and looked at him. The provocative point raised a challenge to Zhang Yang. However, the subsequent development made him somewhat inexplicable. Because he found that not only all the students on the 5th floor and Zhang Yang himself, but also the instructors and people in black, and even the High Admiral Zifa that made him look up, the eyes looking at him were a little weird, which made him look weird. There was an inexplicable anxiety in his heart. Instructor, I want to challenge him. In order to get rid of the anxiety in his heart, Carlos repeated it again. Hearing this, the Navy colonel glanced at Carlos, then at Zhang Yang, and finally looked at Zifa. These instructors know that although this Zhang Yang seems to be only doing simple physical exercises every day, he is actually a super genius who even attaches great importance to the steel of the Navy Marshal. To challenge such a genius, isn't it a death? Therefore, the colonel couldn't make up his mind for a while. Seeing the colonel looking at him, Zifa hesitated, nodded and said, "Agree to the challenge." Agree to challenge, and both sides will go out. After receiving the instructions, the colonel said without hesitation, Carlos suddenly showed a happy smile on his face. Although I don't know why the instructors acted in such a strange way, the joy of promotion has dazzled his head. So he didn't even think about it, and walked directly to the ring. As for the students on the 5th floor, as they agreed to the challenge order, everyone's eyes turned to pity when they looked at Carlos. Hee. That idiot. There is a good show. Zhang Yang, come on. Tina, cheer for you. Tina shouted excitedly, holding her pink fist. Oh. It's not easy for them, don't do it too hard. Bastille patted on the shoulder and shook his head and sighed. Others, including Anne, Smog, and the future lieutenant generals, also looked at Carlos with a look of joy, with an idiot look. In their opinion, Carlos's behavior was unconscious and idiot. If you don't die, you won't die, but there are always people in the world who like to die. Zhang Yang shrugged, and walked out of the queue with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, towards the ring. As soon as Zhang Yang came out, in the third-tier team, Hayden and several other students who had been almost scared to pee with Zhang Yang's spiritual pressure suddenly opened their mouths. "Ha, Hayden, that guy isn't." One of the teenagers looked at the public figure in fear. It's him." Hayden also nodded his head with some horror on his face. There was no way. The feeling that the publicity of Ryotsu gave him was so profound that he couldn't forget it. To challenge that person, I really know how to live and die. Hayden looked at Carlos with a disdainful smile on his face and said to the people around him, "Look at it. That guy will regret it soon." Hayden and the others were talking here. On the other side, Zhang Yang had already stepped out of the team and walked towards the ring, while Carlos had already stood on the ring and looked at Zhang Yang with a smug look. "Be careful." When he passed by Zifa whispered to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and glanced at Zifa. "Am I like the kind of person who doesn't know the importance?" "Don't worry, it's just for fun." After finishing talking, Zhang Yang tapped directly under his feet, and his body rose into the air. He leaped more than 10 meters and landed on the ring lightly, causing a group of low-floor students to exclaim. Most of the people here know Zhang Yang. After all, they exercise on the playground every day and don't go to class. In addition, they are still students on the 5th floor. It is impossible to impress people. Originally, when Zhang Yang didn't attend class, they thought that Zhang Yang had no strength at all. Now that Zhang Yang jumped directly into the air from the playground to the opposite arena, they were naturally surprised one by one. "Hey! It's just a trick." Carlos was also surprised, and then said disdainfully. "The challenge begins." At this moment, seeing the two of them in the ring, the colonel said. As soon as the colonel's voice fell, Carloston's eyes lit up, watching Zhang Yang who hadn't moved. Without any hesitation, he stepped on his feet. He rushed towards Zhang Yang at a very fast speed, punching him with no energy left. To the open cheek. "I won." A look of excitement flashed in Carlos's eyes, watching his fist getting closer and closer to his open cheek, as if he saw the 5th floor beckoning to him. However, before Carlos was happy, he suddenly noticed that the sky was spinning in front of him, and then he seemed to hit something in his back. The intense pain made him groan. What's going on?" There was a cry of exclamation in his ear, and Carlos realized that he did not know when he was falling down on the ring in an upside-down posture. On the opposite playground, the students were watching with incredulous eyes. What happened?" Carlos got up in a daze, feeling the severe pain in his back, completely unsure of what happened just now. When fighting, it doesn't seem good to turn your back to the enemy. A somewhat playful voice came from behind Carlos. Carloston was shocked and turned his head subconsciously. He suddenly saw a sole of foot gradually magnify in his eyes. Bang! Carlos's face and the soles of the feet came into close contact. In the splash of nosebleeds, Carlos directly rose into the air and fell under the ring, motionless, unexpectedly fainted. Spike! It turned out to be a spike. What happened? On the playground, almost all the students stared at the public with their feet retracted on the ring. They witnessed the whole battle. They did not understand what was going on. Even the students on the 5th floor, except for a limited number of people. And they all looked confused. Hey? Small, did Zhang Yang suddenly disappear when that guy was about to hit Zhang Yang? Tina looked at Zhang Yang on the ring in a daze, and said strangely to Small. Well, at that moment, he did disappear. Smog stared at Zhang Yang tightly, nodding sharply in his eyes. P.S. The state is a bit wrong. I feel that this chapter is not well written. I will leave the remaining chapter for tomorrow. Chapter 24, One Bone. So weak? I thought I could play well with me. On the ring, Zhang Yang watched Carlos, who was under the ring with a nosebleed, curled his mouth and said, and then slapped Hatch a little boredly, then turned and returned to the team. It's just that most of the people looked dazed at this time. They haven't realized what happened just now. They only saw Carlos hit Zhang Yang with a punch, and then Zhang Yang suddenly disappeared, followed by Card-Luz fell to the ground inexplicably, and then Zhang Yang suddenly appeared, and then kicked Carlos out. All of this made them look dizzy. Publicity, how did it suddenly disappear? Seeing Zhang Yang returning to the queue, most of the students were shocked, even the students on the 4th or even 5th floor did not understand. Is that shaved just now? It seems a little different. This kid has made such a weird move. What a terrible talent. Zifa naturally knew what happened at that moment, shook his head, and naturally regarded the sudden disappearance of footwork as Zhang Yang's own move. After all, Zhang Yang has never been out of the Naval Academy this year, except for his own. Really can't find a reason for Zhang Yang's skill. The assessment continues. Zifa looked at the colonel, who was a little stunned by the sight. The colonel immediately recovered, and continued to call the next name, and the assessment continued. In the team, Bastille and Tina were curiously asked how Zhang Yang did it just now. When the others heard the words, they couldn't help but look over. After all, they are different from the students on the lower floors. They can see that Zhang Yang did not disappear suddenly, but the speed was too fast, but this also made them very curious. How did Zhang Yang become so fast in an instant? It's nothing, it's just a mobile skill, you will learn it soon. Zhang Yang smiled and said, the shave and the instant step in the Navy's 6 poses are also very similar. With Tina and their talents, sooner or later they have to start learning. What I said. It turned out that the teacher taught you, it. It's the same person, how can the treatment be so big? Bastille suddenly dissatisfied. Obviously, he regarded Shunbu as Zifa's publicity. Zhang Yang didn't bother to explain, but Ai Yin frowned. Doesn't she remember that the teacher taught this guy this kind of trick? Ai Yin secretly guessed that the assessment of Dao power was also going on, and after a while, he arrived at the 5th floor of the student assessment. Smog. As another name was called out, Smog walked out with a very upset appearance, and before the colonel could speak, he blasted out a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black-clothed man's eyes moved slightly, and then he returned to normal and said, 173 powers. Not bad. The colonel nodded in satisfaction and drew on the form. Smog gave a lightly dissatisfied voice and returned to the queue. Ian. The colonel continued to shout. Ai Yin walked out with a calm face, and then received a fist from the waist and blasted out a punch. Bang! The black-clothed man shook his body, his expression slightly changed, and he said solemnly, 213 strengths. Wow! As soon as the voice fell, it caused an uproar among the students. Countless people looked at Ai Yin in shock. After all, even though Smog's earlier results surprised them, they were still within the acceptable range. Ai Yin's level has exceeded the average. 5 levels, right? However, the shock continued, because after An, almost all of Bin's and those future lieutenants had more than 200 Dao power, and none of them were unqualified. This terrifying value makes the students on the lower floors really realize the gap between them. This is not a small difference, and over time, this gap may become larger. Tina. The colonel was obviously used to this scene, and continued to shout the next name as usual. It's Tina. Look at Tina's performance. Tina squeezed her pink fist in excitement, then walked out of the queue, and after getting ready, she banged her fist on the black-clothed man. 169 powers. The black man said blankly. Not bad. Passed. The colonel nodded and drew on the form. That's it. Tina returned to the queue very dissatisfied. Satisfaction, 169 strength, I may not be able to achieve it. Zhang Yang glanced at Tina and said. You lie, Tina doesn't believe it. Tina suddenly didn't believe it. During this year, she had seen many great things about publicity. I remember that once, she even saw Zhang Yang just swinging the knife, leaving a long trench on the ground. She would not believe that Zhang Yang was not as powerful as her. I don't believe it either. Bastille also said, as if you don't want to lie to me. Don't believe me, forget it. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Bastille. At this time, the colonel called Bastille's name. Bastille hurriedly walked out, took a deep breath, and slammed his punch on the man in black. Bang! The black-clothed man shook his body, his expression slightly changed and said, 223 powers. Not bad. Passed. The colonel nodded. Not bad. Bastille returned to the queue with satisfaction, patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, it's up to you, let everyone be surprised. Zhang Yang, Tina cheer for you. Tina also blinked at Zhang Yang. The last one, Zhang Yang. At this time, the colonel called out the last name in a strange tone. Suddenly, all eyes were on Zhang Yang. After all, the scene where Zhang Yang spiked Carlos was really eye-catching. They wanted to see how much power Zhang Yang would have. Zifa also looked over, and obviously, he was also very curious about Zhang Yang's Dao power. And seeing so many eyes focused on him, Zhang Yang suddenly felt Alexander. What he said to Tina just now is true. His Dao power is really not necessarily higher than that of Tina. After all, Dao power is an intuitive manifestation of a person's physical combat ability, even if his body has been more than a year old. Exercise, but it is not necessarily comparable to these people. It's just that, now so many people are looking at them, and if they really get a 156 strength after a while, even if they have a thick face, they won't be able to hold it anymore. Or, try that trick you learned recently. Isn't it a bit too much? Zhang Yang thought to himself, walked out of the queue under the gaze of countless people, and came to the man in black. You can start, you can hit him anywhere. The colonel and Yan Yu said openly, and at the same time secretly looked forward to how much surprise this super genius could bring to himself. Hearing this, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and fought. The head can be broken, the blood can flow, and the face can't be lost. When the spiritual power is exhausted, the spiritual power is exhausted. Then what? How much strength can he withstand at most? Zhang Yang suddenly turned his head and asked Zifa. Hearing this, Zifa was stunned, and then he couldn't help but have a thought that even he couldn't believe it. Looking at Zhang Yang's somewhat uneasy look, he shook his head and shook his mind that he shouldn't have thought, said, don't worry. He can bear less than 2000 Dao power. I can rest assured that. Zhang Yang nodded, and then looked at the black-clothed man. With his fist on his waist, he closed his eyes in countless doubtful eyes, and then opened them sharply. The spiritual pressure in his body increased rapidly, and a strong hurricane appeared out of thin air, began to hover around Zhang Yang's body, causing smoke and dust. What is that? Including Zifa, everyone looked at this scene with some surprise, but they didn't notice the shocked look in the dark man in front of him. The moment Zhang Yang opened his eyes, he felt an extremely depressed, domineering aura pressing on him. Although it didn't cause any harm to him, it made him feel palpitating. And, I don't know if it's an illusion. Behind Zhang Yang, he seemed to see a sturdy old man who looked like a wild beast, staring straight at him with his majestic and lofty eyes. At this moment, Zhang Yang moved suddenly, and the fist closed at the waist quickly shot out, but strangely, it gave people an extremely slow feeling, and it blasted the black-clothed man's abdomen in countless light. One bone. Zhang Yang's lips moved slightly, and the quiet voice was abnormally transmitted into everyone's ears. Bang! A white wave of air dissipated from the place where his open fist was in contact with the black-clothed man. The next moment, the black-clothed man's face changed drastically. He only felt a huge force that he could not ignore, and he was unprepared. Next, the whole person shot out like a cannonball. Chapter 25, Admirers of Publicity. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise reverberating in the Naval Academy, the playground of the Naval Academy fell into a deadly silence. Everyone was stunned looking at the fist pose, and then turned to look at a certain person on the opposite side of the playground. The ring shrouded in smoke and dust, one by one looked dumbfounded. What happened just now? That Zhang Yang actually punched the college's assessor and flew out? How can that be? Countless people were shocked, even the examiners and Zifa were no exception. Although they knew that Zhang Yang would surprise them, it wasn't the way to eat it, right? The black man, although he did not have any official title in the Navy, his strength was already extremely close to the rank of generals. He had the power to fly people close to the rank of generals. In this case, they were only in the previous session. I have seen 3 of the graduates, and those 3 are the current Lieutenant Admiral aka Dog, Green Pheasant and Yellow Monkey, and candidates for future generals. Could it be said that this publicity has reached this level in just 1 year? This kid Zifa is a general after all. Although he was shocked by Zhang Yang's strength, he quickly recovered. He watched Zhang Yang withdraw his fist and muttered, "Has it grown to this level in a year? It seems that I underestimated him." At this time, the smoke and dust on the ring opposite the playground also dispersed. On the ring where countless cracks were knocked out, the man in black rubbed his abdomen and walked back. He could see that Zhang Yang's punch just made him uncomfortable. How much power? Seeing the man in black walking back, the colonel also recovered and quickly asked. The black-clothed man took a look at his publicity, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes, he paused, and a little restless voice spread throughout the audience. 892 powers. Wow! As soon as the black-clothed man's voice fell, it caused an uproar in the audience, and everyone looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. 892 powers? Is this really the strength that students who have been in school for more than a year should have? You know, the highest of the 5 floors just now has only 230 powers. Then I am qualified. Zhang Yang shook his fist and looked at the colonel. Qualified? Of course qualified. The colonel quickly nodded and said, joking, nearly 900 powers are still unqualified? Isn't that an international joke? Since I'm qualified, I'll go back first. Zhang Yang said this to Zifa, and Zifa nodded, then Zhang Yang turned and walked towards the dormitory area. Along the way, countless people have been staring at them with admiration or shock. Liar! Say it's not as good as me. In the line-up, looking at Zhang Yang, who was being watched like stars holding the moon, Tina couldn't help but muttered, looking at Zhang Yang's gaze, a trace of unidentified sentiment began to emerge. Powerful men, especially at their age, are most attracted to them. But obviously, it is not only girls who are attracted to Zhang Yang. In the queue of 3-tier students, Hayden stared at Zhang Yang's leaving back, his eyes full of madness. Handsome, so handsome, this is someone worthy of my following. While muttering to himself, Hayden clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. On the other side, the publicity that has left everyone's sight. Death to face and suffer. Zhang Yang held on to the wall with some soft legs, and shook his head with a wry smile. One bone, as the captain's most powerful move, it goes without saying that if it is used by the captain himself, even a mountain can be easily broken. Even if it is used by the current Zhang Yang, it has almost the power of 900 Daoli. However, this kind of powerful move could not be used by the current publicity. Although he played so much power, the result was that his spiritual pressure was almost exhausted, and he almost became a problem with walking. If it weren't for today's feverish mind and want to pretend to be forceful, Zhang Yang said that he would never use this kind of trick. After all, to a certain extent, this can be said to be his current trick at the bottom of the box. But the feeling just now seems to be quite refreshing. Thinking of the appearance of being watched by so many people just now, Zhang Yang couldn't help grinning. Leaving his body aside, his mentality was only in his 20s, and occasionally frivolous. It feels good. Of course, this kind of thing is enough once, and it is not necessary in the future. The feeling of excessive spiritual energy consumption is really not very pleasant. Shaking his dizzy head, Zhang Yang went straight back to the dormitory, and sat down on the bed and began to regain his spiritual power. Until... bang! The door was violently kicked open. He opened his eyes fiercely, and saw Bastille rushing over and grabbing his collar exaggeratedly. Damn! Your kid is too perverted, right? 12 powers. How did you exercise? It's 4 times, 4 times as much as mine. Don't get excited. Zhang Yang opened the excited Bastille speechlessly, rolled his eyes and said, You think I am very relaxed? Didn't you see me resting here for an afternoon? You are hurt. Hearing this, Bastille's excited expression disappeared suddenly, and he asked with some worry. Not injured, it's just a bit overdrawn. Zhang Yang shook his head and said. Overdraft? That's fine. Bastille suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly thought of something, staring at Zhang Yang with a weird expression. Then what? You won't be the teacher's illegitimate child. You are an illegitimate child. Zhang Yang had just put on his shoes, and when he heard the words of Bastille, he couldn't help being angry. That's weird. Bastille was puzzled. If you were not the teacher, how could he teach you so many powerful moves? I can't figure it out by myself. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the Bastille and stood up and said, Don't be poor, a little hungry, go eat. After that, Zhang Yang ignored Bastille's reaction and went straight out. Cut. I figured it out by myself, who believes it? Bastille curled his lips, and he was completely convinced that the footwork that Zhang Yang had suddenly disappeared and the move that sent the examiner with a punch just now were taught by Zifa. The two came to the cafeteria, but Zhang Yang just stepped on the entry frame, but found that the cafeteria suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads and looked at him, and then... It's Zhang Yang! Zhang Yang is here! So handsome! More handsome than what I just saw! Good looking, strong, I can't do it anymore! The screams of the girls resounded through the cafeteria, and then they didn't know who was taking the lead, and a group of girls rushed towards Zhang Yang excitedly. Damn! Bastille and Zhang Yang's eyes widened suddenly. The two looked at each other, without any hesitation, turned around and ran. However, as soon as they ran out of the canteen, a group of women rushed out from the girls' dormitory, and when they saw Zhang Yang, they rushed over. Zhang Yang! Zhang Yang is here! Catch him! Don't let him run away! Damn! They are also here! Zhang Yang suddenly cursed, then looked around, grabbed the bottom of the bus, and moved his feet. Instant step. Hey! Zhang Yang instantly took the Bastille into a black shadow and disappeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, leaving only a group of girls yelling Zhang Yang. Crazy, crazy! These women are crazy! In a small alley in the male dormitory area, Bastille and Zhang Yang were panting, looking unrecovered. After all, the scene just now was really scary. 1 or 2 women rushed towards you. I'm afraid you will feel that the peach blossoms are here. Open your arms and prepare to meet, but if it is a large group, then you will feel that the end is here. Forget it, I'll go back to the dormitory. Go and cook for me. Zhang Yang said helplessly. You can only do this, you should ask for your blessings in these 2 days. Bastille looked at Zhang Yang with sympathy, and then walked out of the alley, leaving Zhang Yang alone in the alley depressed. It's so realistic that you can't pretend it. With a helpless sigh, Zhang Yang understood the feelings of those stars. P.S. It feels a bit naive to write, but the protagonist is about to graduate early, which left a deep impression on the students. Chapter 26, Early Graduation. Oh! It looks like you can only stay in the dormitory these 2 days. Seeing Bastille walk out of the alley, Zhang Yang sighed and went out as well, except that Bastille was going to serve him, and he went back to the dormitory. After all, judging from the situation just now, if he appeared in front of those female students these days, they would have to be eaten alive. Speaking of it, it's actually good to be worshipped by so many girls, but when the worship is overdone, it is not a good thing. In fact, Zhang Yang did not guess wrong, because in the next few days, the female students were looking for Zhang Yang all day long. If it weren't for the school's strict regulations that male and female dormitories are not allowed to cross boundaries, I'm afraid those female students would have rushed into the male dormitory. Look for Zhang Yang. It wasn't until a week later that this situation eased. Although there were still some people looking for publicity, it was not as exaggerated as before. Knowing this, the publicity immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So, can I go out? Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief while eating the food that Bastille brought himself. Yet. But there is still some unwillingness to give up. If you want to go out, it's better to wait for class time. Saying this, looking at Zhang Yang's handsome face, some gloating said, speaking of which, your guy looks really good. Very handsome, no wonder those female students are looking for you all day long. You still said. Zhang Yang glared at Bastille and immediately let him close his mouth. The dormitory suddenly became quiet, only the sound of publicity eating. Speaking of. Bastille suddenly felt a little depressed and said, with the current strength, it seems that it is almost ready to graduate, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yang's movement to eat a meal, then returned to normal. Graduate? Zhang Yang murmured in his heart. Speaking of it, he came here to make his body stronger. According to Zifa, his physical strength has reached the limit of the current body. If he wants to continue to strengthen, he can only wait for his body to grow and exercise. Alright, the training method Zifa has been taught by Zhang Yang, that is to say, now he has nothing worth learning here. In the words of Zifa and Bastille, he can already graduate. But, I don't know why, looking at the Bastille, he has a faint reluctance, this man, but one of his few friends in this world. Once graduated, it means that they will not have any intersection for at least 5 years. I thought that I came to the Navy in order to become stronger, and planned to leave myself and go to the sea when I had the strength, but I did not expect that now I would leave a bond in the Navy, and, as the year passed, he also suddenly discovered that the Navy, which seemed to have made him unfavorable in the past, is not so disgusting to him now. This is really not as good as the sky. Why ask this suddenly? Zhang Yang took a sip of hot soup, his face was as usual. I know what you are thinking. Bastille looked at Zhang Yang earnestly and said, to be honest, I am really happy to meet you. I also know that you are definitely not as simple as an ordinary student. Your strength has far surpassed us. It will only be a waste to continue to be here. Your time is only, Zhang Yang, graduate early. I don't want us to stop you from moving forward. Hearing what Bastille said, Zhang Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Bastille to say these things. After a moment of stunned emotion, what followed was moved. Less narcissism, I was planning to graduate a long time ago. Do you think I'm going to waste time here for you? A smile flashed in his eyes, and he said unceremoniously. Damn! I'm worrying about you for nothing. So you have already decided? Bastille suddenly stared openly. As they said, the two raised their heads and glanced at each other, and then laughed at the same time, laughing very happily. After eating, Bastille took the tableware and left, and Zhang Yang sat on the bed alone, rarely practicing spiritual power. Oh! If nothing unexpected happens, I can only stay in the Navy. Recalling what Bastille had just said, Zhang Yang smiled lightly, rested for a while, walked out of the dormitory area, and came to the playground. It is just time for class now, so the scene that Zhang Yang was worried about did not appear. Sure enough, it's still comfortable outside. Stretched, Zhang Yang twisted his neck, and then moved in shape and began to practice white fights. Actions are like wind, punches are like electricity. The air blasted through the air constantly, every punch and foot of Zhang Yang carried an aura, and the spiritual power in the body also surged, forming a hurricane around it. Bang! As the last foot fell, a stone on the ground was directly crushed by Zhang Yang, and the surrounding hurricane also disappeared as Zhang Yang stopped. Call! Stretching his muscles and bones, Zhang Yang suddenly exhaled comfortably, then looked around, and suddenly found that he had nothing to do. Hey, should I graduate early? Zhang Yang sighed again. The outside world is very big and wonderful. The endless sea, fierce sea kings, various demon fruit abilities and various powerhouses are all attractive to Zhang Yang. A glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yang raised his foot and walked towards the teaching building. When he came to the stairs, the man in black who watched the door suddenly became more respectful when he saw Zhang Yang, and quickly opened the elevator for Zhang Yang. Arriving on the 5th floor, Zhang Yang found something very interesting as soon as he got out of the elevator. Zifa seems to be explaining the principle of shave in the 6 navy styles. Zhang Yang walked out of the elevator, but did not walk over to disturb them, but leaned aside and listened with interest. Zifa looked at Zhang Yang without paying attention, and continued to explain the details of shaving. As for the others, since they all turned their backs to hear, no one saw Zhang Yang at all. After listening to it for a while, Zhang Yang quickly became disinterested in shaving. Although shaving is really good, it is still inferior to Shunbu. No matter in terms of speed or other aspects, let alone the memory of the captain. Zhang Yang said that using Shunbu is also more beneficial to him. Soon, the shaved explanation was over. Zifa walked over to Zhang Yang, and the others also saw Zhang Yang. Zhang. Seeing Zhang Yang, Tina's face was immediately happy. She was about to go there, but was held back by Bastille. What are you doing? Let go of Tina. Tina immediately stared at the Bastille with dissatisfaction. Wait a minute, now he has very important things. Bastille grabbed Tina, then looked at Zhang Yang and murmured, Go Zhang Yang. Must become stronger. Think about it. Zifa walked to Zhang Yang, as if he knew Zhang Yang's purpose this time, and looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at Bastille and Tina in the crowd, paused, nodded slowly and said, Well, think about it, I want to graduate early. Chapter 27, Zifa. Naval Academy, the 5th floor of the teaching building, in the curious eyes of everyone. After Zhang Yang and Zifa said a few words, they walked into the elevator and left here together. Bastille. Why did you pull Tina just now? It's fine now, Zhang Yang is gone again. Seeing Zhang Yang, who hadn't seen her for a week, left again, Tina immediately stared at the Bastille Road angrily. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Bastille sighed. What? Are you mean? Zhang Yang is about to graduate. Tina was shocked all over her body suddenly, a little Liashan Wazua said. Bastille nodded, looking at Tina who was depressed, and said solemnly, Tina, you should also understand that Zhang Yang's continued stay here is not a good thing for him. Tina understands. Tina's eyes were a little sad, but although she knew in her heart that Zhang Yang should be allowed to go, why was she so sad in her heart? And looking at Tina looking sad, Bastille sighed helplessly, feeling a little envy, how all the benefits were taken up by the guy Zhang Yang, not to mention her strength, she even made Tina the best beauty in their academy. Secretly hurt him. Ugh! I can't help you this brother. Do it yourself. But... Turning his head and looking at Smog, who was staring here, Bastille muttered, even if you leave, I won't let you take advantage of it. At the same time, on the other side, Zhang Yang and Zifa had already arrived downstairs. Before submitting your graduation application, there is one more thing to do, but this is my personal request. You can choose to refuse or accept it. Zifa stopped and looked at Zhang Yangdao on the side. What's the requirement? Zhang Yang turned his head and asked strangely. Fight me. Zifa said lightly, and Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. Do you want to accept it? Zifa stared into the open eyes, wanting to see if he could see the cringe in his eyes. It's just a pity that he flinched and didn't see it, but Zifa saw excitement in Zhang Yang's eyes. Of course I accept. The corner of his mouth was raised, and he said without hesitation, just in time, he also wanted to know what level of his current strength had reached. You really didn't disappoint me. Zifa nodded appreciatively, and then a fierce momentum surged from him, staring at Zhang Yang and said, Go and take your knife. This battle is allowed to use any means, and I don't there will be no mercy from anyone. Just to my liking. Zhang Yang was not affected by Zifa's aura at all, smiled lightly, moved his feet, and disappeared in front of Zifa with instant steps. What a weird footwork! Zifa exclaimed, and then waited quietly. After a while, with the slight sound of breaking through the air, Zhang Yang suddenly appeared in front of Zifa with the water cut. Let's go. Change of place. Zifa glanced at Zhang Yang, and then walked out of the academy first, followed by Zhang Yang. The two of them bypassed the Naval Academy and turned left and right. A few minutes later, under the leadership of Zifa, Zhang Yang came to a place similar to the Roman arena. The difference was that there were no crowds of spectators around. There were no slaves who fought against wild beasts, and there was no one everywhere. This is the place where the Navy used to screen outstanding naval soldiers, but after the Naval Academy was built, this place has not been used. It is just suitable for us to fight. Zifa explained to Zhang Yang to the side. Zhang Yang nodded, and looked around. The place was huge, and it was indeed enough for them to perform. Let's start. The two walked to the center of the arena and stood opposite each other. Zifa said calmly, the voice just fell. Boom! A powerful aura spurted out of Zifa's body, like a wave of air, tumbling towards Zhang Yang, and in it, Zhang Yang also felt a very fierce aura. Add domineering to the momentum. Zhang Yang's face became serious, and then the spiritual pressure in his body gushed out, offsetting all the aura that he rushed over. Are you overbearing? Sure enough, I have worked out how to use it, but this level is not enough. Zifa's eyes did not change at all, and his figure disappeared instantly when he moved his feet. Shave. Zhang Yang's pupils shrank slightly, his right hand instantly pulled out the water, and he swiped it to the left without hesitation. A crescent-shaped white spiritual pressure shot out, making a sharp piercing sound in the air. Sword pressure. Bang! A black fist smashed to pieces with a fist sword, and Zifa's figure instantly appeared on Zhang Yang's right side, his arms turned into a weird black like metal. Armed color domineering armed. The power is too small. Zifa shook his arm and kicked Zhang Yang suddenly. Land foot. Hey! A light blue air blade whizzed out, lasing directly at Zhang Yang. The expression of Zhang Yang was slightly dreadful, and with a momentary step under his feet, he left his original position in an instant. With a bang, the rebel splashed, leaving a huge gully directly on the ground. What a great power! Zhang Yang was surprised, his hand interrupted the water, and another sword shot at Zifa, then his body moved and disappeared instantly. Little tricks! Zifa snorted and smashed the sword again with a punch. Then, like an unknown prophet, one side of his body escaped Zhang Yang's slash from behind. Have you seen and heard domineering? Zhang Yang frowned, and the cut water plunged into the ground, using the water as a fulcrum to jump into the air, kicked hard towards Zifa, but was caught by Zifa with one hand, and then threw it fiercely. Got out! Immediately afterwards, Zifa moved his feet, and the whole person directly caught up with Zhang Yang who was flying out, and blasted out with a punch. Zhang Yang was shocked and blocked the water in front of him. Files. Zifa's fist hit the broken water and made a dull metal crash. Zhang Yang only felt his hands numb, and the whole person directly accelerated and flew out and slammed into the wall surrounding the arena. With a bang, numerous cracks appeared on the wall. Zhang Yang, is this your strength? Zifa descended from the sky and kicked directly towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang moved his foot and left the place in an instant. The next moment, the wall was directly kicked to pieces by Zifa, revealing the outside scene. Hey! Zhang Yang instantly appeared tens of meters away from Zifa, shaking his numb arms, looking at Zifa, who turned around. A dignified look flashed in his eyes. Zifa's strength is indeed outrageous, armed and domineering, so that he can hardly resist Zifa's attacks or even break the defense, seeing and hearing domineering, so that Zhang Yang cannot hit almost all attacks, domineering, it is really a troublesome thing, look for maybe you can learn from this opportunity. However, Zhang Yang is not without resistance. If you go on like this in the afternoon, it will be troublesome to be looked down upon, sir, then I'm going to be serious. Zhang Yang grinned and said, the spiritual pressure in his body was no longer reserved to gush out. Suddenly, an extremely heavy and depressing domineering atmosphere filled the entire arena, and then, boom! A white lightning suddenly exploded from behind Zhang Yang, entangled Zhang Yang and rose to the sky. As the white lightning exploded, Zhang Yang's back and shoulders were also blown to pieces, and his fists and water-breaking knives were entangled with richness. The white lightning, a violent hurricane spread. Quickly open! Zhang Yang, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, looked at Zifa, who was a little shocked, and the water in his hand pointed directly at Zifa. Go ahead, teacher. Chapter 28, The Sudden Change. Crackling! Crackling! In the arena, the white thunder and lightning made a harsh crackling sound. Zhang Yang was covered with white thunder and lightning, and the ground under his feet was continuously decomposed and collapsed under the violent thunder and lightning, forming a large pit 2 or 3 meters in diameter, and the violent shock wave spread out like ripples. This is the power of the devil fruit. Seeing Zhang Yang's sudden change, Zifa couldn't help but said in shock. Hearing that, Zhang Yang shook his head and said softly, this is a physical skill I developed by myself, not a devil fruit, then teacher. With that said, Zhang Yang shook the broken water entangled by thunder and lightning in his hand, and with a bang, a wave of air shot out, leaving a cut mark directly on the ground. It's a lot stronger, just wave it. Seeing the cut marks Zhang Yang left on the ground, Zifa was stunned, and then suddenly smiled. In this sea, I have never seen you such a kid who surprised me again and again. Don't keep your strength, attack me with all your strength, let me see your strength. Zifa laughed loudly. With a movement, he instantly disappeared from Zhang Yang's eyes, leaving only trails of smoke and dust in place, and the speed was more than a level higher than before. As you wish. Zhang Yang grinned similarly, and the lightning-entangled body slowly floated into the air, and then instantly turned into a thunder light and disappeared instantly. The publicity in the instant open state, some ghosts' power blessings, the instant step has far exceeded the ordinary state of the instant step, and the speed is so fast that it even keeps up with the current Zifa. Next moment. Clang clang clang. Dense metal impacts continued to sound. Zhang Yang and Zifa turned into 2 rays of light, one black and one white, flying quickly around the arena, and sparks splashed in every impact, leaving holes on the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground 10 meters in diameter collapsed like a meteorite. Not bad. But Zifa crossed his hands to block Zhang Yang's blade, staring fiercely at the Zhang Yang holding the knife in both hands. Suddenly, his hands violently pushed Zhang Yang away, and a strong hurricane suddenly spread. The strength you showed in the last Daoli test was more than that, why? Are you still hiding your strength? Zifa suddenly frowned. Hidden strength? Zhang Yang gasped slightly and smiled bitterly. The general is worthy of being a general, and the strength is really not what he can resist now. After taking a few breaths, Zhang Yang's expression slowly became serious, and he retracted the broken water into the scabbard. His right hand was received at the waist, and the spiritual pressure in his body gushed out. Boom! There were cracks in the ground, and the violent hurricane blew the gravel and flew out. And seeing this scene, Zifa suddenly showed a smile on his face. Let me see how much your power can reach. Seeing the vigorous publicity, Zifa's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Ling Ling's domineering aura also gushed out of his body. With a bang, the ground under Zifa's feet suddenly turned over, and the next moment, Zifa was far ahead. The speed blasted towards the public. So fast! Zhang Yang's pupils shrank, and the spiritual power in his body rushed to his right fist frantically, and then violently swung out. One bone! Boom! A loud bang resounded across the sky, and the fists of Zhang Yang and Zifa collided like a meteorite. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, the ground collapsed and shattered, countless cracks spread, and powerful waves of air spread around. Come, blowing countless rubble and sand. Immediately afterwards, a larger wave of air blasted out. Bang! Zhang Yang's figure flew upside down fiercely, and violently twisted his figure to the ground. After rubbing his feet on the ground for more than 10 meters, he landed on one knee and stopped. The white thunder and lightning entangled all over his body disappeared and dissipated. Zifa stood in the deep pit on the spot, shook his aching arms, disarmed his domineering look, and his eyes were full of amazement when he looked at the ground on one knee. Your strength is enough to graduate and go to the sea. Go back and have a good rest. I'll apply for your graduation. Zifa walked to Zhang Yang, and after saying this, he turned and walked towards the Navy headquarters. While Zhang Yang raised his head to look at Zifa's back, traces of blood slowly flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Is this the strength of the general? Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head with a wry smile. He could feel that Zifa didn't use his full strength in the battle just now, but even so, he did his best without causing any threat to Zifa. This kind of power gap is not a star and a half. If Zhang Yang now has a captain level, no, even as long as he has a deputy captain level, even if he can't beat Zifa, he won't be as embarrassed as he is now. It's still too reluctant. Become stronger, I have to be stronger. Zhang Yang murmured while clenching his fists, and then stood up using the broken water as a support, walked out of the arena and returned to the Naval Academy. This is the time for class, so there is no one. I will tell them separately. He raised his head and glanced at the windows on the 5th floor. Zhang Yang sighed and walked to the dormitory. Back to the dormitory, Zhang Yang said nothing, cross-legged, and began to regain his spiritual power, and at the same time he was thinking of the battle just now in his mind. Through this battle, he deeply understood his own shortcomings. Although the memory of the captain gave him the 4 basic abilities of the of death, he was still too weak to perform his due power. The power of Zhan Chuan and the ghost is not enough, the Zanpai knife can't be taken out, and his body is still an ordinary flesh. Now he is not a true of death at all. After all, for most of the gods of death, Zhan Chuan and Digui is only a secondary function, and the real power of the gods of death is the Zanpai Dao. Liu, when will you show up? While regaining his spiritual power, Zhang Yang sank his consciousness into his mind and sighed as he watched the quietly floating Lu blade Ruohuo. Suddenly, just as Zhang Yang sighed when he could take out Liubian Ruohuo, a hot breath began to radiate from Liubian Ruohuo. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy flashed across his face. After more than a year of silence, Lu Jian Ruohuo finally changed. Chapter 29, The Last Wish of the Captain. For Zhang Yang, the biggest reliance on crossing the sea of powerhouses like forests, so that he has never been afraid and uneasy, is not the 4 basic skills of death, nor is it the memory of the captain's life, but the captain. The strongest and oldest Zanpaku sword of the flame element he possesses, with a fiery blade. Just the beginning of the solution is infinitely powerful, and the is almost unmatched. If he can possess the power of this knife, even in the dangerous world of One Piece, Zhang Yang will have absolute confidence to face any situation. It's just that, no matter what his strength is not enough, he doesn't have enough spiritual power to hold the blade like a fire. Even if he has been cultivating day and night every day for more than a year, it is still not enough. But now, Lu Jianruohuo, who hadn't been moving for more than a year, has changed for the first time, and the mood of Zhang Yang can be imagined. Even the spiritual power can't be restored, and all the open minds are sinking into the sea of consciousness, staring closely at the scorching hot air that has begun to slowly exudes. Are you coming out? Or something else? Staring closely at the quietly floating Lu Jianruohuo, Zhang Yang muttered in his heart a little nervously. As time passed, the hot aura exuded by Liu Bianruohuo became more and more intense, and even a faint red aura could be seen around the blade. Suddenly, the red wave of air was distorted, and the public spirit was shocked, and he stared at the fierce blade, for fear of missing any details. The red air waves were distorted and gathered, and Liu Bianruohuo still continued to release red heat waves. In the eyes of Zhang Yang, the red air waves slowly formed a human form in a short while. Blade Spirit. This was Zhang Yang's first reaction, but soon he knew that he was wrong, because just as Zhang Yang had this idea, the red of the humanoid red air wave suddenly faded, and a translucent old man appeared in front of Zhang Yang. Rickety figure, black death tyrant costume, windless automatic long robe, looks extremely old, but there is a cross-shaped scar on his forehead, and the long white beard that hangs down to his waist is tied with a purple strap. This is an old grandfather who seems to make people feel very strict, but seeing this old man, Zhang Yang fell into a sluggishness. Because the old man in front of him is the master of the fiery blade, the captain of the 13th division of the Corpse Soul World, the strongest of death in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Motoyajisuk Shigakuni. Chief, Captain? How is this possible? Seeing the existence in front of him who had seen countless times in the anime, Zhang Yang couldn't help being shocked. In the memory of the captain in his mind, the captain should have been killed by his friend Habich. How could it appear in his sea of consciousness? At this moment, the captain twisted his neck slightly and looked at the white space around him. When he saw the fiery blades, his eyes opened slightly, and then he looked towards floating in the air. The same is in a semi-transparent state. In the sea of consciousness, Zhang Yang himself also exists in this state. Boy, as an old man, you should have the answer in your mind, right? At this time, the captain looked at Zhang Yang calmly, and said in an extremely old voice. Hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded subconsciously, and said in a reluctant way, Captain, you shouldn't have been given by your friend Habich. Why did you appear in my sea of consciousness? Zhang Yang stammered and asked, and at the same time forced himself to calm down slowly. Intuition told him that what happened next might be very important to him. The old man was indeed beheaded by the friend Habich, and now standing in front of you is just a ray of the old man's remnant soul. The captain said calmly, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. At the time of his death, the old man knew that he was unable to recover, but the friend Habich is still in the soul world. Even with the 0 division, the old man still can't worry about the little ghosts in the corpse world, so before they die, the old man asked Lu Jianruohu to forcibly open the boundary and pass on the power of the old man, hoping to one day be able to fight against the friend Habich. So, Lu Renruohuo chose me. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and calmed down. It's not a choice. Lu Renruohuo only took part of the old man's soul into the boundary, and then fell into a deep sleep in order to save the old man's remnant soul. It was not until just now that he felt the strong spiritual fluctuations to wake up. Captain rode slowly. Zhang Yang nodded in a seemingly understandable way, breaking the realm. The time and space in it were originally messed up. Although it is a bit exaggerated to come to the world of One Piece, it is not unacceptable. As for himself, it may just happen. It's so lucky to meet Liubian Ruohuo when you travel through it. Do you want to tell the captain that this is no longer the world of death? Looking at the captain, Zhang Yang pondered to himself. Boy, the time left for the old man is running out. The captain continued, and then with a move, Liubian Ruohu floating behind the captain flew into his hands as if he had been summoned. Lu Ren Ruohuo has accompanied the old man for more than 2,000 years, burning countless enemies, but it is a pity that now the old man wants to abandon him. The captain stroked Liubian Ruohuo and sighed, then he threw it away, and Liubian Ruohuo flew directly towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly stretched out his hand to catch it, feeling the warm breath and touch, and couldn't help feeling a little excited. After more than a year, he finally got his hand. The old man has connected it with your soul. From now on, Lu Jian Ruohu will be your Zanpai Dao, kid, I hope you can treat him well. The captain said in a somewhat vicissitudes of life. Hearing this, Zhang Yang hesitated looking at the translucent captain, and still said, Captain, let's tell you, this is actually not your original world anymore, here. This old man has known for a long time. The captain interrupted Zhang Yang, and sighed, I knew it when I awoke from Liubian Ruohuo. Boundary is a turbulent flow of time and space. It's not strange to come to a place, kid, the old man thought. Please one thing. Captain, please tell me. Zhang Yang asked without hesitation. After crossing into the pirate world, he could reach his current level in just 1 year. It would be absolutely impossible without the captain, and now the captain has given him all the skill. What's wrong with fulfilling the last wish for the captain? Although I don't know how much time it will take, but if possible, if you can return to the corpse world, I hope you can wait for the old man to take care of those little ghosts. The captain said in a low tone. Don't worry, as long as there is one day, I will definitely help you protect the soul world. Zhang Yang said seriously, although he also knew that the possibility of meeting the soul world was almost zero. Breaking the void and traversing the world, that can't be done with pure strength, even with the strength of the captain, it is impossible to do. Thank you. The captain nodded gently to Zhang Yang, and then his body began to slowly dissipate, and after a while, he disappeared without a trace in this space. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang couldn't help sighing. The captain has a glorious life, he has almost never failed in his life, but in the end he has been in the hands of friend Habich due to his age. I have to say, this is a great pity. Don't worry, Captain, you have helped me so much. There is only a chance, I will definitely help you fulfill your last wish. Zhang Yang said seriously at the place where the captain disappeared, and then looked at the fiery blade in his hand. An unconcealable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Chapter 30, Skyrocketing Strength. Navy Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang, this kid is really amazing, he deserves to be my favorite man. The exaggerated laughter came from Karp's mouth. He was sitting on the sofa, holding a large bag of senbei in one hand, and slapped the table vigorously with the other, making a huge noise and leaving it on the table. Numerous cracks. Kapu, be quiet. The warring states on the side said helplessly. It's okay, Karp should be happy, after all, the little guy's performance is really incredible. Gang Bone waved his hand and smiled. Thinking back to Zifa's words just now, even he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. In just 1 year, Zhang Yang was able to progress to this point, with a Dao power value of nearly 900, and even learned to control the overlord's domineering. Although the degree of overlord's appearance is not very high, but even so, that is also it's incredible. I think back then, when the 3 green pheasants graduated, they were not so exaggerated. It is hard to imagine what Zhang Yang will achieve in the future. Anyway, fortunately, when Kapupu realized that this kid brought him back to the navy, otherwise, as long as this kid has a little chance of becoming a pirate, it would be really troublesome. When I think of this, Gangbone can't help feeling a little heart palpitations. Even Carp, who usually seems to give him a headache, seems a little pleasing to the eye. So, you are here this time to apply for graduation to Zhongyang. The Warring States period looked to the side Zifa Road. Yet, he is very talented, I don't have anything to teach him anymore. As for the domineering. After that, Zifa looked at Carp and said, I think you should be more suitable to teach him than me. No problem, let him graduate. Domineering, I can teach him. Carp clapped his chest and laughed. Based on his performance, it is not a problem to graduate early, but where should he go? The Warring States thought. Hearing that, Steelbone also frowned and nodded, agreeing, this is indeed a problem. Although Zhongyang is a good guy, he is still too young and has no experience. It is better to send him to one first. Where the danger is not that great, let him develop after he matures a little bit. Of course, let's wait for Zhongyang to come out and listen to his thoughts on how to do it. Okay. Several others also nodded. The importance of Zhongyang now is absolutely great. After all, such a candidate who may become a general or even a marshal, it is necessary to seek his opinion on this matter. Then, I'm going to inform him now. Zifa stood up and nodded, then turned around and planned to go out. It's just that his hand just reached the doorknob, including the steel frame. The Warring States period and Carp and the faces of the four changed all at once. In their domineering perception, the direction of the Naval Academy, an extremely overwhelming, heavy aura rushed straight into the sky, and it was increasing at an incredible speed. Its publicity. After a moment of stunned, Zifa turned his head and looked at Gang Gu and others, his tone was very restless. This kind of domineering look, which is a little different from the usual domineering look, he experienced personally not long ago, and naturally he will not forget it, but the aura just now didn't have any effect on him, but now, he can feel faint pressure. Although pale, it does exist. Is this kid a monster? Zifa thought in shock. At the same time, just when the Gangbone Four were shocked by Zhongyang's changes, the Naval Academy, Zhongyang's dormitory. Boom! The surging spiritual pressure rushed into the room unscrupulously, as if a strong wind was blowing in the room. Everything was blown in a mess, flying to the corner of the wall, rolling, and, as the spiritual pressure continued to increase, even turned the whiteness visible to the naked eye is removed, leaving filigree cracks on the ground wall. On the bed, Zhongyang sat cross-legged, white spiritual power circling wildly around his body. The sheets had already been torn to pieces by the turbulence of spiritual power. For a while, as Zhongyang opened his eyes fiercely, the raging spiritual pressure in the room seemed to be summoned, and all shrank back into Zhongyang's body. Only a mess in the room proved what had just happened. Ryotsu has become so strong. Feeling the difference between the spiritual power in his body and the previous one, Zhongyang stared at his hands in a daze, clenched his fists, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Thanks to the captain, his spiritual power has almost reached the level of the deputy captain. The White Fight, Instant Step, Ghost Way, and Kendo have all been greatly enhanced. If he is allowed to fight Zifa again now, Zhongyang is confident, even if he would lose, it is impossible for Zifa to win so easily. And hey! As soon as he stretched his hand, a sword with the hilt of the sword appeared in his hand. Finally got it. Seeing that the fire that made him think about it day and night finally reached his own hands, Zhongyang couldn't hide his excitement. With Lu Jian Ruo Huo, he can be regarded as the real of death, and he can be regarded as truly qualified to be the top of this world. Pulling out the flowing blade, Zhongyang gently stroked the blade, although he wanted to try how powerful the initial solution was, but reason told him that it is best not to try casually here. Although he knew that the name of Lu Jian Ruo Huo could be solved, the original owner of the knife was not him after all. The first time he started solving, he did not dare to say how much he could control it. With the power of Lu Jian Ruo Huo, none of them be careful, I'm afraid the entire Naval Academy will be reduced to ashes. After all, the high temperature of 6,000 degrees is more than just a joke. But in any case, Zhang Yang's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Captain, you really did a great favor to the kid. Zhang Yang murmured with a sigh, then stood up. With the thought in his heart, the flowing blade in his hand disappeared from his hand and appeared in his sea of consciousness. This is the biggest difference between him and the ordinary gods of death. Other gods of death's Zanpaku knives must be carried with you, but he can be placed in the sea of consciousness and used at any time. Then, Lu Jian Ruo Huo has arrived, it's time to go to the outside world to see. But before that, Zhang Yang muttered to himself. He moved his feet and disappeared instantly. He was almost breathing before he came to the top floor of the dormitory. He looked at the direction of the teaching building from a distance, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He moved his feet and disappeared again. P.S. The new chapter is about to begin. The protagonist is about to go out and show off his skills. If you have any plots you want to see, or characters who want to appear, you can talk about it in the comment area. The mouse will be added to the plot appropriately. In addition, the name will be changed tonight, just call Zhang Yang's Japanese translation Eve Nas. If you have a better one, you can post it in the comment area, and the mouse will use it if possible. Finally, ask for a reward. Seeking flowers. Ask for votes. Seek support. Poor, not one of the lists so far. Chapter 31, The Party Before the Parting. What? Zhang Yang is going to graduate. On the 5th floor of the Naval Academy, a burst of exclamation suddenly sounded. Looking around, almost everyone stood up and looked at the Bastille who had just spoken this amazing word in disbelief. Only Anne, Bin's, and Image's few people who were not very gregarious frowned, and did not respond much. I also know this is hard to believe, but it is indeed a fact. Just now Zhang Yang and the teacher should have been discussing this matter. Bastille said helplessly. After Zhang Yang and Zifa left, he probably guessed that Zhang Yang should be discussing graduation, so in order to make Zhang Yang's departure not too sudden, after hesitating, he still chose to tell the matter in advance. After ignoring others, the result was similar to what he expected. Almost everyone was surprised. Tina? Is this true? Zhang Yang is really going to graduate? A few people still didn't believe it and asked Tina on the side. Okay. Tina nodded sadly. Upon seeing this, the others were silent for a while. Since Tina said so, it must be impossible to be wrong. Speaking of it, although Zhang Yang had to graduate early and they were shocked and surprised, it was not difficult to accept. After all, they had been with Zhang Yang for a long time and knew Zhang Yang's strength very well, and it was not impossible to graduate early. It's just that people are emotional and get along for more than a year. Even if they didn't communicate with Zhang Yang as much as Tina and Bastille, but Zhang Yang was about to leave suddenly, they were still a little bit reluctant. But reluctant to give up. They are no longer the kind of little furry kids who don't know anything. They all understand that for Zhang Yang, graduating early is the most correct choice. Nourish. At this time, the elevator door suddenly opened slowly, and Zhang Yang slowly walked out of it in the different eyes of everyone, staring at the students who were all staring at him, and was stunned. What's the matter? All staring at me, have I become handsome again? Zhang Yang touched his face and smiled. Zhang Yang, I have told them about your graduation. Bastille said in a low tone. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned again, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. These people are really using themselves as friends. A faint color flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yang paused, with a silent expression on his face, shaking his head amusedly. Hi! What's wrong with me? Isn't it just graduation? It's not life and death. After graduation, we will not I met again? It was like a parting. I really convinced you. Damn! Aren't we reluctant to bear you? Seeing Zhang Yang's stubborn expression, Bastille couldn't help but cursed, and the suppressed anger that had just eased down suddenly, and the other people couldn't help showing a slight smile on their faces. Yup. Will they be able to meet again after graduation? It's not that we won't be able to see each other in the future, so why be so pessimistic? Tina looked up at Zhang Yang, and a smile appeared on her small face. Bored. Smog gave a light squeak, but his eyes flashed an imperceptible smile. Anne on the side took a look at Smog, and then continued to discuss the 6 forms of cultivation with Bins. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang also smiled slightly. In this way, even if it is a good report, I propose, let's have a party for Zhang Yang tonight. It's on the playground. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in excitement. I agree. Yes. Have a party. Let's celebrate Zhang Yang's graduation in advance. Good idea. Others immediately echoed. But, what about the food and materials? After being excited, everyone thought of this question, and then Chi looked towards Zhang Yang. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang would naturally not fail to understand what they meant. He smiled helplessly and nodded and said, I will discuss it with the teacher later. Oh! Excited cheers suddenly resounded across the floor. So, in the expectation of everyone, the night soon fell. Quickly, quickly! Go to the kitchen and find some firewood. Try to have as many firewood as possible. There must be a bonfire for the party. Is there enough food? Not enough? Go to the kitchen to get it again. Get more meat. Who, don't steal it. In the past, the quiet and dark playground looked very lively tonight. With bonfires burning slowly, almost the entire Naval Academy's students and even the instructors were scattered throughout the playground. The shouts and laughter were endless. As for why there are so many people, it is very simple. Zhang Yang asked Zifa to provide the materials for the party. Naturally, he needed to help arrange the venue. In this way, the students from other floors added some to come in, and the party was held for Zhang Yang to graduate early. As soon as the news came out, other people would definitely not be able to sit still, especially those blatant admirers and nymphomaniacs, who screamed to join. In short, it developed into this unconsciously in the end, and the entire Naval Academy was celebrating Zhang Yang's early graduation. It should be said that it is not the teacher's illegitimate child, in order to make such a big scene to see you off, who does not believe it. Under the big tree beside the playground where Zhang Yang often rests, Bastille looked at the lively playground, glanced at Zhang Yang and hummed. This is going to be heard by the teacher, you must peel off your skin. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said. Cut. The teacher is now busy organizing a party for your bastard. I don't have time to come here. Bastille said nonchalantly, but his eyes looked around, for fear that Zifa would really hear him. Hearing that, Zhang Yang just wanted to say something, but suddenly found a group of girls rushing over. Ah! Zhang Yang! Zhang Yang is here! The girls screamed and surrounded Zhang Yang. Before Zhang Yang understood what was going on, Zhang Yang was taken away in a daze, leaving only the stunned Bastille. Damn! This guy is so good! The Bastille was a bit sour, and then he walked into the crowd. Zhang Yang, who was drawn into the crowd, was first pulled by the group of girls to eat a lot of things, and then danced in a line. In short, there was basically no time to rest. After all, who made him the protagonist of the party? It wasn't until several hours later, when it was late at night, that Zhang Yang was liberated from the hands of the women. Publicity. Just now when the woman was liberated from the pile, Zhang Yang wiped the cold sweat a little speechlessly, and then saw Tina running over from the side. Tina, why didn't you go dancing? Zhang Yang chuckles when she sees Tina. I can't jump. Tina did not dare to look at Zhang Yang, her face turned red and hesitated for a while, and suddenly stretched out her hands hidden behind her, and a pair of wrist-like sheaths appeared in Zhang Yang's eyes. Give it to you," Tina said in an inaudible voice. Zhang Yang was stunned, then smiled and took it. "Thanks, it looks good." Zhang Yang smiled after taking a few glances. "You like it?" Tina blushed, and then turned and fled here like a frightened little rabbit. Zhang Yang shook his head funny, and then walked towards the Bastille and the others. Singing, dancing, eating, drinking, and having fun, the party lasted for a whole night. It wasn't until the early morning when the boys and girls and the instructors who were tired of playing lay directly on the playground and fell asleep. What a nice evening! Looking at the messy playground and the sleeping people, Zhang Yang raised his head and looked at the gradually widening horizon in the distance, with a smile on his mouth. P.S. I don't know how to write this kind of plot, but I should still be able to watch it. There is a chapter next, and then I will change the name of the protagonist. It is tentatively scheduled to be the Japanese translation of Ivina's. If you have a better one, please post it to the comment section. The time is up to the release of the next chapter. Chapter 32, A New Beginning, Major Zhang Yang. The sun jumped out of the grey sea, and a small half-round of purple-red flames immediately illuminated the dim sky. Behind the bright sunrise, it seemed to be a stretch of endless blue silk. The Navy headquarters, with the first ray of morning light shining on the word Navy on the majestic headquarters wall, on the avenue from the Naval Academy to the headquarters tower, a slender figure walked slowly and slowly. Come slowly. It was a teenager who looked 13 or 14 years old. He was wearing a neat and capable white navy suit. Although not so sturdy, he looked very powerful and swayed as he walked, holding a very delicate hand in his hand. His long sword, with an inexplicable smile on his slightly handsome face, his dark eyes looked around with curiosity, and a broken black hair swayed slightly with the morning breeze. This is a young seaman who can't help but impress people at a glance. And his identity is Zhang Yang, who officially graduated from the Naval Academy today. It seems that nothing has changed. While curiously looking at the various scenes of Malin Fanduo, Zhang Yang kept walking towards the Navy headquarters. Speaking of it, although it has been a long time since I came to Marlene Vander, I have been indulged in training this year and have hardly been out of the Naval Academy. So far, Zhang Yang's understanding of the Navy headquarters has only lasted for 1 year. The level of what I saw when I first came and learned from the animation, it can also be said that, except for the superficial arrangement, I basically don't know much. But Zhang Yang doesn't care, anyway, he has graduated now, and it will be a long time in the future, so he will always be familiar with it. Hey! Suddenly, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yang, who was looking around, like a teleport. The huge fist slammed directly at Zhang Yang, who seemed to know nothing about it. When he saw it was about to blast on Zhang Yang's head. Hey! Zhang Yang's figure disappeared instantly, and his huge fist blasted directly into the air. The sturdy figure was taken aback, and then slammed behind him with a punch. Boom! The end of the scabbard violently collided with a huge fist, but the seemingly fragile scabbard burst out with incredible power. With a huge explosion, a powerful shock wave spread. With such a powerful force, countless cracks appeared on the hard ground, spreading out to the surroundings. Bang! Zhang Yang took a few steps back as usual, shook his somewhat sore arm, repositioned the broken water in his hand, glanced at the sturdy figure in front of him and said uncomfortably, "Old man, not seen in a year, this is you to greet me. The way. Ha ha ha. Isn't this to try your skills? Not bad. Not bad, much more competitive than the green pheasant kid." The sturdy figure laughed loudly, and his identity was clearly visible in the gradually brighter sunlight. Lieutenant General of the Navy Headquarters, legendary hero, Monkey D. Cap. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth opened and twitched, resisting the urge to rush up and kicking a few feet, and said angrily, "Then take me to see the Marshal." Don't worry, let's go." Carp smiled indifferently, then turned and walked towards the Navy headquarters. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang also followed. Going to see the steel frame, this was what Zifa told him before leaving the Naval Academy. It seems that the graduated students have to meet the marshal once, and then the marshal will arrange the place to go after the military rank or something. It would be fun if I were to go to the New World, but there seems to be no 4 emperors. Following Carp, Zhang Yang thought to himself in his heart. After a while, Zhang Yang came to the marshal's office again, and inside, Gang Gu and the Warring States period seemed to be talking about something. As for Zifa, he was not present this time because he had to teach students in the academy. Marshal of Steel Bones. General of the Warring States period. Zhang Yang said hello to Gang Gu and Carp, but he did not salute like ordinary Marines, but Gang Gu and Warring States did not care. After all, special people must have special treatment. Sit down. Steel Bone smiled lightly. Zhang Yang nodded and sat down on the sofa beside Carp. It's been almost a year since you came here, right? Gang Gu looked at the usual publicity, nodded to the publicity in his heart, and smiled. Yes, it's been almost a year and 3 months. Zhang Yang nodded. In this year, you have made great progress. Steel Bone made no secret of admiration and said, since the establishment of the Naval Academy, you are the best talent I have ever seen. I am full of expectations for your future. Marshal Xie praised Zhang Yang's modest way, but in his heart he wondered what the Steel Bone was trying to say. Steel, don't say these polite remarks, let's quickly talk about the arrangements for Zhang Yang. Carp said impatiently. Kapu. The Warring States suddenly snorted Kapu. It's okay. Gang Bone shook his hand, then looked towards Zhang Yang and said, in this case, let's talk about the arrangements for you. As he said, Steel Bone took out a document from the drawer, turned it over and said to Zhang Yang, I remember you said that you were trafficked by human traffickers on an island full of bubbles. Yes. Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. That island is called the Chambord Islands. Steel Bone looked at Zhang Yang and said, that is an archipelago in front of the Red Earth continent, and it is also the only place to go to the New World and the Holy Land of Maria. Marshal, what do you mean? Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows, faintly guessing in his heart. I want the naval branch in charge of the Chambord Islands. Steel Bone said seriously, there is the only way to the New World. There are many pirates. However, because the Navy headquarters is very close to it, the pirates dare not be too presumptuous. You just came out of the college. Not bad, but too little experience. What do you think is the best place for you to experience? Hearing this, Zhang Yang groaned. He naturally knew a lot from anime in Chambord Islands. Before Luffy beat the dragon, the pirates there really didn't dare to be too arrogant. Seeing the sea, and Zhang Yang is also very interested in the Chambord Islands. Is it responsible for the naval branch of the Chambord Islands? It seems very interesting. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Zhang Yang nodded and said, since it is the marshal's meaning, then I naturally have no objection. That's good. A faint smile appeared on Gang Bone's face, then he pushed the file in his hand forward, staring at the open eyes with seriousness. So from now on, you will be the chief of the Navy Division of the Chambord Islands, Zhang Yang, Major. Chapter 33, Domineering Practice. P.S. I wanted to change my name last night, but I found that the first 20 chapters no longer have the authority to change it, and it can't be changed anymore. If it's changed after the 20 chapters, new readers will be confused, so the mouse can only say something. I apologize, but the name is still the same. In fact, I think it's okay for the mouse named Zhang Yang. The key is to let the protagonist never forget his parents. Recently, I have been having a headache about the name. Let's just stop it. If someone can't accept it and ignore it, then the mouse can only express regret. Mouse is ready to lose readers. In addition, the mouse did not pay attention to when the titles of the green pheasant and others came into being. They thought it was because of their abilities. Thank you for your reminder. The following is the text. When it comes to Malin Fandar, most people basically think of the title of its navy headquarters, and put it in check with the highest combat power, copper wall and iron wall, absolute justice, etc. However, only Malin Fanduo's local people do not. I feel that for them, Malin Vandar is the one who protects them from war and danger. Malin Fanduo, in the northwest of the residential area, on the bustling streets, all kinds of shops are rushing, men and women in different clothes are constantly coming and going, and occasionally, a few children will come out and chase from nowhere. There is a harmonious tension everywhere. Zhang Yang walked in the crowd with water in his hands, and looked at the surrounding scenes with some curiosity. Although he knew that Malinfan had a residential area for ordinary people, he didn't expect it to look like this. Compared to the small villages and islands outside that have been attacked by pirates, this place is simply a paradise on earth. Of course, if there is no future war on the top. Zhang Yang secretly added another word in his heart. There are people coming and going on the street, and no one will pay attention to him, at most only some people will be surprised at Zhang Yang's youth. Zhang Yang just walked around aimlessly, occasionally seeing some food and drink, and going forward to buy some to taste. As for where did the money come from? Naturally I took it from Carp. Okay. Suddenly, I didn't know how to get there, and took a public step, looked at a library, was stunned, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, he still doesn't understand the current situation very well. I'm going to see soon, so I can use the library to find out what's going on outside. Thinking of doing it, Zhang Yang threw the drink cup into the trash can and walked directly into the library. It didn't look very good from the outside, but as soon as he went inside, Zhang Yang found that the library was quite large, and some people had already looked inside at this time. Looking around, Zhang Yang found a book on history, picked up a book of modern history, found a place to sit down and read it. Until noon. Snapped. Gently closed the last book, Zhang Yang slowly exhaled, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After some understanding, he has almost understood the current situation outside. First of all, Gordy Roger was executed 3 years ago. In other words, it is now the 3rd year after the opening of the era of the big pirates. In order to find the big secret treasure that the king of one pirates was dying, countless pirates were vying for the first time. Going to the sea, now the outside world is a world of pirates. Secondly, it is the one that Zhang Yang is more concerned about. At this time, the 4 emperors and Kaiwasis have not yet been established, but some of them have already become famous in this sea, causing the navy and the world government to be extremely troublesome. In addition, the contradiction between humans and humans has become more and more serious. A large number of mermaids are killed and sold by humans, and they live under the shadow of humans. After that, something happened in recent years, such as the escape of the Golden Lion, the O'Hara incident, etc. In short, this is an era that makes Zhang Yang feel unfamiliar and full of expectations. Although there is no familiar Straw Hat Pirates in the original work at this time period, it is more chaotic than the original work. This chaotic situation is just right for him to show off his skills. Chambord Islands, more and more looking forward to it. I don't know if I can meet Raleigh. Returning the book to the bookshelf, Zhang Yang thought to himself with some expectation in his heart. Then he walked out of the library, squinted his head and looked up at the dazzling sun in the sky, stretched his waist, and walked towards the Navy headquarters. After a while, Zhang Yang returned to the Navy headquarters. Major Zhang Yang. Several navies standing in front of the entrance to the headquarters saw Zhang Yang, and immediately saluted Zhang Yang, shouted loudly, and stared at Zhang Yang for a while, and then reacted. Forget about it, now I am also a major. Touched his chin and grinned, Zhang Yang smiled at the navy, and then walked into the Navy headquarters. Speaking of it, he was also shocked when he heard that Steelbone was going to give him the rank of Major. Colonel, that was only below the general price. I think Smog was no more than a colonel when he first appeared on the stage. I didn't expect that he was a major as soon as he graduated. It seems that the steel-framed people really attach great importance to Zhang Yang. Back in his own room on the third floor, Zhang Yang just drank a sip of tea when the door rang. Come in. Zhang Yang didn't move, took a sip of tea and continued. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a man familiar to Zhang Yang walked in. Lieutenant Colonel Carlo. Zhang Yang was stunned, and called out the opponent's name with some uncertainty. If he remembered correctly, this was the lieutenant colonel who had given him food for 5 days. It's me. I didn't expect Major Zhang Yang to remember me. Lieutenant Colonel Carlo smiled, his eyes flashed with joy, and he secretly felt wise for his original behavior. He graduated from the Naval Academy in just 1 year, and even became a major of the Navy headquarters, this kind of enchanting character. As long as he can hold his thighs well, maybe he can become a colonel or even a general in the future. Zhang Yang naturally didn't know what Carlo was thinking, put down the teacup, and said strangely, "Is there anything to do with me?" "Oh, that's it." Carlo quickly put the sets of clothes in his hands on the table in front of Zhang Yang, and said, "This is the uniform of the school officer. The marshal asked me to give it to you. In addition, Lieutenant General Karp asked you to go there. Go to the square." The square. Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment. Carlo then realized that Zhang Yang didn't seem to know much about this place, and quickly explained, "It's the open space over the alley." "Oh. I understand, I'll be over." Zhang Yang nodded and stood up. "Then I will leave first." Seeing this, even though Carlo wanted to get in touch with Zhang Yang, he nodded and stepped back. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, walked to the square with the broken water. Sure enough, before reaching the square, Zhang Yang saw Kapu's sturdy figure standing there from a distance. "Old man, what are you looking for?" Zhang Yang walked over and asked casually, suddenly letting the group of Navy passing by around him stare. "Dare to call Lieutenant General Karp old man? Isn't this kid afraid of death?" But soon, Karp's reaction made them even more unbelievable. "Haha! Isn't this that you are coming out tomorrow? I have something to tell you." Karp laughed loudly, and then said with a look of nostalgia, "Speaking of which, it has been a year since I brought you back. Too much, time flies. Old man, when did you become so provocative? If you have something to say, I have to leave. I have to pack up." Zhang Yang glanced at Karp, and said with an impatient look, "You stinky boy, can't you be better on your savior?" Karp suddenly stared openly. "Okay, you say it." Zhang Yang buttoned his ears and rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Karp nodded in satisfaction, and then said with a serious face, "You are indeed good now, but you must not underestimate the sea is boundless, and there are countless people who are better than you such as..." With that, Karp suddenly slammed Zhang Yang with a punch. It was obviously an extremely ordinary punch, but Zhang Yang's face changed slightly, and the white thunder and lightning on his back exploded in an instant. Boom! A loud noise accompanied by dense smoke and white thunder and lightning suddenly sounded in the square, which immediately shocked countless seamen, looked at the square vigilantly, and raised the guns in their hands. "Put down your guns!" A lazy voice came. "Lieutenant General Kuzan." The Marines suddenly looked at Kuzan, who appeared next to them in surprise. "Well, don't be nervous, it's okay, everyone is watching." Kuzan waved his hand casually, and then looked towards the smoke and dust, where, surrounded by thunder and lightning, flying out from the smoke and dust, both feet pulled out 2 long dirt ditches on the ground, and then slowly stopped, and then, the thunder and lightning that was covered in Rao slowly disappeared, but the clothes were indeed torn by the lightning. "Old man, what on earth do you want to do? Zhang Yang stood firm and looked at Cap Dao coming out of the smoke and dust. Carp did not answer, as if he was talking to himself. On the sea, the natural devil fruit is recognized as an invincible fruit, but compared to ordinary people, it is not without dealing with the strong. Method: your strength is enough, but you still lack the necessary strength to be a qualified strong. With that said, Carp looked up at Zhang Yang and said seriously, since you are going out tomorrow, then now I will tell you the domineering cultivation method. Chapter 34, First Style, Caress. On the endless sea, accompanied by the cool sea breeze, white waves suddenly turned up on the calm sea. Zhang Yang lay lazily on an armchair, holding water in his arms, slightly squinting at the blue sky, quietly enjoying this comfortable sunbathing. This is a navy warship. The hull hundreds of meters long and tens of meters high is like a giant. The huge white sails are printed with the words Navy and the special logo belonging to the Navy. The dark muzzle is shining in the sun. With a chilling metallic luster, people can't help but feel intimidated at first glance. The publicity at this time happened to be on the Splint. It was already the next morning. When everything was ready, early the next morning, Zhang Yang boarded the warship prepared by the Navy for him under the watch of Carp and others, and set foot on the land of Champagne. The journey of the islands. Along the way through the Gate of Justice, and then get rid of the whirlpool currents, until now, the warship is now truly entering the channel to the Chambord Islands. The journey of voyage is naturally boring, so I have the scene like this, lying on the chair and sunbathing. Of course, this is just the idea of those seamen on board. Is Zhang Yang really sunbathing? Obviously, this is impossible. Zhang Yang looks like he is just lying on a chair basking in the sun. In fact, he is carefully feeling the surrounding atmosphere, or in other words, is trying hard to learn to see and hear the domineering. Yesterday afternoon, Carp had already told Zhang Yang about the principles, experiences, and cultivation methods of seeing and hearing sex, armed and even domineering sex, and let him practice hard by himself. In fact, I have been curious for a long time about domineering publicity. I can predict actions in advance and even listen to my heart. The armed dominance that can enhance defense and attack, and is very similar to Reiki, capable of coercion, the overlord look that frightens the enemy, coupled with the ability to attack the body of the devil fruit ability, the practical degree of domineering is naturally needless to say. Zhang Yang had this idea when he first joined the Naval Academy. He must learn to be domineering. After all, although his Ryotsuo is special, he doesn't know whether he can attack the natural demon fruit ability, but later he was busy exercising body, so I kept this matter behind my head for the time being. And now, since Carp has told him the domineering training method, how can he sit still? Therefore, almost just after leaving the Navy headquarters, Zhang Yang began to try to cultivate the domineering of seeing, hearing and appearance. According to Carp, seeing and hearing color domineering is the power to feel the surrounding breath, or it can be said to be the power to listen. No matter what kind of creature it is, the body will emit a special sound since birth. The sound can judge the position of the creature and the next action, which is the so-called foresight. Through practice and use, the range of perception will become larger and larger, and eventually it can even reach the point where you can hear the voice of others. This is see and hear the principle of color domineering. However, it's simple to say, but it's not that simple to do. At least, until now, Zhang Yang hasn't heard the so-called special voice. Sure enough, this domineering is not so easy to cultivate. Opening his slightly squinted eyes, Zhang Yang looked up at the blue sky, shook his head and sighed, muttering softly. Having said that, this is actually more normal. In this sea, powerful people are not necessarily domineering, but whoever is domineering is not a strong one. If domineering is really domineering, you can learn by just lying down and feeling it. Wouldn't they be domineering everywhere? Visible. Domineering training is definitely not a matter of overnight, even if Zhang Yang has Carp's experience and teachings, it is impossible to learn so quickly. Zhang Yang also understands this, so he didn't worry too much. As for those with devil fruit ability, even if he really encountered natural element Zhang Yang, he might not be unable to deal with it. After all, don't forget that Zhang Yang is now in full swing. Sitting up, taking a sip of the tea on the side table, Zhang Yang shouted to a seaman standing aside, "Hey, how long will it take to get to the Chambord Islands? Report to the Major, the warship." The seaman who was shouted by the public saluted, and just about to answer, the entire warship was suddenly shaken, and all the navy was unprepared and was suddenly shaken. Boom! The warship's shaking hadn't stopped yet, a huge wave suddenly soared into the sky beside the warship. In the panicked eyes of the Marines, a huge sea king broke out of the water, and its ferocious mouth bit at the warship. "Apshun! It's a Nippon! Shoot! Shoot!" The sea soldier who had been questioned by the public just now shouted in panic. Boom boom boom! For a time, gunshots broke out, and a total of nearly 100 seamen madly fired at the Sea Kings, but compared to the huge size of the Sea Kings, these attacks were not even tickling them. In the almost desperate eyes of the seamen, the Neptune class continued to pounce on the warship. Seeing, when the Sea Kings are about to bite the warship. First stroke cut. A clear voice suddenly reached the seaman's ears. Then, the seaman found that Zhang Yang did not know when he appeared in front of the Sea King class. Standing on the ship's side, his left hand was close to the waist, and his right hand was holding. The hilt of the knife stared at the Neptune class that was getting closer, and the cloak with the word justice behind him swayed with the wind. The next moment, a white cold light flashed vertically in front of the Sea Kings, and time seemed to have stopped. The Sea Kings stopped moving, opened their huge mouth and set them in front of the warship. After a few seconds, blood was seen in the shocked eyes of the seamen. Erupting from the Neptune class, the huge Neptune class was directly divided into two. Boom! The two huge halves of the Neptune-like body lost their weight and fell heavily into the sea, and the huge waves suddenly rose into the sky again. The seamen who watched this scene, after a moment of stunnedness, Chi let out a loud shout of excitement, looking at the publicity standing on the side of the ship, with a look of fire in his eyes. Originally, they felt very dissatisfied because of being arranged under such a young boy who just graduated, but now, this dissatisfaction has disappeared. The strong are always respected. At this time, Zhang Yang had already retracted the broken water into the scabbard, carrying the broken water from the side of the ship, and Zhang Yang walked to the navy who had been questioned by him before, and asked as usual, then, continue with the topic just now. To get to the Chambord Islands. P.S. The collection hasn't grown much recently. Those who like this book, if you haven't collected it yet, please move your fingers to collect it. Your support is the greatest help to mice. Ask for a reward. Seeking flowers. Seeking collection. Ask for votes. Seek support. Chapter 35, Chambord Islands. In fact, for these lowest level Marines, their idea is very simple, that is, to have a strong and reliable officer. After all, these 2 points are the most important in this world where pirates are prevalent. At first, when they were ordered to become the subordinates of Zhang Yang, who had just graduated from the Naval Academy, although they had heard many rumors about Zhang Yang, when they looked at Zhang Yang's youthful appearance and lazy demeanor, they responded to this time. The arrangement is disappointing. They are the elite Marines of the Navy headquarters. They all hope to kill the enemy heroically under the leadership of a powerful officer. But now, when Zhang Yang easily cut a huge Sea King in half in front of them, these seamen's views on Zhang Yang suddenly changed. Report Major. At the current speed of the warship, it is expected that it should be able to reach the Chambord Islands before dark. After being questioned by Zhang Yang, the Marine replied in a loud voice with excitement, his eyes full of reverence and admiration when he looked at Zhang Yang. No, it's not just him, the other Marines now look at Zhang Yang's eyes, and they are equally respected. The strong will be sought after no matter where they are. And feeling the look in the seaman's hire's eyes, Zhang Yang was a little speechless. Do people in this world like to worship people so much? This is the case at the Naval Academy, and it is still the same after I came out. Although it is cool to be admired by people, but being stared at by a group of big men, I always feel like my heart is fluffy. Then I'll go back to my room first, and call me when I get to the Chambord Islands. Some could not bear the look. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and then returned to his room without looking back. He took off the cloak behind his back and threw it on the bed. Zhang Yang opened the window, looked at the Sea King corpse floating on the sea, tightened the water in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. First stroke, this is the first move in a set of kendo that the captain is most accustomed to using. Now he can be considered to be able to exert some of the power of the captain's kendo. You must know such a big Sea King, even if it is ordinary. The colonel level ones can't deal with it at all, but Zhang Yang was able to cut them off. The commander's kendo power can be seen. What's more, this is still made by cutting off water. If it is used with flowing blade ruo huo, with the bonus of flowing blade ruo huo, the power may be even greater. Chambord Islands, I hope someone is a little better. Zhang Yang murmured expectantly, then pulled a seat and sat down, facing the endless sea, closing his eyes, and continuing to cultivate and perceive the domineering. The warship moved calmly on the sea, and approached the destination Chambord Islands little by little. Unknowingly, night began to fall. The Chamardian Islands, located in the middle of the Great Waterway, is a very distinctive island in front of the Red Earth continent. The entire archipelago is formed by giant trees called mangroves. The ground is the roots and secretions a very magical resin slime, and then the resin will expand into the air to form bubbles and fly into the sky, build houses on the bubbles, use bubbles as transportation tools, etc. The bubble culture has been deeply rooted here, so here also known as Pubble Island. As night fell, the Chambord Islands was a beautifully dimly lit view. At the top of huge mangrove trees, floating bubbles gleamed colorfully under the lights. Together with the laughter from the island, it made people I couldn't help but get drunk at a glance. However, the Chambord Islands tonight seems to be a little different. 4-2-GR, with the sound of neat footsteps sounding far away, a large group of navy rushed in here, causing a commotion, and countless people hurriedly dispersed to both sides of the road, for fear of causing any trouble. Even some of the pirates thought they were coming to catch themselves when they saw the navy, and they almost ran away, but soon they discovered that this was not the case. Because the navy didn't even look at them at all, after running straight to the coast, all the navies lined up neatly and orderly in 2 rows under the command of a naval officer, and then they stopped moving. This scene immediately caused these people to discuss. Hey! What is this going to do? With such a big battle, isn't it about catching some powerful pirates? A middle-aged man asked suspiciously. I don't see it. A man next to him shook his head and said, it looks more like someone is going to meet someone. Welcome? What kind of big man should it be? The middle-aged man suddenly asked in surprise. Who knows? Either an officer in the navy, or the world government or the Draco, the man on the side guessed. XX pirate group. Captain? It doesn't look like it's here to catch us. A crew member breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be careless, this is likely to be a conspiracy of the navy. We will catch it all while we relax. Tell everyone, run away if something goes wrong. The captain with a big beard said vigilantly. Yes. Dialogues of this kind continued to sound in the crowd. At the front of the navy queue, a middle-aged navy wearing a cloak of justice listened to the noisy voices in the crowd. His face did not change at all, just staring at the sea in the distant darkness. However, his heart was not as waveless as it seemed on the surface. Wosk, this is his name, and his rank is Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters and head of the Chambord Islands Naval Branch. Only yesterday afternoon, he received a strange order from the headquarters. Tonight, there will be a lieutenant commander from the Navy headquarters. Take over him to manage the Chambord Islands, and his accusation is to help her protect the main Navy commander named Zhang Yang. This was a strange instruction. If it wasn't for the confirmation that the phone worm was the Marshal of Steelbone, Wosk would have some doubts who was joking with him. After all, the matter that the Major General is going to assist the Major is a bit absurd no matter how you hear it. But after calming down, Vosk understood something. Zhang Yang, this name is heard even if he is not in the Navy headquarters. He has heard rumors such as the first genius in the history of the Navy and the future general, but at first he only thought it was a rumor. Now it seems that this may be. Really, how else would he have received such an order? The meaning of Steelbone is very simple, that is to let Zhang Yang experience here, he only needs to tutor from the side. Knowing this, Vosk is not only not dissatisfied and angry, but also a little excited. The future admiral of the Navy will come here to experience, then can he be called the instructor of the admiral in the future? Therefore, on the next night, even though he did not receive an order to greet him, he did not hesitate to bring a group of people to greet him. Look! What is that? It seems that a ship is coming. At this time, a scream of exclamation disrupted Vosk's thoughts, making him regain his senses, and quickly looked over the sea. As expected, only a warship was slowly approaching here. Chapter 36, Major General Vosk. There was a knock on the door, and Zhang Yang, who was sitting on the bed cross-legged, opened his eyes and whispered, "What's the matter?" "Report to the Major, you can already see the Chamardian Islands." The seaman's answer came from outside the door. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned, turned his head and glanced at the open window, only to realize that it was already dark outside. "Got it," Zhang Yang replied. Then he got out of bed and put on his shoes. He opened the door with the water in one hand and opened the door with the other hand. The cool sea breeze with a faint fishy smell blew on his face, and the cloak behind him swayed with the wind. Zhang Yang suddenly felt energetic and refreshed. A lot of the searchlight has been turned on the warship, so the deck and the front of the warship can be seen very clearly, but the surrounding and farther places are completely dark. Zhang Yang walked to the head of the warship to look at it, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the sea not far away, a dimly lit island like a dreamland appeared in Zhang Yang's eyes. It was similar to the animation, but it was even more shocking. This is Zhang Yang's destination this time, the Chambord Islands. It's finally here. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said to himself that this will be his first stop into the sea, and everything will start here. "Major, there seems to be something over there." At this moment, a seaman suddenly came over. "Thing." Zhang Yang looked at the place the marine soldier pointed, and suddenly frowned. On the sea not far from the hull, there seemed to be some kind of creature floating there. "Searchlight." Zhang Yang frowned. "Yes." Several marines nodded, and quickly turned the searchlight around, illuminating the black shadow. Suddenly, a little girl who looked 8 or 9 years old with a light green short hair appeared in the eyes of Zhang Yang and others. The little girl seemed to be taken aback by the light. When she saw Zhang Yang and others on the warship, she suddenly let out an exclamation and plunged directly into the water. In the white waves, she hurriedly turned her head. The truncated fin is clearly visible in the light. "Mermaid! It's a mermaid!" The marines suddenly exclaimed, and rushed to the side of the ship to look around in excitement. After all, in their identities, they had never seen any characters. All returned to their posts, "We are about to log in." Zhang Yang gave a soft sigh, and immediately made all the marines quickly return to their positions and stand. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at the sea where the little mermaid had just disappeared, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. If he read it correctly, the mermaid just now should be the mermaid friend of Luffy and others. Kemi got it. I just didn't expect to meet her at this time. I have to say that Kemi was quite cute when he was a child. With a smile, Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze, because at this time, the warship was about to dock, and as it got closer and closer to the Chambord Islands, the scene on the island was gradually clearer. The various buildings with different shapes on the bubbles flying around, and the bicycles made of bubbles, coupled with the differently dressed people and the drowsy lights, it's really amazing at first glance. People can't help but marvel at it. But compared to these, Zhang Yang cares more about the navy standing in 2 rows on the coast. Isn't it here to greet me? Zhang Yang thought a little strangely that although he didn't hate this kind of big show, but he was always so sought after recently, and he felt a sense of fatigue. Major General Vosk, the current head of the Chambord Islands Naval Branch, has requested to speak with you. At this time, a seaman came over with a phone worm. Major General. Zhang Yang was surprised, and glanced at the middle-aged man who seemed to be holding a phone worm on the coast. He took the phone worm. Is it Major Zhang Yang? A very loud voice came from the phone worm. It's me. Zhang Yang replied. Oh, that's it. The Marines are ready for the welcome ceremony, and the people on the coast have been evacuated. Please log in now. Vosk said in a very polite tone. Oh, good. Zhang Yang responded, hung up the phone bug, then shook his head helplessly, and went to the island. As for making so many adjustments. But having said that, login is still required. Under the gaze of countless ordinary people and even pirates, as well as Vosk and other navies, the warship slowly approached the shore, then put down the splint. Zhang Yang took the lead to walk down, and after that, other Marines also walked down in an orderly manner. This scene immediately made the surrounding roar. Although they guessed that the Navy might be welcoming someone, they didn't expect it to be a boy who looked like 13 or 14 years old. They were even more shocked to see the boy wearing a coat with the word justice written on it. After all, only the Navy above the second lieutenant can wear this kind of coat. In other words, this young man who looks at most about 14 years old is actually at least a second lieutenant? This really shocked them. Not to mention them, even Vosk was a little shocked. Although he knows that Zhang Yang may not be very old, he is too young, right? Colonel up to 14 years old? Hasn't he heard of such things since he became a navy? However, the Major General is a Major General after all. Although he was shocked by Zhang Yang's age, he quickly recovered. Seeing Zhang Yang who had gotten off the boat, he quickly made a gesture. Welcome to Major Zhang Yang. The seaman who had already been ready immediately saluted and shouted. Suddenly, the people around were shocked again. Not a second lieutenant? Still a major? Oh my! How can that be? Countless looking at Zhang Yang, full of shock and disbelief. Major Zhang Yang, welcome you. Vosk also hurried forward. Welcome, welcome. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly, feeling that he couldn't stand this kind of occasion, so he hit and said, go back to the branch first. I'm a little tired. Oh. Okay, no problem, I have prepared the room. Vosk hurriedly nodded and said. After that, all the navies under the leadership of Zhang Yang and Vosk left here mightily and headed towards the Navy branch, leaving only a group of people who hadn't slowed down. Chapter 37, Illegal Zone. Hey! Have you heard that? A major seems to have been sent from the headquarters last night, saying that he is going to take over the affairs of Major General Vosk in the Chambord Islands. Really? It's just a major. How could he succeed Major General Vosk? I don't believe it. Hey, don't believe it, I've heard about it. Didn't Major General Vosk take someone out last night? It seems to be picked up at that time. Cut. Your news is out of date. I have a brother who attended the event last night and he told me what happened. Really? Tell me, what is going on? I'm telling you. Early in the morning, small whispers sounded in a huge fortress. This is the 6th 3GR of the Chambord Islands. The naval branch is stationed here. The fortress-like building is surrounded by a high wall. Numerous muzzles are aimed at the outside. There are a lot of them on and inside the high walls. The navy moved around, and the defense could be described as a copper wall and an iron wall. The discussion just now was the voice of a small group of navy patrolling and discussing idle. As for the object of their discussion, it was naturally Zhang Yang, who had just arrived in the Chambord Islands last night. For these soldiers who only patrol all day, they can only pass the time like this. Talking about gossip while spending a boring day. Hey? What does that kid do? How did you get here? While chatting about it, suddenly, a seaman suddenly noticed that a boy who looked at most about 14 years old, dressed in casual clothes and carrying a knife, walked past them, and immediately treated others humanely. Hearing that, the others also looked over, and when they saw the teenagers, they all froze for a while. It's really weird, how did this little devil come in and carry a knife? Wait, I'll drive him away. Another sturdy seaman frowned, and while talking, he was about to walk towards the young man. It's just that I haven't walked 2 steps yet, but I found that the seaman who said that he knew what happened last night was holding him, looking at the young man with the knife in shock and muttering, "With the knife, it's him, it's him. What are you doing? Let go of me, if that little devil runs around, we will be in trouble." The strong marine soldier frowned. Hearing this, the seaman who was pulling the strong seaman suddenly changed his face and hurriedly said, don't go, we will be really troubled if you go." "What do you mean?" the strong seaman suddenly asked strangely, and the other seaman looked over strangely. Seeing everyone else looking at him, the marine swallowed, looking at the boy who had disappeared around the corner, and said in shock, "That boy just now is the new major." "What?" The other's eyes widened suddenly. Zhang Yang didn't know how much shock he had brought this group of navies. At this time, he was wandering around. It's still comfortable to wear this kind of clothes. Pulling the collar, Zhang Yang looked down at his clothes and nodded in satisfaction. Now what he is wearing is not the navy uniform oversized shirt he wore before, but a casual outfit similar to the ordinary people on the earth before, a pair of white trousers, a white short sleeve, very simple dressing, although not as cool as the navy uniform, but this simple dress makes him feel more cordial and has a feeling of returning to the earth. Of course, the premise is to ignore the water cut in his hands and the naval branch where he is now. As for what Zhang Yang wants to do now, it's very simple. Naturally, he is familiar with this place. After all, this place will be his site in the future. If you don't know what to do, don't even know what your site is like. It's really cheating. I walked around. Along the way, although many navies looked at him with curiosity or doubt, no one disturbed him. Needless to say, although it was only one day, most people should know that he is new. The major is here. Otherwise, let a stranger like him walk around here, it can only explain one thing: everyone here should take medicine. After walking around for a while, Zhang Yang almost knew something about it. In Zhang Yang's opinion, the military strength here should be very strong. I won't talk about the defense facilities such as fortresses. Just talking about the number of navy here, Zhang Yang estimates that there may be at least 8 or 9,000 or even 10,000 people. Plus there are many officers in it, this combat power is definitely very powerful. Naturally, as a branch with 10,000 people, there will be no shortage of facilities here. Although it didn't look too big when you first came in, Zhang Yang knew that there was actually nothing in it. The residential area, the canteen area, the training area, the military area, etc. are all available here. Basically, as long as they should be available, they are here. The equipment is very complete and the layout is very large. Zhang Yang estimated that if you had to walk around here alone, it might take a while before there is no possibility of getting lost. For example, now, Zhang Yang doesn't know which area he is in. "Major Zhang Yang, I finally found you. Just as Zhang Yang wondered whether to jump onto the building to see where it was, a voice that felt a little relieved came over. Zhang Yang turned to look, only to see a seaman running towards him. "Are you?" Zhang Yang looked at him strangely. "Report to Major, I am Sergeant Zalai of the Navy Headquarters. Major General Vosk asks me to take you to the office and say that I have something to find you." The sergeant named Zalai said respectfully, and did not look down upon him because of his public appearance. "Oh. Lead the way." Zhang Yang nodded and said casually. "Yes." Zhou Li nodded quickly, and then led Zhang Yang to a cylindrical tall building. He went up to the top floor and came to a door of a certain room. Zhou Li respected Zhang Yang and said, "Major, please come in, the Major General is waiting for you inside." Zhang Yang nodded, opened the door and walked in. In the office, Vosk was sorting something at his desk, and when he saw Zhang Yang walking in, he smiled lightly and said, "Major Zhang Yang, you are here." "Yet." "Major General, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yang asked after nodding his head. "Well, it's like this." Vosk nodded, walked up to Zhang Yang and handed a large stack of documents to Zhang Yang, saying, "This is the details of our branch, as well as the relevant documents of the Chambord Islands. You can take a look first. What's wrong? If you understand, you can ask me at any time," Marshal Steele has said. "Let me do my best to assist you." Zhang Yang nodded, flipping through the files in his hand, and soon he got a headache. To be honest, he really doesn't understand these political and military issues, and it's okay for him to fight, but looking at these documents or something is a headache. "That, Major General Wosk." After hesitating for a while, Zhang Yang put the files on the table and said tentatively, "To be honest, I am not doing the command material at all. I have a headache when looking at these documents or the like, or else. It was you who was responsible before. If you need to fight, you will notify me and I will do my best to help." Hearing this, Foski was stunned, and then he didn't expect Zhang Yang to say this, and suddenly became a little embarrassed. After all, let Zhang Yang take over the Order of Steel, he didn't dare to agree to Zhang Yang's request casually. "Don't worry, I'll explain it to the Marshal." Knowing what Vosk was worried about, Zhang Yang said quickly. "In this case, there is no problem." Wosk could only helplessly say. Since Zhang Yang has said so, how can he drop? And seeing Vosk nodded, Zhang Yang was also relieved. If he really commanded this and other like a steel bone, and a lot of headaches were in front of him all day, then he would really have a headache. Correct. As he was about to leave, Zhang Yang suddenly thought of something. He turned to Vosk and said, "Is there an area here that is illegal?" Chapter 38, Lingzi paving the way. Unlawful zones naturally refer to zones without legal control. In Zhang Yang's impression, the Chamardayan Islands seemed to have such a zone, but he didn't remember exactly which zone it was. As for why I suddenly thought of asking this, I also need to say, of course, I want to meet the deputy captain of the one-piece ship, Pluto Lely. Now that I came to the Chambord Islands, it would be a shame not to meet such a character. Wosk didn't know that Zhang Yang wanted to see Lely. Hearing Zhang Yang's question, he nodded and took out a map from the drawer and put it on the table. He pointed to the map and said, "There is indeed an illegal area, right here. From 1 to 29 gr, these places are all areas that the Navy cannot manage now." Unmanageable zone? Why? Zhang Yang asked strangely. When he watched anime before, he felt very strange. It was obviously so close to the Navy headquarters, and there were so many navies stationed here. How could there be any problems? Where is the managed zone? This one. Hearing this, Vosk hesitated and shook his head. On the one hand, those areas are too chaotic. Even if it is suppressed once, it will appear in the future. It is impossible for the government to have the energy to invest so much force in one place. Of course, there are other reasons too. Vosk didn't say the following words, but you can probably guess what it means by looking at his public expression. Needless to say, there must be some big people who need to exist in these areas, such as the Tianlong people. The government defaults to trafficking in human beings. Kind of, it is absolutely impossible to say that it has nothing to do with the Tianlong Ren. The evil taste of the nobleman. He cursed secretly in his heart, and Zhang Yang decided that if there is that opportunity in the future, the waste of the Tianlong people must be solved. The reason why they didn't have a good impression of the navy before was mostly because they indulged the relationship between the Tianlong people. However, Zhang Yang is not loyal to the world government. Although his current position is the navy, he does not care about the creator of the dragon people. If there is such a day, he will not hesitate even in the face of the dragon people. Of hands-on. Of course, thinking so in his heart, Zhang Yang nodded his head thoughtfully on the surface, and then continued, Major General Worsk, can you help me connect to Marshal Steelbone's phone bug? I'll follow. The Marshal explained that you continue to be responsible for things here. Okay. Worsk nodded, and he was relieved. The Marshal's order was for him to assist Zhang Yang in managing the Chamardayan Islands, but Zhang Yang was unwilling. Since Zhang Yang could explain to the Marshal clearly, it was naturally the best. So without any hesitation, Worsk quickly picked up the phone bug on the table and dialed the steel phone bug. Hello? This is the Navy headquarters, I'm Marshal Steelbone. The extremely majestic voice of Steelbone came from the phone bug. Worsk looked at Zhang Yang nodded, picked up the microphone and said, Marshal, it's me, Zhang Yang. The voice on the phone worm paused, and then Steelbone said in a visibly softer tone, Oh, it turned out to be Major Zhang Yang. You should have been to the Chambord Islands already? How about it, are you still used to it? Marshal Xie is concerned, everything is still used to it. Zhang Yang replied. Well, Major General Worsk assists you in managing the Chambord Islands. You can ask him if you don't understand, you can just let it go. Gang Gu continued. Marshal, this is what I want to tell you. Zhang Yang glanced at Worsk, and then continued, Actually, I am not suitable for this kind of management. My thought is that Major General Worsk will continue his previous. I changed to assist Major General Vosk, mainly doing some direct combat tasks. Do you think this is possible? Hearing that, the steel frame on the phone worm didn't speak, and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, It seems that I'm too impatient. If you don't want to, then don't do it. You want to be there. Major General Vosk will arrange for you to do what you do, but Major Zhang Yang, although your strength is good, the pirates who can reach the Chambord Islands are not fuel-efficient lamps. You must be careful. Understand? Zhang Yang nodded. Well, contact me or Carp directly if you have anything to do. I look forward to your performance. Gang Gu said with a light smile. Must live up to the Marshal's expectations. Zhang Yang also smiled. On the side, watching the conversation between Zhang Yang and Steelbone as if they were chatting with friends, Wosker was immediately surprised. It was the first time he saw Marshal Steelbone talking to someone in this tone. It seemed that Major Zhang Yang was better than he thought. It also needs to be valued by the headquarters. At this time, Zhang Yang also ended the dialogue with Gang Gu. Major General Vosk, then I'm leaving now. Zhang Yang said to Vosk, then turned and left the office. Only Vosk looked at Zhang Yang's back and shook his head. It seems that this time an incredible big man has really come. With a sigh, Wosk opened the file on the desk and started his work. On the other side, Zhang Yang, who walked out of the office, went straight to the gate of the station. Major Zhang Yang. The two Marines at the door saw Zhang Yang and quickly saluted and shouted that they were one of the Marines who had picked Zhang Yang last night. Although Zhang Yang changed his clothes, they recognized it at a glance. When they heard the shouts of the two Marines, the others also hurriedly looked over. When they saw Zhang Yang, they immediately started talking in a low voice, and at the same time quickly remembered Zhang Yang's appearance. They don't want to cause trouble because they can't recognize the chief, and eventually lead to punishment. Seeing such abrupt movements of the two navies, Zhang Yang was stunned, then nodded and went out without paying attention, and soon disappeared in front of the soldiers. The naval branch is located at 63 gr, but in fact, from the 60th gr to the 69 gr, it is basically the place where the personnel of the Navy and the world government enter and exit. Here, basically belong to the pirates, and those criminal organizations are absolutely not dare to come near. Zhang Yang recalled the map he had seen in the office just now, while walking towards the illegal strip. It only took a few hours for Zhang Yang to walk out of the Navy's sphere of influence and arrive at 71 gr, which belongs to the hotel block. It's too slow to go on like this. Standing on the crowded street, Zhang Yang frowned and murmured. The place he wants to go is 1 to 29 gr, if he just walks past, I don't know how long it will take. What's more, his purpose this time is to find Raleigh, and he may not be able to find it from 1 to 29 gr. If he wants to find it elsewhere, it will take a lot of time to walk. Originally, he planned to buy a bubble bike, but the money was not brought out by the Navy branch, and Zhang Yang had no choice but to give up this idea. By the way, why forgot this? Suddenly, frowning Zhang Yang's eyes lit up and thought of a perfect solution. As of death, although the body is not a spirit body, except that the strength of the body is not as strong as that of a spirit body, he is actually no different from a general of death. Lingzi paves the way, that is, paves a path with Lingzi, and then allows the death to walk. With this, the death can even walk in the air. Since the high-ranking death is a city, how can he not be the strongest leader of the death? As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Yang wanted to slap himself in the face. Really, such a high level of compelling ability was forgotten by himself. Thinking of doing it, Zhang Yang looked around, then walked out of the block, and came to a small hill with no people, and then carefully felt the spirit paving the way in the captain's memory. After a while, as if instinctively, I opened my feet and lightly stepped on my feet, and the spirits in my body gathered under my feet automatically, and the whole person soared into the sky and flew directly to the top of the mangrove, and then the whole person stood in the air without any leverage. The whole picture of the Chamardayan Islands was instantly imprinted in his eyes. Is this the feeling of flying? Feeling the wonderful feeling of being in the sky, Zhang Yang looked around, grinned, and moved his feet. With a bang, a white wave of air spread in the air like ripples, and it was in the air. At the center, Zhang Yang shot out like a bullet in an instant. P.S. In the morning, I took a morning class, and the update started in the afternoon. The first one is provided. Chapter 39, Little Pirates. The Little Pirate Group, a vicious group of pirates from the West Sea. However, although their pirate group is called the Little Pirate Group, their scale is not small at all. There are more than 200 burly crew members, plus the captain who offers 40 million Baileys and 23 million. Bailey's deputy captain is definitely a small and powerful pirate group. Today, it is an absolutely lucky day for the little pirates, because they caught a great beauty. According to the pamphlet given by the traffickers a few days ago, as long as the woman is sold, they will at least 4 million Pele's wealth will be obtained. 4 million Baileys is definitely a huge asset for the little pirates. In a good mood, the little pirates group sent people to buy a large amount of wine and meat, and directly held a celebration party in the open air. Ha ha ha! Brothers, with this money, we can replace all the weapons with the latest models and get more powerful power. One piece must be ours. Cheers! Oh! At 20 gr, on a spacious lawn, the crew of the Little Pirates group sat in groups, laughing wildly while holding their cups. And not far from them, a beautiful woman who looked less than 20 years old was sealed and tied to a tree. Watching the laughing pirates, the beautiful eyes were full of fear and tears. She knew very well in her heart. Her next destiny will be if she is sold as a slave, what awaits her is endless humiliation that is more painful than death. If she could, she would definitely choose to commit suicide, but these terrible pirates had stuffed her mouth, making her unable to do the simplest bite of her tongue. Haha! Look! This chick is still crying? It's so pitiful. Captain! Can I play with this chick first? A pirate noticed the tearful appearance of the beautiful woman, and the yin light flickered in his eyes, and Chun laughed and licked his mouth. Bang! With a muffled noise, a big exaggerated axe slammed into the ground. The captain of the little pirate regiment Oladon held the axe handle in one hand and sneered at the pirate and said, "If you want to be smashed by me. If you do, you can try it." Captain, I'm just kidding. Just kidding." The pirate hurriedly waved his hand again and again, and said in a panic. "Hey!" Oladon snorted coldly, glanced at the beautiful woman, and sneered, "This woman is not allowed to move, otherwise she won't be able to sell it at a good price." As he said, Oladon laughed wildly, and poured his wine into his glass. "Captain Oladon, what do we do next after selling this woman?" On the side, Deputy Captain Ditch, who was a little thin and with two strange guns slung around his waist, said. "Do you still need to talk?" "Of course I went to the New World. That's Lao Tzu's stage." Oladon grinned. "New World? Then we have to go to Murloc Island first." Dicky nodded, then picked up the wine glass and raised his head to pour. Then, his eyes widened suddenly, letting all the wine fall on him, staring at the sky in disbelief. There, a figure was flying down from the sky. "Shib! Captain! Look at the sky!" Dicky only had time to shout out such a word, and with a swish, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the crowd fiercely. Boom! There was a loud noise, smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the powerful shock wave immediately blew the nearby people out, and the panic-stricken shouts suddenly sounded, frightening the other pirates to quickly disperse around. What happened? The sudden situation suddenly made Oladon grasp the axe, staring at the smoke-filled position and became vigilant, and then said to Ditchy, who also took out the gun. "I don't know, I only saw someone rushing down from the sky just now. Captain Oladon, is it possible that the master in the navy is here?" Dicky also looked wary. "Navy?" Oladon's face changed suddenly, and then shouted at the undecided subordinates, "Everyone is ready to fight." "Yes, Captain." Hearing this, the pirates suddenly seemed to have found the main heart, and quickly took out their weapons one by one, encircling the smoke-filled land. At this moment, a figure just walked out of it. With white trousers and short sleeves, at the age of 13 or 14, with a handsome face and a delicate long knife in his hand, this person is just publicity. Damn it, it's too fast to stop, but, it should be 20 gr here. While patted the dirt on his body, Zhang Yang muttered and raised his head, then he was stunned because he saw the pirates who surrounded him. The same was stunned. There was also the little pirate group. They thought it was a powerful enemy this time, but what did they see now? It turned out to be just a kid who looked only 13 or 4 years old. It turned out to be a kid. Looking at Zhang Yang, Oladon frowned. "Captain Oladon, don't underestimate this kid, he just flew down from the sky." Dicky still watched vigilantly. At the same time, Zhang Yang, who was surrounded by people, came back to his senses. He glanced at these brawny men who were not like good stubbles, and then saw the beauty who was tied to a tree and looked at him with a look of help. The woman frowned suddenly. "Trafficker? Really, I encountered this kind of thing the first time I came here, should I say that it is really illegal?" Shaking his head helplessly, Zhang Yang directly ignored the people surrounding him and walked in the direction of the beautiful woman. "Boy! Don't move!" Seeing Zhang Yang's sudden movement, the pirates who were frightened by Zhang Yang's sudden drop from the sky just now threatened with waving their weapons. Hearing this, Zhang Yang seemed to have not heard it, and continued to walk in the direction of the beautiful woman, raising his right hand casually, and his lips moved slightly. 31 red cannons of broken road. Boom! A huge fireball suddenly formed from Zhang Yang's hand, and then shot out, immediately submerging a dozen pirates in it. After a brief scream, a dozen charred bodies fell to the ground. Wow! In an instant, the other pirates quickly moved away from Zhang Yang, and their eyes were full of fear as they watched Zhang Yang's non-stop footsteps. Demon Fruit Ability. Oladan and Ditch's expressions changed suddenly, and then Oladan shouted without hesitation, "Little ones, retreat! Retreat now!" After shouting, Oladan and Ditch turned their heads and ran away without hesitation. Although their strength was good, they did not hesitate to escape when faced with such a demon fruit ability that was not easy to provoke. Retreat? Seeing the captain and the deputy captain running away, the other pirates were taken aback for a moment, each one yelled in horror, and hurriedly threw away the weapons in their hands and dispersed. Zhang Yang glanced at them and didn't chase them. There are countless such people in illegal areas. If you really want to solve them one by one, don't be exhausted. What's more, Zhang Yang is too lazy to chase them. Walking to the beautiful woman, Zhang Yang then tore the rope. The beautiful woman knelt in front of Zhang Yang, and Yiwa thanked her with tears. "Thank you, sir, thank you. It's nothing." Zhang Yang hurriedly shook his head to help him up, then looked around and said, "If you are thankful, forget it, I have something to do, send you to a safe place first." With that said, Zhang Yang didn't wait for the beautiful woman to answer, grabbed the opponent's willow waist, and rose into the sky amidst the screams. After a while, he came outside the 30GR market and put it down. Be careful in the future, don't get caught, especially that kind of beautiful woman. Zhang Yang joked at the beautiful woman, and then stepped on her feet again. The whole person soared into the sky, and disappeared in the eyes of the beautiful woman in a short while, leaving only the beautiful woman staring at the sky. Then her face turned red. He touched the willow waist that was swept by Zhang Yang. Chapter 40, Aunt Xia's Ripping Bar. The little pirate group incident was nothing but a trivial matter for Zhang Yang. The only thing that impressed him a little was that the kidnapped sister was pretty. After sending the beauty to a safe area, Zhang Yang continued his search. Relying on Lingzi to pave the way, hurrying is just a breeze for him. Basically, it doesn't take much time and effort. The only waste of time and effort is that he has to look around every time he gets a GR. For example, now, after searching all positions in 14GR, Zhang Yang is already feeling a little hungry. It's noon, look for the 13th GR again, if there is none, look for it in the afternoon. Standing 10 meters in the air out of thin air, raised his head and looked at the sun, Zhang Yang touched his stomach and muttered to himself, then the whole person shot out again. In a short while, Zhang Yang came to 13GR. Leaning on the Lingzi to pave the way, Zhang Yang flew around along the way, while constantly scanning his surroundings to see if he had his own goals. I remember there was such a sentence, there is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Even Zhang Yang felt that there was no goal he was looking for here. When he glanced at a large mound in the distance, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly flew over. It was a building that looked a bit like a bar. It was not tall or even old, but as he got closer, Zhang Yang's eyes brightened because he had a hunch, which might be what he was looking for. The goal. Tread. Zhang Yang flew to the building and dropped to the ground lightly, then raised his head to look. When he saw the distinctive and familiar signboard, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Aunt Xia's Rip-Off Bar, finally found. Gently read the font on the signboard, and Zhang Yang walked over without hesitation. That's right, Aunt Xia's hold-up bar is exactly the goal of Zhang Yang this time. In the original book, Aunt Xia's hold-up bar is run by Aunt Xia, but Aunt Xia seems to have an unclear relationship with Raleigh, so she occasionally lives here. If you want to find Raleigh, Zhang Yang can now. I only came here to look for it. As for why you don't perceive Raleigh's Ryotsu, it's very simple. There are too many people in the Chambord Islands. It is simply a whimsical thing to find Raleigh in so many REI. After all, although Lely is very strong, his REI pressure has nothing to do with his strength, so his REI pressure is destined to not be much different from the average person. In addition, Zhang Yang has never felt Raleigh's REI pressure. Where did the one who found Raleigh start? Therefore, Zhang Yang could only use this brutal method to find it. Although it was time-consuming and laborious, but luckily I found it. Open the door. The layout is similar to that of a normal bar, the curved counter, all kinds of wine on the wine rack behind the counter, and the clean tables and chairs. Although simple, it makes people feel very comfortable. Oh! Here comes a handsome boy, what do I need? Little handsome boy. A slightly soft but wild voice came to Zhang Yang, who was looking around. Zhang Yang turned his head to look. Behind the counter, a beautiful woman with short black hair was lying half of her body on the counter with her mouth with a cigarette in it. He looked at him with interest. The woman looks almost in her 30s. She wears a black lace dress that looks like a tap dancing uniform. She also wears a beautifully crafted gold necklace around her neck. At first glance, she is full of contradictions between wildness and softness. Temperament. At the first sight of the woman, Zhang Yang recognized the identity of the other person, Anxia's bar boss, Raleigh's friend. Come on to eat. I'm a little hungry, so let's forget the wine. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth, and he walked directly to the counter, sat down, and said, "Little handsome guy, it's okay not to drink in the bar." Anxia seemed to stare at Zhang Yang with interest. "Then come here anytime," Zhang Yang said with a face as usual. "Please wait a moment, little handsome guy." Anxia smiled lightly, then turned around to prepare something. After a while, a sandwich-like food and a glass of wine were placed in front of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was already a little hungry, put the water cut aside and leaned on the counter, picked it up directly, and ate. "Little handsome guy, what's your name?" Anxia smiled and looked at Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang," Zhang Yang said while eating. "Zhang Yang? What about a rare name?" Anxia smiled and tapped the counter with her finger. She looked at Zhang Yang, who was about to finish the sandwich, and took out another one. "Thanks." Zhang Yang thanked him, and then he continued to eat. Soon, the second sandwich entered his stomach. He took the wine on the side and took a big mouthful. Zhang Yang immediately exhaled comfortably. I'm full, I'm full." Zhang Yang patted his stomach with satisfaction, then looked at Anxia, ready to ask about today's business. "Well, the boss, I want to ask you about something." Zhang Yang glanced at Anxia and said. "What's the matter? Tell me." Anxia smiled with one hand on her chin. "Actually, I'm looking for someone to coat my boat. I heard that you have a very good coater here. Can I meet him?" Zhang Yang said expectantly. "Coating master, you mean Raleigh?" Anxia smiled and spread out her hands, saying, "I'm sorry, he didn't know where he went a month ago, and he hasn't come back yet." "So it's like this?" Zhang Yang nodded in disappointment. "So little Zhang Yang, I have already answered your question. In fact, I also have a question for you." Anxia smiled, but a fierce momentum on her body began to slowly radiate. "Can you tell me who you are?" As soon as the voice fell, there was a bang, and the counter between Zhang Yang and Anxia exploded. With the sawdust splashing, one of the feet that Anxia quickly kicked was held by Zhang Yang's hands. The wine bottles on the shelf suddenly burst, and all the pungent wine flowed down. "You really are not an ordinary kid." Looking at Zhang Yang who was blocking her foot, Anxia's smile gradually faded, her eyes staring sharply at Zhang Yang and said, "Who are you? Why do you know that Lei Li is here? Also, you want to find Lei. What is Li doing?" 3 consecutive questions came out of Anxia's mouth, but Zhang Yang let Aunt Xia's feet go, stood up, and the seat under the fart fell apart. Don't be nervous, I don't have any bad intentions, just come here purely on a personal basis. Zhang Yang picked up the broken water on the side and grinned. As for my identity, you can call me Major Zhang Yang, but don't call me Xiao Zhang Yang, because it is easy to misunderstand. Chapter 41, Aunt Xia and number 039, S Strength. Are you the Navy? Hearing what Zhang Yang said, Aunt Xia suddenly frowned, and looked at the unscrupulous publicity in my eyes. Not only did the vigilance in her eyes not relax, but she became more vigilant. Regardless of whether Zhang Yang's words are true or not, she has decided that Zhang Yang must not be allowed to leave easily today. She has lived with Raleigh Chambord Islands for more than 2 years, and the Navy also knows Raleigh is on this island, but because they do not know the exact location and other reasons, they have not been taken care of. But if the Navy knows about Raleigh, the exact location of Lee is different. Although the Navy may not really try its best to catch Raleigh, a lot of trouble is unavoidable, and they are even forced to leave here. Since Zhang Yang said that he is a Navy, Zhang Yang can find it. Can other navies also find it? If Zhang Yang is not the Navy, what can he do with Lei Li? This is what Aunt Xia thought in her heart. No way, Lei Li's identity is too sensitive, and she doesn't want to lose this peaceful life. Aunt Xia naturally can only be more vigilant. Although Zhang Yang didn't know what Aunt Xia was thinking, he probably guessed a little bit. He spread his hands to indicate that he was really not malicious, and said helplessly, I am indeed the Navy, but I also said that, this time I come to find Lei Li is also my personal wish and has nothing to do with the Navy, so let's sit down and drink tea with amiable and have a good chat, okay? Aunt Xia ignored Zhang Yang's words, and said with a powerful aura, how did you find this place? Of course I saw it from the anime. Zhang Yang complained to himself in his heart. This is a secret, no comment, but don't worry, although I can find it here, it is impossible for other navies. Zhang Yang said seriously. Aunt Xia's eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about the credibility of what Zhang Yang said. After a long time, she raised her head violently, and her powerful momentum spewed out with a step forward. Bang! The floor was stepped upside down by Aunt Xia's foot. Aunt Xia looked at Zhang Yang with sharp eyes. I can't fully believe what you said, so before Raleigh comes back, please, stay here first. Hey! As soon as the voice fell, Aunt Xia's figure moved, and the whole person came to Zhang Yang almost instantly, kicking it out again with a powerful kick. Armed domineering. Zhang Yang's eyes were slightly drunk, and at a glance, he could see that Aunt Xia was using the armed look domineering. Sure enough, being able to open a bar in such an unscrupulous area without concealment has an unusual relationship with Lei Li. In the original work, it seems that she was a big pirate before, and the strength of this Auntie Xia is really not simple. However, this is also a good opportunity. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and the hand stopped the water without getting out of his body. He directly lifted it up to block him, and at the same time, his perception of spiritual pressure and unreservedly covered Aunt Xia's body. Next moment. Bang! The walls of the bar exploded fiercely, smoke filled with rubble splashing, and the public figure flew upside down, but then the solace of the feet stepped in the air, rubbing backwards in the air for a certain distance as if stepping on the ground, and then stopped. Demon fruit ability. Exuding fierce domineering all over, Aunt Xia, who walked out of the hole in the wall that was smashed by Zhang Yang, looked at the Zhang Yang standing out of thin air, and couldn't help muttering with a serious expression on her face. Those with the devil fruit ability, especially the devil fruit with good strength, are often the most difficult to deal with. Roughly the same. Zhang Yang didn't bother to explain, and even he wondered what kind of devil fruit would be used to explain if Lu Jianruohuo appeared in the sight of the public in the future. Whether you are a devil fruit powerful or not, you don't even want to leave here today. Aunt Xia gave a low cry, and with a fierce force under her feet, as the ground was cracking, the whole person directly rose into the air, shot towards Zhang Yang, and blasted Zhang Yang with a punch. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. "Actually, I didn't plan to leave now," he murmured softly in his mouth, and Zhang Yang's reaction was not slow. The water was directly drawn out, and he directly swiped at Anxia who was lazing, and a sword pressure directly lazed out. Sword chi! Anxia was slightly startled, but it was too late to dodge. She could only strengthen her domineering, and slammed her fist against the sword. Snapped! Like a pierced bubble, the sword pressure was instantly smashed, but at the same time, Anxia discovered that Zhang Yang had appeared above him at some point, raising her foot high, from top to bottom. "Kick it hard!" Boom! Anxia instantly fell from the air at an extremely fast speed, hitting the ground with a loud noise, and the smoke was filled. "Drink!" Suddenly, Anxia's loud shout spread from the smoke and dust. Then, a powerful wave of air instantly dissipated the smoke and dust. Anxia exuded a domineering arrogance many times stronger than before. She raised her head and stared sharply. "With publicity! Little devil, don't think that you can fly so you can be upright and worry-free." Anxia stared at Zhang Yang. "I didn't think so." Zhang Yang shook his head and chuckled, and then his body sank down and also fell to the ground. Seeing Anxia who was full of powerful domineering, the spiritual pressure in his body also spewed out. Boom! A powerful wave of air violently spread out with Zhang Yang as the center. Zhang Yang waved the broken water in his hand and pointed at Anxia. "It seems that it doesn't make sense. If that's the case, let's speak with strength. Don't be too arrogant, kid." Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't even need to fly, Anxia thought Zhang Yang would look down on her again, and suddenly her face was a little ugly. She shot out, and instantly came to Zhang Yang's face. The armed fists turned into armed fists. Black, blasted mercilessly at Zhang Yang. Before the fist arrived, a strong fist wind had already swayed Zhang Yang's hair violently. So fast! What a strong domineering! Zhang Yang's face suddenly became serious. Now Anxia's strength may have reached the level of a lieutenant general. For Zhang Yang, this kind of strength would be very difficult to deal with without using Liubian Ruohuo. Without any hesitation, Shunkai opened again. Boom! The white thunder and lightning exploded from Zhang Yang's back in an instant, the white short sleeves turned into fragments, and Zhang Yang's feet slowly lifted off the ground, and the ground under his feet was constantly cracking and decomposing under the strong thunder and lightning. What kind of devil fruit did this kid eat? Seeing this scene, Anxia's eyes suddenly flashed with dignity. First it was flying, and now it was thunder and lightning. She had no idea what kind of devil fruit it was. If it were the fruit of thunder, her first blow to Zhang Yang just now could be elemental what? However, the doubts turned to doubts, Anxia still did not stop in the slightest, and she blasted out against Zhang Yang's fist without hesitation. Seeing, it's about to hit Zhang Yang. Whoosh! A white electric light flashed in front of Anxia, and Zhang Yang had already disappeared in front of Anxia. However, Anxia's expression remained unchanged, her fist had not yet been retracted, and her whole body suddenly squatted down. Hey! Ling Yu's gust of wind whizzed past, and a kick that was entwined with thunder and lightning passed over her head quickly, and the owner of the kick was the one who appeared behind Anxia who didn't know when. Have you seen and heard domineering? Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, his legs were not retracted, and just about to move, the squatting Anxia in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint smoke whirling in place. Anxia appeared at Zhang Yang's side in an instant, with powerful domineering hands in her hands. She hit Zhang Yang's waist in a special posture. Empty flow. Anxia Zhu's lips opened slightly. The next moment, a terrifying force gushed out from Zhang Yang's waist, Zhang Yang's face changed, and the whole person shot out, hitting a dilapidated broken wall a few hundred meters away. Yuan, slammed into it fiercely. Boom! There was a loud noise, a lot of smoke and dust filled it, and Zhang Yang's figure was completely covered in it. Call! Seeing this scene, Aunt Xia suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were still fixed in the smoke, and the woman's instinct told him that Zhang Yang could not be defeated so easily by her. Chapter 42, Hades Raleigh. I recommend my other book, The Endless Plunder of Martial Arts. The first world is the movie version of The Deer and Ding Ji. The plot is dominated by the brutality of Wei Xiaobao, robbing his woman, robbing him of luck, hitting him in the face, and getting thoughts through oppression. Everything you want. Every reader can try to read it. Dividing line. In fact, Zhang Yang is indeed unlikely to be defeated so easily. Zhang Yang's current strength is actually not very clear to him. Although he only has the spiritual power of an ordinary deputy captain, he has the combat experience and moves of the captain for thousands of years. The strength of Zhang Yang is definitely not something that an ordinary deputy captain can contend. In addition, if you can start to solve the problem, if you really fight, even if you can't beat the captain level, you won't lose in a short time. You know, Liu Bianruo Huo, as the strongest and oldest Zanpakan of the flame element, just started to solve the 6,000-degree flames that ordinary people can't bear. Although Aunt Xia's strength is strong, but at most it is the strength of a lieutenant general. Even if Zhang Yang does not use the initial solution, although Zhang Yang may not be able to defeat her, it is impossible to lose as simple as that. Of course, the time is not necessarily too long. After all, Zhang Yang's high combat effectiveness is entirely based on a large consumption of spiritual power. It's a long story. Just as Aunt Xia was staring at the smoke and dust hundreds of meters away, and was always prepared for a sudden attack by Zhang Yang's voice suddenly came out of the smoke and dust. The thundering carriage, the gap between the spinning wheel, this thing has light, it is divided into 6, and the 61 and 6 pillars of the road are bound to light. Hey! As the blatant voice fell in the smoke and dust, 6 golden SE energy light sheets suddenly formed around Aunt Xia like petals, and then shrank sharply, trapping Aunt Xia tightly in place. The sudden attack suddenly changed Aunt Xia's face and her eyes were full of disbelief. Just now, she was always listening to Zhang Yang's movements with the domineering look, hearing and color, and she hadn't seen Zhang Yang launch an attack at all. How could she suddenly be attacked? What the is this? Aunt Xia tried to break free, but found that the seemingly thin 6 energy tablets didn't move at all, and there was even a strange force that made it difficult for her to move her body. Without any hesitation, all of Aunt Xia's domineering pouring out of her body unreservedly, immediately, the 6 energy tablets began to tremble violently, as if they would shatter at any time. However, just when she was about to smash the 6 energy tablets in one go, a blade stretched out from the side and gently pressed it to her neck. I won, don't move, otherwise it will be dead. I don't know when it appeared on Aunt Xia, and he put a hand on Aunt Xia's neck and chuckled openly. Aunt Xia suddenly moved, and then the domineering all over her body slowly dissipated. She glanced at the publicity on the side, her face suddenly calmed down, and said faintly, "You won?" "I don't think so." Boom! As soon as Aunt Xia's voice fell, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly fell from the sky. This aura was full of dominance and heaviness. It was very similar to the spiritual pressure, but it was not as oppressive as the spiritual pressure. The whole world seemed to be here, shivering under the breath. Domineering. Zhang Yang's face suddenly changed. Under this breath, even he couldn't help feeling a trance. Without any hesitation, the spiritual pressure in his body gushed out without reservation, and Zhang Yang returned to normal, but that extreme. The feeling of domineering and heaviness has not diminished in any way, but has become stronger and stronger. Not only that. Hey! A sturdy figure immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yang with the domineering look of the overlord. Zhang Yang had only time to block the broken water in front of him, and a big sword fell from the sky, slashing fiercely on the broken water with a strong howling sound. Files. Sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Yang only felt that an unstoppable force came, and the arm holding the water was sore, and the water almost broke out, but even so, Zhang Yang's body had to go out of the chamber like a cannonball. Fly out! Boom 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 boom! A series of impacts sounded, and Zhang Yang's body flew out hundreds of meters, hit the ground, bounced, and then hit the ground again, rolling and stopping, leaving numerous cracks along the way. Ahem! Zhang Yang coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, stood up with water support, raised his head and looked at the sturdy figure in the distance, feeling the soreness from his body, but showing a smile. It was an uncle who looked about 40 or 50 years old, with half-white shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a pair of floral pants and a white shirt, with round eyes, looking like a decadent uncle. Of course, if you ignore him at this time, the terrifying overlord's look exuding from his body and the words of the big sword in his hand that would throw a sword into the air. At the first moment when he saw the other party, no, at the first moment when he felt the domineering look of the terrifying overlord, Zhang Yang knew the identity of the other party. The target he was looking for this time, the deputy captain on the one-piece ship, the Hades Raleigh. Lei Li glanced at Zhang Yang who stood up a few hundred meters away, then looked at the six-pillar light prison on Anxia's waist, stretched out his left hand and squeezed it, and the six-pillar light instantly turned into a little starlight and dissipated in the air. "You're back!" Anxia suddenly smiled. "You are making such a big movement here, how could I not know?" Lei Li smiled, and then looked towards Zhang Yang, with a slightly different look in his eyes. "Who is that little devil? He actually has the overlord color. Domineering. Overlord look domineering." Anxia suddenly exclaimed. "Well, although there are some differences, it should be a domineering look, otherwise he will not be able to resist my attack under my domineering look." This kid turned out to be the owner of the domineering look. Anxia looked at Zhang Yang in shock, and then said with a serious face, "Lei Li, this kid is here to look for you. He is very strong and has many strange abilities. Be careful. No matter how strong it is, it's just a kid." Lei Li smiled lightly, and then walked towards Zhang Yang, and as he walked in, the overlord's domineering suddenly surged towards Zhang Yang again. Feeling the increasing pressure brought by the overlord's domineering, Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then took a deep breath, stood up straight, and the spiritual pressure in his body gushed out again. Boom! The invisible spiritual pressure and domineering collided with each other, and a powerful hurricane suddenly appeared between the two, and there were lines of cracks on the ground, spreading in all directions. However, although Zhang Yang's combat effectiveness is good, REI pressure is only at the deputy captain level. How can it withstand Lei Li's overwhelming REI pressure? Soon, Zhang Yang's spiritual pressure was defeated, and was completely defeated by the overlord's domineering. And after defeating Zhang Yang's spiritual pressure, Lei Li did not continue to release his domineering, and the surging hurricane in the field suddenly stopped. Call. Slightly beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Yang's face. Watching Lei Li who stopped releasing his domineering look and slowly approached him, there was an unabashed admiration at the corners of his mouth, and he whispered, "It's really amazing, worthy of being the right and left hand of One Piece. Pluto Raleigh. Boy, I heard you are looking for me." Riley smiled softly, and said his name indifferently. "Yes." Zhang Yang nodded. "Can you tell me, what can you do with me?" Riley continued. "Of course, but before that." Zhang Yang nodded, paused, and raised his head to look at Lei Li. He suddenly took the broken water in his hand back into the scabbard and inserted it on the ground next to him. He looked at Lei Li with a warlike look. The kid wants to learn about One Piece. What kind of strength does the people on board have? Chapter 43, Full Strength. Begin to solve. Oh! Lei Li was taken aback for a moment when he looked at Zhang Yang's face full of fighting spirit, and then looked at Zhang Yang with undisguised appreciation. Repulsed by him just now, the overlord's contest also lost to him. However, Even so, Zhang Yang still has to challenge him. No matter who Zhang Yang is, this kind of person deserves to be given to him by Rayleigh. Some respect. Boy, tell me your name. Raleigh said seriously. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang also said with a serious expression. It is good. Raleigh laughed and said, although I don't know who you are, your courage is worthy of admiration. Come on. Let me see your strength, and then try to beat me. That's the intention. Zhang Yang nodded. Xiaoqi, help me hold the wine bottle. Seeing that there was no fear at all, Lei Li threw the wine bottle at Xiaoqi's waist and said loudly. Xiaoqi, that is, and Xia caught the bottle, glanced at Lei Li helplessly, then glanced at Zhang Yang, shook his head, and walked to the bar and looked at it from a distance. Because she knew that a fierce battle would follow. Let us start. Lei Li held the big sword in his hand and pointed directly at Zhang Yang with a chuckle, but when he saw that Zhang Yang didn't mean to take a knife, he couldn't help frowning, shook his head and chuckles. It seems that I have been underestimated. Your swordsmanship should be. It's amazing, right? Why don't you use a sword? Don't you think you can't use a sword to deal with me? As he said, the domineering arrogance on Lei Li's body slowly gushed out again, and a wave of air began to spread around Lei Li. The depressive aura brought by the domineering arrogance, even Xiaoqi at the bar could feel. Lei Li, are you planning to use real ones? Xiaoqi muttered in surprise as he looked at Lei Li and Zhang Yang in the distance. On the other side, feeling the majestic Lei Li, Zhang Yang shook his head as usual, glanced at the broken water inserted in the ground next to him, and walked towards Lei Li while reaching out his hand. Hey! In Lei Li's surprised eyes, a long knife with the hilt of Dongfa shimmering purple appeared in his hand. This knife is his last and strongest trump card, the strongest and oldest Zanpaku knife of the Yan family, with a fierce blade. Slowly brought Lu Ren Ruo Huo to his waist, Zhang Yang held the handle of the knife with his right hand, his body was slightly lowered, and he looked at the surprised Lei Li and said in a deep voice, I don't need that knife, not because I underestimated you, but because of me. The knife in my hand, can I use all my strength? Boom! While talking, the spiritual pressure in Zhang Yang's body gushed out, a wave of air that was not inferior to Rayleigh spread out, and countless sands and rocks were rolled and blown away. At the same time, Lu Jian Ruo Huo from Zhang Yang's waist was also violently pulled out, and he slashed at Lei Li from a distance. First stroke cut. Hey! A huge sword pressure lazed directly at Lei Li with the blatant shout. The speed was so fast that it came to Lei Li in just an instant. So strong sword spirit. Lei Li's eyes condensed slightly, he did not dodge, or it was too late to dodge. The armed domineering instantly covered the big sword in his hand, and directly slashed at the huge sword in front of him. Boom! The sword pressure collided with the big sword, and a huge shock wave suddenly spread. The ground under Lei Li's feet collapsed and sank, and a large crater nearly 10 meters in diameter appeared. The sword pressure paused for a moment, and then directly pushed. Lei Li kept retreating rapidly, leaving 2 deep gullies at his feet along the way. Raleigh was actually repelled. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi couldn't help but said in shock, but then came back to her senses, staring at Lei Li who was backing up and said, No, that's not right, Lei Li shouldn't use all his strength either. As Xiaoqi was talking, Lei Li, who was retreating rapidly, exerted fierce force with his feet, and his feet plunged deep into the ground. The speed of retreat was suddenly slowed down. At the same time, the big sword in his hand was pressed hard by the sword. Boom! The ground in a radius of more than 10 meters collapsed suddenly, a powerful shock wave spread again, and the huge sword was shocked, and then it was directly cut into 2 sections and flew over from both sides of Lei Li. Boom! There were 2 more loud noises. The sword pressed behind Lei Li and there was a huge explosion. The fierce wind blew from behind Lei Li, causing his hair and clothes to swing violently. However, he himself did not move at all. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang was not surprised at all. The white lightning on his back exploded, and the flash opened again. The ground under his feet was directly broken and decomposed by the violent thunder and lightning. At the same time, his other hand also held a blade of fire. Handle of the knife. Two-handed kendo. The captain is the strongest kendo. What is this? The power of the devil fruit. Seeing the violent white thunder and lightning erupted from Zhang Yang's body, Lei Li was also taken aback for a moment, and regarded it as the power of the devil's fruit just like Xia Qi. But then he didn't care, but laughed happily. Interesting. Really interesting. Over the years, you are the most interesting kid I have ever seen, Zhang Yang, come on. I won't be merciful just because you are a kid. Lei Li laughed, and more powerful domineering aura spewed out from his body. With a bang, with Lei Li as the center, the ground cracked violently, and violent air waves spread. Me too, I won't show mercy just because you are an old man. Infected by Raleigh, Zhang Yang also laughed. The thunder and lightning all over his body became more violent, and the remaining clothes fragments on his upper body were directly blown up, and his upper body was directly exposed to the air, revealing a strong body. Next moment. Bang! Bang! The ground under the two of them turned over directly, and Zhang Yang and Lei Li rushed towards each other at the same time, smashing into each other like a meteor. Boom! A loud noise spread throughout the entire 13GR pirates, human traffickers and some wicked people in some industries, at the same time raised their heads and looked in the direction where Zhang Yang was. After a moment of stunned, they all rushed towards there. In such unlawful areas, the loud explosion sound often means fighting. If there is battle, it means there is interest. If there is interest, it will attract them to go. As for the danger, in the face of interests, they have long been ignored. A large amount of smoke and dust covered the line of sight, countless rubble fell from the sky. And the strong wind spread in all directions. In front of the bar, the gust of wind moved Aunt Xia's hair and clothes. Seeing that the position close to 1 kilometer in front of him was completely covered by smoke and dust, Aunt Xia's eyes were full of shock. The development of the matter completely exceeded his expectations. Who is Raleigh? Raleigh is the deputy captain of the One Piece ship, the right and left hand of One Piece King Jir D. Roger, and he is such a character that even the admiral dare not easily fight with him. Now one seems to have 14 or 5. Can a year-old boy fight to this point? How can that be? Whoosh! Xia Qi was shocked, and Zhang Yang, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, suddenly flew upside down from the smoke and dust. She was in the air, coughing up a bit of blood in her mouth, and stepped on her feet in the air, rubbing her back like she was standing on the ground. Without waiting for the body to stop, he held Liubian Ruohuo in both hands and swung it out again. Files. Lei Li's figure appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Yang, and the long sword in his hand collided with Liu's blade like fire, and the strong shock wave spread fiercely in the air, making Aunt Xia, who was looking below, couldn't help holding her hand in front of her. The battle between the two was full of shock. Ahem! After receiving the shock again, Zhang Yang couldn't help coughing out another bite of blood, and then resisting the pain, the right hand holding the hilt of the knife suddenly loosened, and he swung fiercely at Lei Li. One bone. Bang! A white wave of air spread between the open fist and Lei Li's. Lei Li's expression changed, only to feel a strong attack, and the whole person blasted towards the ground. Boom! Lei Li smashed to the ground fiercely. There was a loud noise, and even the ground was trembling slightly. A huge hole appeared on the ground, and the smoke and dust were directly washed away by the powerful shock wave. Hey! Hey! A punch knocked Lei Li away, and the fierce battle made Zhang Yang gasp a little. Looking at Lei Li who fell in the hole below, the lightning entangled Zhang Yang slowly dissipated. Raleigh. Seeing Zhang Yang hit Lei Li with his own eyes, Xia Qi was stunned for a moment, and immediately shouted nervously at Lei Li in the pit far away. Don't worry Xia Qi, I'm fine. Layli's voice came from the hole, as if he hadn't been injured at all. He got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. Layli smiled at Xiaoqi, and then looked towards Zhang Yang and chuckled. Said, do you want to continue? You should be almost at your limit, right? But to have this kind of strength at this age, I have to say, Zhang Yang, you are really amazing. Raleigh admired from the bottom of his heart, but Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. Pluto Raleigh is worthy of Pluto Raleigh. He is really powerful. Even if he does his best, he can't hurt it at all. Moreover, he can still see that Raleigh didn't really follow him at all. It's also time for you to show your face. He murmured as if talking to himself. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, and then held Lu Jian Ruo Huo flat in front of him. What else is this kid doing? In this scene, Lei Li and Xiaoqi raised their heads strangely and looked at Zhang Yang, who stood out of thin air. But soon, Lei Li and Xiaoqi became shocked because they discovered that Zhang Yang's momentum and dominant color were working. Speed up! At the same time, Zhang Yang's somewhat solemn, distant voice also passed into their ears from the sky. Everything in the forest, all turned to ashes, raging like fire. Boom! The terrifying high-temperature flame burst out in an instant. P.S. First release, please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for votes. Seeking collection. Seek support. Chapter 44, Soaring to the Sky. Heinz is a small and well-known human trafficker at 16 GR. Today was originally a day he should be happy, but now he is not happy at all, because his client, Little Pirates, has breached the contract this time. Not only did he fail to follow the agreement, the goods were handed over to him, and he even asked him to give money for nothing. With Heinz's hot temper, how could it be possible to endure such a thing? So, although he did give the money to the Little Pirates obediently at that time, afterwards, Heinz found someone to find out the whereabouts of the Little Pirates, and then found a large group of colleagues to prepare to find face. So, at 13 GR, Heinz led a large group of people to block the path of the Little Pirates. Hey! Captain Oladon, Deputy Captain Ditch, I didn't expect it to be me. Heinz walked out of the crowd with a smug look and looked at the Little Pirate group surrounded by his own people and others. It's you. Seeing Heinz, everyone in the Little Pirates group suddenly changed their expressions. Even Oladon and Ditch were not different, they knew that they had kicked the iron this time. What do you want? Oladon watched Heinz with caution, while secretly resenting Zhang Yang. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, they wouldn't lose that stunning beauty, and they wouldn't have thought that eating black would cause the current consequences. How is it? Hey! Heinz smiled unkindly and sneered, you also asked me what I wanted. You broke the law of our business, and asked us what to do. We will return the money to you, and this matter will be over. How about we make friends? Our Little Pirates will do our best to help you if you have anything in the future. Ditch stepped forward. I bother. Heinz spat fiercely, and said fiercely, make friends. I will naturally get the money back, but after killing you, brothers. Kill these bastards. Oh! Hearing Heinz's words, the others suddenly shouted together, and then one by one picked up weapons and approached the Little Pirates maliciously. Watching this scene, Oladon's face suddenly became extremely ugly, his face sullenly pulled out the big axe behind his back and shouted, brothers! Since these won't let us live, then we will fight them. Oh! Fight with them! Affected by Oladon, the members of the Little Pirate group are also going crazy one by one, and they are desperate to raise their weapons. Seeing, when the two sides are about to fight. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from a distance, and along with the loud noise, even the ground trembled slightly. What happened? Whether it was Heinz and others or everyone in the Little Pirates group, they were taken aback by the sudden noise, but Heinz reacted instantly afterwards. Brothers! There are good goods, ignore them, hurry up and look good. Heinz said with a look of joy, and without waiting for other people's reaction, he hurried to the direction where the sound came from. After the others froze for a while, they also reacted fiercely and hurriedly chased them. Only a group of small pirates were left here, not understanding what had happened. "Captain Oladon, what shall we do?" Including Ditch, a group of people were stunned for a while and looked at Oladon together. Oladon looked at the backs of Heinz and the others, recalling what Heinz had said just now about the good stuff, gritted his teeth and waved, "Let's go and take a look." Then he took the lead in catching up, and the others hurriedly followed. The two pedestrians ran in the direction of the loud noise, but before they reached the destination, they found that the air seemed to become sultry and hot. Then, behind the hillside in the distance, there was a huge curtain of fire. Soaring into the sky, there was an extremely hot breath in the air. And getting closer, sweat beads even began to appear on their bodies. Upon discovering this, no matter it was the little pirates group or Heinz and the others, they stopped quickly, looked up at the soaring fire curtain with a horrified expression, and did not dare to take a step forward. In fact, not only them, but the entire Chamordian archipelago all looked up at the huge curtain of fire rushing straight into the sky with a horrified face, feeling the hot air, and didn't understand what was going on. However, after a moment of immersion, all the newspapers remembered to rush to the place where the incident occurred, but if they dare to hurry too quickly, it is hard to say. Naturally, it is impossible for the Navy to know such a big thing. At the moment when he saw the skyrocketing fire curtain, especially at such a distance, he could feel the heat in the air. Major General Vosk immediately jumped in his heart and did not dare to hesitate. He personally led a large number of troops to the direction of 13GR go with. Suddenly, due to the sudden skyrocketing fire curtain, the entire Chamordian archipelago became lively. Countless pirates, journalists, navy, and even civilians gathered to 13GR. And just when people are rushing towards the curtain of fire, guessing what happened to 13GR? 13GR, and Xia's hold-up bar. Rushing. The terrifying high-temperature flames were surging like ocean waves. The position within a kilometer radius was completely surrounded by this flame. The raging flames burned straight into the sky, and the air was filled with a very hot breath. Under high temperature, the lawn on the ground quickly becomes yellow, and even the leaves of the mangrove trees not far away from the 13GR body are yellowing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the moisture in the atmosphere becomes less and less, and with the passage of time, the scope has become larger and larger. In a short while, it spread to the entire 13GR. This world, as if because of this sea of fire, has completely become a scorching hell. In the sea of flames, Raleigh's face was rarely full of shock, and the armed and domineering did not dare to have any reservations all over his body, and then there was no feeling of being melted, but even so, his side the grey hair also began to twist slightly, his lips became dry, and the body's moisture disappeared extremely quickly. "This kid, what kind of devil fruit did you eat?" Lei Li shockedly watched the air shrouded in flames like the Yan Emperor's publicity, and directly defined Zhang Yang as a devil fruit-capable person. After all, this kind of fire, if it is not the power of the devil fruit, what is it? What puzzled Lei Li was just what kind of devil fruit it was that could possess such terrifying power. Burn the fruit? This is impossible. Raleigh has seen this kind of fruit in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. It is absolutely impossible to have this kind of power. Raleigh. A slightly panicked female voice came into Lei Li's ears. Lei Li immediately recovered and turned to look. On the distant hills, Xia Qi Bar had turned into a sea of flames, and Xia Qi herself, it is relying on armed and domineering in the sea of flames to persevere. But even so, Xia Qi clothes began to heat up under the high temperature, and she was dripping with sweat. If she continued, with Xia Qi's strength, let alone her clothes, she would suffer severe burns. Xia Qi. Seeing this scene, Lei Li was shocked, and the long sword in his hand swung fiercely with a powerful domineering force. Boom! A huge sword chi shot out, instantly cutting a channel in the sea of fire, leaving a huge bottomless ditch on the ground. It's just that Lei Li just wanted to rush over, the sea of fire seemed to be stimulated, and it rolled and swallowed the sword energy. The passage was again covered by flames, and even other flames swallowed Lei Li. Drink! Lei Li yelled. The domineering and armed domineering full force exploded, and the terrifying dominance instantly repelled all the surrounding flames. Within 100 meters, the ground collapsed and cracked, without the slightest flame approaching. After doing this, Lei Li did not continue to rescue Xiaqi, but turned to look at Zhang Yang in the sky. He stepped on the ground and the ground fell over. The whole person carried a terrifying aura and rose into the sky like a wild beast. Blazing away. Hurry up and stop. Chapter 45, Charred 1-3 gr. Is this the power of Hajime? So strong. In the midair tens of meters high, Zhang Yang stood out of thin air in the flames. The flowing blade in his hand was burning like a fire, and the whole body was filled with terrifying high-temperature flames, but it did not affect him in any way. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, feeling the terrifying temperature contained in it and the real captain-level spiritual power in the body, the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a curve of excitement. Just the initial solution is so strong, what if it is a solution? Wouldn't it be invincible? However, spiritual power seems to be rapidly consuming. After rejoicing, Zhang Yang frowned again. Although the spiritual pressure immediately jumped to the captain level after the release, the spiritual power required to maintain the release is also very huge. With his current use of squandering to release the flames, I am afraid that his spiritual power will be exhausted as long as he comes 1 or 2 more times. But even so, there is no denying the power of the initial solution. The strongest and oldest Zanpaku knife of the Yan family is indeed extremely powerful. Hurry up and stop. Zhang Yang was feeling the powerful power brought by Sig. Lei Li's loud shout suddenly came over. Zhang Yang suddenly recovered, and looked down, when he saw Lei Li shooting at him and suffering in the sea of flames. Xiaqi, who persisted, was shocked, and hurriedly controlled the flames next to Xiaqi to retreat. At the same time, Lu Jian Ruohuo in his hand also faced Lei Li's long sword with a raging flame. Boom! A blast sounded in the air, and the terrifying vigor erupted instantly, and the surrounding flames were blown frantically and retreated, while Zhang Yang himself shot out like a cannonball and flew directly over a distance of thousands of meters. It slammed into the trunk of the mangrove tree that read 1-3 gr, and with a boom, a big hole was directly punched out of the trunk by the publicity, and the whole mangrove trembled violently. Sure enough, the body was sunk in the trunk of the mangrove tree, watching Lei Li's falling figure from a distance, opening his mouth slowly leaving a trace of blood. Even though his strength has increased after Hajime's solution, he is still not Lei Li's opponent when he is full of strength. After all, although Lu Jian Ruohuo is powerful, his body is no match for Lei Li's kind of monster. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yang moved his sore body. If Lu Jian burst out from the fire again, he surrounded Zhang Yang in the middle, stepping on it, turning into a ball of fire and blasting towards Lei Li. On the other side, Lei Li, who drove up and down, also fell to the ground. It's just that his body wasn't so much better at this time. The right side of his hair was directly burned in half, the shirt on his body was also burnt torn, and the right hand holding the sword was covered with burn marks. What a domineering flame! Feeling the tingling on his arm, Lei Li couldn't help murmuring a little serious. The power of Zhang Yang was not strong for him, but the flame made him helpless. Even with his domineering degree, he can't completely defend against the temperature of these flames. It's hard to believe that if ordinary people encounter this kind of flame, they will probably be burned directly to ashes. Of course, if he really wants to fight recklessly, even if he can win, I'm afraid he won't be better on his own. When did such a character appear in the sea? Turning his head and looking at the flames around him that were still not extinguished, Lei Li looked at Xiaqi, who was no longer in danger, and sighed in relief, muttering, "Fortunately, for the time being, I can be sure that he is not an enemy. Xiaoqi, you leave here first. There is such a big movement here, and there will definitely be a navy coming over soon. Lei Li shouted at Xiaoqi. What about you? Xiaoqi said with some worry, especially when she saw the injury on Lei Li's hand. In the past few years, she had never seen Lei Li injured. I'll come later, don't worry, I can feel that the kid named Zhang Yang is not malicious to us. Lei Li chuckled. Understood. Xiaoqi hesitated, then glanced at Zhang Yang who was flying from a distance, nodded, and flew away. She also understood that what Raleigh said was indeed correct, and Zhang Yang should really be harmless to them, otherwise the flames around her would not retreat. Seeing Xiaoqi leaving, Lei Li turned around and looked at the sky, where Zhang Yang, who was covered in flames, just happened to fly over. You are hurt. Seeing the burns on Lei Li's body, Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. Although he was excited about the strength of the fierce blade, the spiritual pressure radiating from his body was indeed a little quieter. Lei Li is still a character that Zhang Yang likes better. Apart from that reason, he wanted to test his strength to what extent. But if he really hurts Lei Li, Zhang Yang still doesn't think much. Lei Li noticed that Zhang Yang's overlord's domineering aura had diminished, and he immediately knew something. With a wave of the big sword in his hand, a powerful sword aura shot towards Zhang Yang. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang's Lu Jian Ruo Huo also waved. Wow! A large amount of flames rushed towards Jian Qi, and under the terrifying high temperature, Jian Qi disappeared before reaching Zhang Yang. Are you sympathizing with me, an old man? Just use your best. Let me see your true strength. Seeing that his sword aura was dispelled, Lei Li didn't care. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment, and then grinned similarly. I said, I won't be merciful just because you are an old man. Be careful, this trick is not very good for me to control. Zhang Yang said in a loud voice, and then raised Lu Jian Ruo Huo in his hand, and Lei Li's face below suddenly became serious. Torch! Zhang Yang held Lu Jian Ruo Huo high, and as his lips moved slightly, Lu Jian Ruo Hu violently swung down, and the entire sea of fire also vibrated. Just puff! There was a soft sound, the flowing blade was like flames on the fire, and the surrounding sea of fire suddenly disappeared like bubbles shattered, exposing the scorched ground and the ashes of flowers and trees, and the unbearable high temperature in the air. Slowly recovered and began to descend. Quiet! Very quiet! Zhang Yang was dumbfounded, and Lei Li was dumbfounded. Looking at the flames that suddenly disappeared, neither of them understood what had happened. Hajime is relieved. Zhang Yang murmured as he watched the fierce blade that had lifted the initial solution in his hand, and then only felt his whole body soft and falling from the sky. Seeing this scene, Lei Li was shocked, and he came back to his senses, and directly caught Zhang Yang and placed it on the ground. Excessive consumption. Raleigh asked tentatively, with such a powerful force exploding just now, if Zhang Yang can really maintain it, then Raleigh really wants to doubt if he is dreaming. Okay. Zhang Yang's face was pale, and he nodded weakly. It's similar to what Raleigh said, but there are some differences. After all, Lu Renruo Huo's previous owner was the captain. Although Zhang Yang also knew his name, he could start the solution, but after all, Zanpakuo Dao has the spirit of the sword. Zhang Yang has never performed the sword meditation before proceeding to the initial solution. It can be successful. It's already thank goodness to gush out. Damn, forget this. Feeling the incomparable body, Zhang Yang cursed secretly in his heart. Looking at a pale face, Lei Li shook his head helplessly. Young people are easy to impulse and do things regardless of the consequences. The stronger the power, the greater the danger. This is the consequence of nonsense. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly, he was indeed quite nonsense. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Yang suddenly felt some riotsuo approaching here, and said in a weak voice, "Someone is coming. I'll take you away." Lei Li raised his head and glanced into the distance. He felt that countless people were approaching here in his domineering look, and he pondered for a moment. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to answer, Lei Li picked up Zhang Yang and chased in the direction where Xiaoqi left. 10 minutes later, the two groups came here cautiously. Under the sun, their identities are clearly visible. They are Heinz's group and the little pirates. What the is going on here? How come it feels like it's been burned by fire everywhere? There is still a scorching feeling in the air. Looking at the scorched ground all around, the Hans group and the little pirates who came together unknowingly were all horrified. They couldn't imagine what exactly happened here to turn into this fire-like scene. You know, since they stepped into 13GR, what they saw was not only a piece of scorched black, but also a piece of scorched black. The green grass was scorched, the trees and stones were scorched, and even the main mangrove tree of 13GR, the top of the tree became extremely yellow. This is simply that the entire 13GR is scorched. P.S. The Book Friend group has been established. You can search for one piece of the Book Friends group to join, and discuss the plot and other issues together. In addition, please first order. Ask for a reward. Seeking collection. Ask for votes. Seek support. Chapter 46, Zhang Yang is missing? Have you heard that? It seems that the 13GR side was scorched by the fire just now, and the one that burned was called a miserable one. It was pitch black everywhere, and it seemed that even the mangroves were almost scorched. You said that, I also saw it in the newspaper. The newspaper said that it was not an ordinary flame, and that it was caused by a battle between pirates. Pirate? Pirates are so powerful? It's really scary. What about the Navy? The Navy shouldn't be inactive, right? Of course, I saw a lot of navies passing to 13GR in the afternoon, it should have been investigating. Oh, that's good, that's good. I really hope that the Navy can catch those terrible pirates sooner, or else you won't be able to sleep at night. In the evening, such conversations can be heard everywhere in the Chambord Islands. Although only 6 or 7 hours have passed since the fire curtain incident in the afternoon, thanks to the reporters, the entire Chambord Islands almost knew the details of 13GR, not just the Chambord Islands, but with the Chambord Islands as the starting point. The news is still spreading to islands and countries in all directions. After all, the location of the Chamardayan Islands is relatively sensitive. This kind of thing happened suddenly, although it will not cause a sensation in the world, but the impact is not small. Especially for some people, this incident makes them extremely troublesome. 13GR, under the night, the place that used to be extremely calm is unusually noisy tonight. Searchlights with closed eyes were scattered around the 13GR, illuminating the entire 13GR as if it was daytime. The scorched land, flowers, and trees were undoubtedly revealed under the searchlights. The Navy inspected everywhere to see what was unusual, and occasionally sounded for a while. When exclaiming, other navies will quickly look over, and the atmosphere is very tense. After all, after checking here in the afternoon, the conclusion drawn is that it is very likely that those with powerful devil fruit abilities have fought here, and they may have not left, so they can't help but be nervous. However, there are others who are more nervous than them. Standing under the huge mangrove tree, looking at the mangrove trunk that was obviously knocked out and with burn marks, Major General Vosk held a delicate long knife in his hand and glanced at it from time to time. His brows frowned tightly, and his heart was full of anxiety. This kind of thing happened under his jurisdiction, especially since the reason and the prisoner could not be found, he must be responsible for this thing. However, he cares about another thing more than this thing. Zhang Yang is gone. Yes, Zhang Yang is gone. After seeing Zhang Yang once in the office in the morning, he has never seen Zhang Yang again. 13GR was burned like this, although he was responsible, but because 13GR was an illegal zone, he was at most slightly punished for not finding the prisoner. But who is Zhang Yang? That's a monster-level genius that Marshal Steele is very concerned about. If you lose it in your own hands, you can't just punish you to get through. Going to a military court is a trivial matter, but if the marshal gets angry, it's really finished. Up. If Zhang Yang suddenly disappeared for a day or two, he wouldn't care about it. The key is that there was a fire curtain incident today, and he also found the Zhang Yang's inseparable Tato here, so he couldn't help but let him. Not nervous anymore. This is simply the feeling of the scene of the accident. Publicity, publicity, you must not have an accident. Seeing that the big knife in his hand broke water, Vosk sighed. Major General Vosk. At this moment, a seaman ran over panting. Seeing this marine soldier, Vosker's eyes immediately brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How is it? Is there any news about Major Zhang Yang?" "Report, Major General. We have searched the entire Chambord Islands, and there is no news about Major General." The sea soldier saluted and reported. Hearing this, Vosker couldn't help his face stiffening immediately, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he yelled with some gaffe, "Find it! Go and find it for me again! Don't give me back if you can't find it!" "Yes." The marine was taken aback by Vosk's sudden eruption, and quickly nodded, and hurriedly went to Zhang Yang again. "Blue blue blue." The voice of the phone worm suddenly rang, and Vosk took out the phone worm a little upset, and said impatiently, "Hello? Who?" The voice on the other side of the phone clearly paused, and after a while, the voice of the steel frame came from the phone worm. "Major Vosk, what annoyance you seem to have encountered." Gang Gu said lightly. "Yuan, Marshal." Vosker's eyes widened suddenly, and then his hands trembled, and he quickly squeezed the phone worm and said in a panic, "Sorry, the Marshal, I didn't know it was you, I." "Calm down, Major General Vosk." Steelbone gave a soft drink, and then said with some doubts, "Is it because of the 13GR incident? How do you feel that you are not calm today?" Hearing this, Vosker almost cried immediately. "Calm down, how can I calm down? Major Zhang Yang, your most valued genius is missing." After taking a few deep breaths, Vosk forced himself to calm down. "Sooner or later, the Marshal will know about this matter. In that case, it's better to admit your mistakes sooner." Gritting his teeth, Vosk said solemnly, "Sorry Marshal, Major Zhang Yang is missing." "What?" The steel frame on the phone worm suddenly changed his face, and then he squeezed the microphone and said solemnly, "Major General Vosk, what is going on? It's such a Marshal." Foskey hurriedly told the steel frame all the details of the 13GR incident, from the appearance of the fire curtain and the abnormal changes in the air to the 13GR turning into a land of coke. From the discovery of the publicity saber to the present, there is still no publicity news, not at all. All the rest was told to the steel frame. After Vosk finished, the steel frame on the phone worm was silent. Judging from Vosk's description, Zhang Yang is indeed bound to die, but he almost knows some of Zhang Yang's strength. It is absolutely impossible for a character who can make Zhang Yang unable to even escape to appear in the Chambord Islands. There is only one person, Pluto Raleigh. Will it be him? Steelbone murmured, then shook his head, and solemnly said to Vosk, "Major General Vosk, you don't have to blame yourself. It is still unclear whether Major Zhang Yang has something wrong. You can let people continue to search on the island. I will do it as soon as possible." "Someone came over to help you investigate?" "Yes." Major General Vosk replied seriously, and at the same time he was relieved. It seemed that the Marshal did not blame him. Hanging up the phone worm, Foskey glanced at the water in his hand, regained his composure, and said to the sea soldiers passing by, "Withdraw 2/3 of the personnel and let them go to Major Zhang Yang together." At the same time that Vosk gave the order, the Navy headquarters and the steel frame in the Marshal's office hesitated for a while, suddenly stood up and walked out, preparing for a meeting. Tonight, it is destined to be a sleepless night. In the early morning of the next morning, with the sound of a machine, a warship with its power system on was docked at the Chambord Islands at a very fast speed. P.S. There are still 6 chapters that will be updated during the day, that is, a total of 10 chapters will be put on the shelves, not more or less. It is already the limit for the mouse. I hope everyone will understand and support the subscription. In addition, welcome to join the group of pirates, the group number 1713000340. Everyone can discuss the story and heroines and other issues in the future. Chapter 47, Now it's time to play. The reason why the Navy's logo is for the seagull to stand on the wrench has a special meaning. The seagull means that the Navy is ubiquitous in this sea. No evil can escape justice. The wrench represents the Navy. Not only it has an overwhelming advantage in force, and it also has an overwhelming advantage in science and technology. For example, the warship that comes to the Chambord Islands at an extremely fast speed, turns on the power system, and the fast turning of the propellers on both sides of the ship can give the warship an extraordinary sailing speed. It was in the early hours of the morning, and a touch of whiteness appeared in the distant horizon. The orange sun was slowly rising, and the warships slowly approaching the shore were shining with a strange metallic luster in the morning light. As the warship drew ashore, 2 figures, one strong and one thin, came down with a group of seamen. On the shore, Major General Vosk, who had been waiting here with people, saw the 2 familiar figures. His complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly greeted him. Up! Lieutenant General Cap! Lieutenant General Polosalino! Vosk hurriedly saluted. Although there was no special expression on the surface, the shock in his heart could not be added. He did not expect that the Navy headquarters would care so much about publicity. These 2 men are both at the top of the Navy headquarters status and strength. The characters of the 2 appeared at the same time, which is really shocking. That's right, these 2 people are Karp and the future General Huang Yuan. As for how the 2 of them will come here at the same time, it is very simple, because of the meeting last night. Last night, Marshal Steelbone suddenly convened an emergency meeting, and the first sentence of his speech shocked everyone. Zhang Yang is missing? And it's very likely that something happened? When he heard this news, Cap, who was the hottest-tempered, was furious and almost rushed to the Chambord Islands that night, but fortunately the warring states stopped him in time and calmed him down a bit. Later, after some discussions, it was finally decided that Cap and Polosalino would go together. This is where the scene is now. I'm asking you, Zhang Yang, that is really gone. Karp grabbed Vosk by the collar and stared at the bull's eyes. The fierce and domineering all over his body immediately made Vosk sweat cold. Mama! Mr. Karp, don't get too excited, let's listen to Major General Vosk first. Polosalino put his hand in his pocket and said slowly. Humph! Hearing this, Karp let go of Fosky with a soft snort, and then glared at Fosky and said, Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Yes, Lieutenant General Karp, it's like this. Where did Vosk dare to delay? He hurriedly told Karp about the 13GR incident yesterday afternoon, and then returned with a trick. A seaman brought the blatant saber to cut the water. This is the saber of Major Zhang Yang found in 13GR. Vosk handed it to Karp cautiously. Karp took a look, and immediately recognized that it was the water cut he gave Zhang Yang, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. With a bang, the ground under his feet was directly crushed, an extremely domineering and depressing breath. Unable to help it spread out from the body, several Marine soldiers who were too close rolled their eyes and fainted directly. Mr. Karp, don't be too anxious. With the strength of Major Zhang Yang, it won't happen so easily. Polosalino said slowly. Karp did not answer, but the domineering body slowly recovered. Then I will go to 13GR first, and I will leave it to you, Mr. Karp, for other things. Polosalino said to Cap, and did not wait for Cap to answer. Since the whole person exuded a dazzling golden light, it suddenly disappeared. "Give me a good care of this knife, and I will also look for it." Karp threw the water into Vosk's hand, and then, without waiting for Vosk's response, walked straight away, leaving only Vosk and a group of seamen who were at a loss. At the same time, just as Zhang Yang's sudden disappearance caused the Navy headquarters to start operations, Zhang Yang, who was the center of the incident, didn't know at all, because at this time he was busy recovering spiritual power. Here is an unknown basement in 42GR. It is a vast space with all kinds of furniture, and the furnishings are very exquisite. It is hard to imagine that someone would decorate and dress up in such a place so seriously. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged on the bed. Lu Renruohuo had been taken back into his mind, the spiritual power in his body was slowly recovering, and with the recovery of spiritual power, his physical injuries began to recover unknowingly. This battle with Raleigh gave him a thorough understanding of his own strength and shortcomings. Lu Renruohuo is indeed powerful, so powerful that even if it is as strong as Lei Li, he would not dare to face it. But the spiritual power that needs to maintain Lu Renruohuo is also very large, not to mention that the current publicity has not been affected. Huo officially admitted, not to mention the super big tricks such as the hot hell, it is very good if it can last for a period of time to solve it. After all, the solution begins without going through Daokan, and Zhang Yang can also be said to be unprecedented. However, if you remove Lu Jianruohuo, Zhang Yang's strength is very limited, or the truth, ordinary flesh is not as strong as the spirit, and the captain is proud of the white fight and kendo, and he simply can't perform what he deserves. Ability. But that being said, Zhang Yang is still young now, and he has plenty of time to be able to reach this level at his age, absolutely enough to be proud. At least, that's what Xiaoqi and Raleigh thought. Seeing Zhang Yang, who seemed to be healing, sitting on the bed cross-legged, Xiaoqi and Lei Li looked at each other, and then shook their heads together. To be honest, it was the first time they had encountered a character like Zhang Yang who made them invisible in the sea for so many years. At a young age, they have the strength that countless people of the same age look up to, and they have a devil fruit ability that they have never heard of. When they think of that terrifying flame, even they can't help but tremble at it. If there is no domineering, I am afraid that ordinary people only have to be burnt to ashes in that kind of flame. They are powerful, and even the way of healing is so peculiar. They are really curious about who Zhang Yang is. Okay. The two were watching Zhang Yang thinking about things. Suddenly, Lei Li frowned and let out a soft snort. "What's the matter?" Xiaoqi looked at it strangely. "There are two troublesome people here." Raleigh frowned. "A man from the Navy." Xiaoqi suddenly frowned and said, and at the same time couldn't help turning her head to look at Zhang Yang. She remembered that Zhang Yang said he was from the Navy. Navy hero Cap, Polosalino, who is naturally capable of shining fruit. Riley frowned. "It's them." Xiaoqi couldn't help being shocked. The naval hero Karp, this is a legendary character who has driven One Piece into desperation several times. Although the true facts have yet to be proven, at least he possesses the same level of strength as Rayleigh. Certainly. And Polosalino, who is naturally capable of shining fruit, and a figure in the limelight in the Navy, also has the same strength and cannot be underestimated. These two people appear here at the same time. How can it be abnormal? Could it be that the Navy has decided to attack Raleigh? The old man and the wretched uncle are here. Just as the two were secretly guessing, Zhang Yang's voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaoqi and Lei Li looked at them, and they saw Zhang Yang had opened their eyes for some time, looking at them in surprise. "Well, it has landed not long ago." Lei Li nodded with a serious face. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned, and then he thought about it carefully, and there was a cold sweat on his forehead, and he seemed to understand something. "Soaring into the sky, the water left in the ruins, I disappeared. Damn, it's a big game now." Muttering in a low voice, Zhang Yang quickly got up and ran to the door while saying, "I'm sorry, Uncle Raleigh, Aunt Xia, I'm causing you trouble, Don't worry, Cap and Polosolino are not here. I'm looking for you, I'll go first, and see you next time. Bang! After speaking, Zhang Yang pushed the door heavily, leaving only Lei Li and Xiaoqi stunned, and then they understood something. Could it be that Cap and Polosolino are here to find him? He is really a navy. Xiaoqi looked at Lei Li in shock. Hearing this, Lei Li's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he suddenly smiled when he looked at the closed door. It seems that there is going to be a remarkable figure in the navy. P.S. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Seeking collection. Ask for votes. There are 5 more updates today, please be patient. In addition, the book friend group has been established. Interested book friends can join. The group number is 1713000340. You can discuss future plots and heroine issues here. Chapter 48, Endless Capabilities. Since the 13GR incident that took place yesterday afternoon, everyone has felt the changes in the Chambord Islands, or the changes in the Navy stationed on the Chambord Islands. Although the 13GR incident aroused the shock and attention of many people, it did not affect their normal life. At most, a group of friends talked about it. The work of ordinary residents, the fun of tourists, the sea dark workers such as thieves and human traffickers are also doing their own things, but the Navy is completely different from usual. After the newspaper published 13GR yesterday, a large number of navies spread all over the Chamardayan Islands. They looked like they were looking for someone. There were no exceptions to escape from illegal areas. For a time, the pirates and human traffickers on the Chamardayan Islands. Everyone like this is in danger, thinking that the Navy is going to carry out a major cleansing of the Chambord Islands. However, after some inquiries, they found out that the Navy was not going to carry out a major cleaning of them, but was looking for a teenager who was about 13 or 14 years old in white casual clothes. Quirrell is a first-class soldier in the Navy. He is now seriously interrogating passers-by one after another at 42GR, and then speaks out the public image described by Major General Vosk. Although the final answer is to shake his head, Quirrell is not. There is no meaning to give up. Quirrell, take a break. The companion on the side couldn't help but speak, but Chi Luo shook his head, and continued to interrogate passers-by with a firm expression on his face. Because in his heart, he has always had his own ambition, that is to get rid of the status of ordinary Marines and become a naval officer, even the lowest non-commissioned officer, because only in this way can he have the face to return to his homeland and let his family live a better life. Originally, an ordinary seaman with no strength or background like him would never become an officer in his life, but this time, Quirrell felt that his opportunity had arrived. Major Zhang Yang's rumors have been heard from his companions and officers. In addition, even the naval hero Lieutenant Cap and the natural flash fruit ability Lieutenant General Polosolino came early this morning, and even more so. Let him realize the importance of the Navy headquarters to Major Zhang Yang. If so many people are looking for characters, if they can find them, it shouldn't be a problem to become an officer, right? Although the chances of finding it by yourself are small, as long as it is possible, it is worth trying. Oh. Then look for it slowly. Let's go to rest for a while. Others sneered at Quirrell's thoughts, and looked at Quirrell with a mocking look, and walked towards the bar with a low smile, leaving Quirrell alone to continue questioning. Suddenly, Quirrell swept across a small alley inadvertently. When he saw a slender figure coming out, he couldn't help but shake his whole body, and his breathing became heavy. Colonel Zhang Yang, it's him, it must be him. After murmured a few words to himself, Chi Luo's face gradually became full of excitement, and he rushed over. The old man came here with Huang Yuan. What are you doing? I'm like a person who burps so easily. As he ran out of the basement, Zhang Yang grumbled a bit loudly. I just wanted to see Raleigh, but I didn't expect it to be the scene now. Even the Navy headquarters was alarmed. It made Carp and Polosolino both come here. Now it's really not good. It's over. Could it be that when I saw Cap and Polisalino, he smiled and said to them, "Oh, I'm so sorry, it's just a mistake I accidentally caused. It's all right. Everyone will go back to each house and find each mother." Right. Zhang Yang believes that as long as he dares to say that, Huang Yuan's wretched man is hard to say, and Carp will definitely punch him without hesitation. Oh, forget it, don't care about him. I'll talk about it then, let's go back now. He sighed helplessly, and Zhang Yang discovered that the exit of Lei Li's basement was actually made in a dirty alley. He secretly complained about Lei Li's evil taste and walked out publicly. Then, before he could figure out where it was, he just walked out of the alley when he saw a young seaman rushing towards him excitedly, yelling at Major Zhang Yang as he ran. The young seaman was naturally Qi Luo, and ran in front of Zhang Yang. Excited Qi Luo gasped slightly and looked at Zhang Yang. At the age of 13 or 14, he was wearing a pair of slightly torn white trousers. His upper body was naked and Luo. Although not all white, Quirrell was sure that the young man in front of him was definitely the Major Zhang Yang who the Navy was looking for everywhere. Something. Looking at the excited Qi Luo, Zhang Yang couldn't help but wonder. "Please, excuse me, are you Major Zhang Yang?" Qi Luo hurriedly asked respectfully. Although Zhang Yang was a head shorter than him, Qi Luo did not dare to look down on him. "Well, it's me." Zhang Yang nodded, and then after a pause, he understood what he saw. He looked at Qi Luo and said, "Major General Wosk, you guys came to me." "Yes, Major Zhang Yang, please wait a moment, I will inform Major General Vosk." Seeing Zhang Yang nodding his head, Quirrell suddenly became even more excited, and quickly took out the phone worm from his arms, and then dialed the phone worm from Worsk. On the other side, Vosk was personally looking for Zhang Yang to help the Marines. He suddenly received news from Quirrell. After a moment of stunned, his face was overjoyed. "First Class Qi Luo, you have done a great job, and now you immediately ask Major Zhang Yang to return to the branch, and I will apply for the rank of sergeant afterwards." After Vosk finished saying this, he hung up the phone worm, and then hurriedly dialed the phone worms of Carp and Polisalino to tell them the news. And Quirrell, looking at the phone worm that hung up, was stunned for a moment, and his face was overjoyed. It's a success. He really wants to become an officer. He can return home. Major Zhang Yang. Qi Luo just wanted to say something, but Zhang Yang shook his hand and said, "I heard it all, let's go. Go back." With that said, Zhang Yang took the lead to walk towards 63gr. Upon seeing this, Quirrell also hurriedly followed. An hour later, 63gr, in Vosk's office, Zhang Yang reluctantly sat on the sofa and narrated the facts, while on the sofa opposite, Cap and Polisalino were sitting. As for Major General Vosk, poor can only stand behind Carp and Polisalino. At this time, as Zhang Yang said from his mouth the fact of why he suddenly disappeared, whether it was Carp, Polisalino or Foski, they all looked like a ghost. After all, Zhang Yang said the words are really amazing. That's it. Zhang Yang took a sip of tea with his face as usual, and said lightly. There was silence in the office. For a while, Carp burst into laughter, and Polisalino and Vosk also looked at the public with weird eyes. To this kind of reaction, Zhang Yang was not so strange that he raised his brows and said, "You don't believe it. It's not that you don't believe it, it's just that Major Zhang Yang. Your words are really hard to believe. I went to 13gr to see it and it was severely burned by the fire. As far as I know, Major Zhang Yang should not have this ability, right?" Lino said slowly. "Ha ha ha. Brat boy, you don't want to tell the truth and you don't have to tell this kind of lie. Have a fight with Raleigh? I don't know your strength yet, just because you want to fight Raleigh? That's too early. 100 years. Carp laughed out of his disbelief. Is it? An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Yang Yang's mouth, and then suddenly raised his hand to point between Cap and Polo Salino. For by lay of breaking the road. Crackle! A white thunder pillar with the thickness of a baby's arm shot out from Zhang Yang's fingertips, shot past between Carp and Polo Salino, and directly penetrated the wall. Whoosh! A second later, the violent sound of breaking through the air reached everyone's ears. In an instant, Carp was stunned, Polo Salino was stunned, and Wosk was also stunned. There was a thought in their minds, the fruit of thunder. However, they haven't waited for them to slow down. 20 breaking the sky ball. Zhang Yang's voice came over again, and then, a golden SE energy ball shot out from Zhang Yang's hand, and then shot out between Cap and Polo Salino. Boom! There was an explosion and a strong hurricane blew in, and the wall behind them suddenly fell apart, revealing the outside scene. Flash fruit? Polo Salino was dumbfounded. However, this was just the beginning, because afterwards, various fireballs, whirlwinds and other attacks were continuously released from Zhang Yang's hands, and the entire office was directly destroyed, but no one said anything. Because whether it was Foski, Carp or Polo Salino, there was only one thought in his mind at this time. What is going on with this special cat? P.S. 6th, there are 4 more. Chapter 49, Superman Fantasy Fruit. Boom! 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 The 6th 3GR Naval Station, the huge naval branch base, heard loud noises after another. All the navies looked up and watched the office of the best commander here. Various flames and lightning exploded, one by one. Closed eyes. Hey! Isn't it a bit tricky? Do you want to see it? A seaman looked up at the office where a big hole had been punched out, and he kept flying out of the office attacked by flames and lightning, and swallowed his mouth. Yet, couldn't something happen inside, right? Another seaman also said in a daze. How about? Let's go see it together. Another navy suggested. What do you want to see, do you want to die? A seaman walked over. He looked up at the office where the explosions were constantly emitting, and said with a familiar look, it must be Lieutenant General Carp who are discussing it. Let's not disturb them. What should we do? Oh, I see. When the other Marines heard the words, they nodded in a clear expression. As a result, while explosions continued to occur in the commander's office, the Marines didn't see what they didn't hear. The patrolling patrols, the execution of the missions, the scenes were very strange. And in the office, 6,200 step railings of binding the road. Whoosh whoosh. Nearly 10 light rods were formed in the air following the swing of the open arm, and then shot out, directly nailed to the wall tightly. Call. After doing all this, Zhang Yang took a few breaths and wiped the sweat from the corner of his eyes, the surging spiritual power in his body calmed down, and he sat back on the sofa again. A dozen Ghost Deo sent out like this, although it is not a particularly advanced Ghost Deo, even with the current publicity strength, it is exhausting to consume so much spiritual power in a short time, but... Turning his head and looking at the messy office, he looked at Carp, Polo Salino and Wosk who were looking at him with wide-eyed eyes, and a smile appeared on the corners of his open mouth. In fact, this was done on purpose by him. Otherwise, why do you think Zhang Yang would suddenly be full and hold so many ghosts? As for why this is done, it is very simple. Naturally, it is to make better use of Ghost Deo and Liubian in the future. He was thinking about this when he was still at the Naval Academy. The 4 basic abilities of Reaper's Zhanchuan and Zhanpaku knife and the Zanpaku sword are the only ones that can be easily accepted in the world of One Piece. For Zhang Yang, who was still in the Naval Academy at the time, this ability of Ghost Deo and Zanpo Deo did not know how to explain this ability. This is why he almost only used Kendo, white fighting and instant step all the time. If you use Ghost Roads and Flow Blades openly, this is a question that Zhang Yang has been thinking about. After all, his current strength is not strong enough to ignore everyone, and now he is in the Navy, there are still some issues to consider. But this time, after the battle with Raleigh caused so many problems, he suddenly had an idea. Why don't you take this opportunity to expose the Ghost Road and Liubian Ruohuo? In this way, not only the 13GR incident was perfectly explained, but also the problems of ghosts and raging blades were perfectly solved. As for how to explain this ability in the waiting meeting, Zhang Yang has a bottom in his heart. It's a long story. Zhang Yang thought a lot in his mind, but it took dozens of seconds, and this time, the three of Carp had come to their senses, but all three of them stared at Zhang Yang with incredulous expressions. Boy, what was that just now? Carp looked at the ruined office around him, recalling the flames, thunder and lightning, squalls and so on. Some of them couldn't calmly look at Zhang Yang. Those abilities just now are undoubtedly the abilities of Devil Fruit, but he is also a person with rich experience. Most of the Devil Fruits in the Devil Fruit book are also known. No matter how bad they are, he will be a little impressed, but he can't see what Zhang Yang just showed. What kind of Devil Fruit is it? It is completely impossible to be able to attack all kinds of natural fruits. Polosolino and Vosk had similar ideas, both staring at Zhang Yang, waiting for his answer. Seeing all three of them looked over, Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said the answer he had prepared. I ate the Devil Fruit, the superhuman fantasy fruit. I can turn the fantasy abilities in my mind into reality and use it. Zhang Yang's face was as usual, and the light and fluttering words made the three people on the opposite side almost stare. Devil Fruit? Superman fantasy fruit? Able to turn fantasy into reality? There is such a messy Devil Fruit? Carp, Polosolino and Foski thought in shock in their hearts, but in their hearts, they accepted this statement. The Devil Fruit has always been an unsolved mystery for humans. I don't know where it comes from, how it works, or how much it has, and how many abilities it has never heard of. Although Zhang Yang's ability just shown is exaggerated, it is not unacceptable if it is explained by Devil Fruit. Otherwise, do you want them to believe that it is the ability to publicize themselves? It's really surprising, Major Zhang Yang. I didn't expect this kind of crazy Devil Fruit to exist in the world. After getting the explanation, Polosolino also regained a leisurely look, slowly watching Zhang Yang said. Well, I'm also quite surprised. Zhang Yang also pretended to be something, and recalled, when I walked to the beach yesterday, I was suddenly hungry. I happened to see a fruit floating over. I ate so much, I didn't expect it to be a Devil Fruit. Haha. Luck is also a kind of strength. Carp laughed, but then he thought of something, and continued with a serious face, but Zhang Yang boy, you have to remember that although the power of the Devil Fruit is powerful, you must not rely on it too much. It's not that Devil Fruits dominates the family. If you want to become a real strong, you must never forget this. I see. Zhang Yang nodded earnestly, even though Lu Jian Ruo Huo and Ghost Dao were not the power of Devil Fruit. Now that the matter is settled, Mr. Carp, are we ready to go back to? The Marshal is still waiting for our news. At this time, Polosolino stood up and said. Hearing that, Carp nodded, stood up and smiled at Zhang Yang. In this case, then we will go back. As for Laoli. Having said this, Carp shook his head, did not continue, turned around and left here. Polosolino nodded to Zhang Yang, and went out. In the office, Zhang Yang and Wosk were all left. Call. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Cap and Polosolino leave, and then smiled. It seems that the Devil Fruit stubble has been fooled, and in the future, he can finally use the Ghost Road and the Sloppy Blade in a fair manner. Moreover, although the incident today made him a little bit dumbfounded, he still felt a little warmth in his heart. Knowing that he was missing, the Navy could react this way. To be honest, he was really moved. Sometimes as a Navy, it's actually pretty good. With an inexplicable smile in his heart, Zhang Yang stood up and said to Foski, Major General Foski, did you see my saber at 13GR? Oh, here. Vosk hadn't recovered yet. When he heard Zhang Yang's words, he subconsciously took the water on his desk and handed it to Zhang Yang. Thank you, then I will go now, Major General Vosk. Holding the broken water, Zhang Yang thanked Vosk, and then turned and left here, leaving only Vosk standing in a messy office. It took a while before Vosk came back to his senses. Looking at the messy office, he suddenly looked eager to cry without tears. Chapter 50, The Fusion of Spiritual Pressure and Domineering. Blue sky, white clouds, today is another good weather. Unknowingly, several days have passed since the 13GR incident. As the Navy issued a statement that it had captured the main criminal of the incident, the 13GR incident has gradually faded out of people's sight. After all, in this era of pirates, there are so many similar incidents, so many of them are almost numb. Only after a leisurely meal, occasionally people will talk about the skyrocketing fire curtain that day. As for 13GR, because the entire area has completely become a piece of coke, even the main mangrove has already died and is in danger of collapsing at any time, so it has been listed by the Navy as a sign of static entry. As for what will become there later, I don't care about it. In this way, the Chamardayan Islands once again return to the peace of the past, but some places are still very noisy. Bang bang bang! 63GR, on the wide training field of the Naval Division Base, a group of Marines lined up and fired continuously, but the target of their shooting was not a target, but a teenager who seemed to be only about 14 years old. The boy is dressed in casual white clothes, his handsome face is full of calm, his eyes are closed, and his left hand is holding a very delicate long knife. His body is constantly swaying from side to side as the bullets shoot at him. Like an unknown prophet, almost all the bullets they wiped his clothes and were avoided. Even if they didn't avoid it, the young man waved the unsheathed long knife in his hand. With a ding, the bullet was directly bounced off. If there is a domineering master at this time, you will definitely be able to feel the strong domineering fluctuations emanating from the teenager. This scene directly stunned the other navies in training. Although they would have seen this scene a few days ago, it was not so exaggerated before, right? Okay, you can stop. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and gave a soft drink. The Marines immediately stopped shooting and put away their guns. The young man opened his eyes, glanced at the densely packed bullet shells on the ground, waved his hand while thinking about what, and said, "Go back to your post first." "Yes, Major Zhang Yang." The Navy all saluted, and then the queue left here neatly. That's right, this young man is not someone else, it is just publicity. As for what Zhang Yang was doing just now, it was very simple and domineering training. That's right, it's domineering. When Zhang Yang went to Lely last time, he chose to do it with Xiaoqi. On the one hand, it was because of Xiaoqi doing it, but the bigger reason was that Zhang Yang wanted to feel the domineering up close and see what this was. What kind of existence is it? The final result was very good. Under the intentional perception, Zhang Yang did indeed feel the domineering of armed and the domineering of seeing and hearing. Even in just a few days, Zhang Yang had learned to use the domineering and knowing of armed sex. Color domineering. However, these are not critical. The point is, because he learned to see and hear the domineering and armed color, Zhang Yang discovered that the domineering and spiritual pressure are too similar. Reiki pressure is a term for the size and quality of spiritual power. It is similar to the relationship between magic elements and magic power. Reiki pressure is not only the source of death's power, but can also be used to simply exert pressure on the enemy, and even cause enemies. Fear and breakdown of will, gathering the REI pressure in a certain place of the body can greatly increase strength and defense, perceive the surrounding REI pressure, and feel the movement and position of others. Domineering, this is an inherent strength of the human body. A strong person may not necessarily be domineering, but the one who is domineering is basically a strong one. Armed domineering can form an invisible armor on the surface of the body to strengthen the human body. The power and defense of the domineering is to listen to the special voice of the human body to predict the actions of others and even listen to the heart's voice, while the domineering is to use the greatness to deter the enemy, pressure the enemy or even directly defeat its will. Gathering spiritual pressure somewhere and armed with domineering, perceiving spiritual pressure and seeing and hearing domineering, and awe-inspiring awe and domineering, how similar it is. Except for the inferior dominance of the overlord and the deterrence of REI, the other abilities of seeing and hearing and armed colors far exceed REI's ability to enhance attack defense and perceive movement. Therefore, Zhang Yang wondered, can domineering and Reiki be able to merge? As long as the integration is successful, Zhang Yang's strength can definitely be greatly improved. But, what should we do? Zhang Yang ignored the surrounding navy and was completely immersed in a world of one person. He frowned and walked to the stone bench on the edge of the training ground to sit down, thinking to himself. Everyone has Ryutsu, but Reaper can enhance spiritual power, and only Reaper can be promoted. Everyone also has domineering, but most people cannot use it for their entire lives. If you compare Ryutsu to domineering, Reiki pressure comes from spiritual power. What does that domineering come from? Zhang Yang held Duan Shui in his arms and touched and recalled the domineering explanation in the anime. Domineering is everyone's innate potential ability. After awakening, in addition to the overlord color, the seeing and hearing color and the armed color can be gradually enhanced, and the overlord color will also increase with the growth of one's own courage, that is, in other words, the growth of the human body is accompanied by domineering growth. If you compare the appearance of arms to momentum, the appearance of seeing and hearing as breath, and the appearance of domineering as deterrence, that would be easy to understand. In the final analysis, whether it is domineering or Reiki, it is an application of energy, but the control method is different. The devil fruit can be hit. It should also be because domineering is an energy attack. Since it is an energy attack, then why don't you try to control reinforcement in a domineering way? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang suddenly flashed a ray of light in his eyes, walked to the wall next to the training ground, tried hard to recall the feeling of using the armed color domineering, and then used the same method to control the REI pressure and wrap it on his right fist. It was useless. With his strength, he knocked on the wall. Boom! As soon as the open fist touches the wall, it is like a compressed gas explosion. The 2-meter diameter area on the wall violently collapses with the open fist as the center, forming a circular hole, and numerous spider cracks spread. And then the entire wall collapsed, immediately shocking the Marines who were training. Success! It's really feasible. Seeing the power created by his light punch, Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, and instantly became excited. Can use domineering control methods to control spiritual power, which means that his previous guess is completely correct. He can use spiritual power to use domineering, and because it is spiritual power that drives domineering, power is even complete above the general domineering. With this new domineering, the shortcomings of publicizing the lack of physical strength can be completely compensated. After being excited for a while, Zhang Yang calmed down. Then he closed his eyes and used the domineering way to control his spiritual power to perceive the situation around him. Suddenly, white figures appeared in his perception, and all on the training ground every action of a person appears in his perception. It's okay to see or hear color. Zhang Yang opened his eyes and couldn't help showing an unconcealed smile on his face. He has seen that both color domineering and armed color domineering can use his spiritual power, and he is stronger than the average domineering. This is definitely an extremely important discovery for him. As for the overlord's domineering, because he didn't understand the principle, Zhang Yang didn't bother to study it. Anyway, Reiki is stronger than it. I just don't know whether the domineering power launched with spiritual power is useful for those with the devil fruit ability. After being excited, Zhang Yang frowned again. Although he speculated that the energy attack was the only reason to restrain the devil fruit because of the domineering power, it was a speculation after all. There is no absoluteness, and the final result has to be tried to determine. As a transit point for the New World, Chamardayan Islands must have devil fruit abilities. Not to mention the natural and superhuman types, the most common animal types can at least be found. Whether the new domineering can work on those with devil fruit ability, just try it. Thinking to himself, Zhang Yang stood up, and just wanted to let people investigate and see where there are many pirates, but Karp's Reiki suddenly appeared in his perception. Why is this old man here again? Feeling that Karp had entered the base, Zhang Yang couldn't help but muttered strangely, then hesitated and walked in the direction Karp was. P.S. The fusion of domineering and spiritual pressure has been thought by Mouse for a long time, but after all, Mouse is not a professional. There may be some loopholes in the process. I hope you can understand. In addition, 2 more chapters will be updated in the evening. Please be patient. Chapter 51, 5 Old Stars Summoned. P.S. From now on, in order to distinguish between the protagonist's domineering and ordinary domineering, we will call the protagonist's domineering with the use of seeing and hearing sira, armed sira, etc., so as not to say what new domineering ah. Domineering is too awkward, and there is a feeling of dizziness after watching too much. The following is the text. It seems that it is because he has learned to see and hear the spiritual pressure. Zhang Yang's perception of his surroundings is clearer than before with pure spiritual pressure. I don't know how much. This kind of feeling like the eye of the sky makes him unable to help being domineering. I was amazed by the existence of things. While feeling this magical angle of view carefully, Zhang Yang walked towards Karp's position. At the same time, Karp seemed to have noticed his position and walked towards him as well. After a while, at a corner, Zhang Yang saw Karp. "Old man, why are you here again?" Zhang Yang looked at Karp strangely. "You think I'm willing to come? If it's not for Senbei, oh no, if it's not for the request of the old guy with steel, I wouldn't bother to come over," Karp said with the same dissatisfaction. Zhang Yang suddenly heard black lines. Senbei? This old guy just talked about Senbei. Don't guess, it must be steel bone in exchange for Senbei, so Karp came to look for him. It's just that the 13GR thing has passed for several days. What will happen if steel bone asks Karp to come and look for him now? What? So? What's the matter with the marshal asking you to come to me all the time? Zhang Yang said in a strange tone of yin and yang, and the indescribable tone and expression of beating, immediately made Karp blow his beard and stare, and clenched his fists. I just thought about going crazy, but then suddenly thought of something. He pulled Zhang Yang and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with your kid, now hurry up with me. That kid Kuzan is still waiting on the boat." With that said, Capra was going to leave in a publicity. This moment suddenly surprised the publicity who had wanted to use Karp to try to arm the sensational pressure, but this old man didn't feel furious. What wind is this blowing? Or is there really something important this time? Etc., etc. After a daze, Zhang Yang broke free of Karp's big hands, rubbed his aching shoulders, and said to Karp dissatisfiedly, "Of course you can go, but at least you have to talk about what you are going to do." "Hey, your kid is in trouble." Karp glared at him, but he still explained the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that, in the final analysis, it was because of the fantasy fruit that was raised a few days ago and the fight with Raleigh. When Cap and Polosolino went back and told Ganggu about these two things, Ganggu was in after being shocked. He notified Wu Laoxing, the highest authority of the world government, of the incident. After all, after eating a fantasy fruit that I have never heard of, and retiring after a battle with Raleigh, for the publicity who has already been highly valued by the Navy headquarters, no matter which one is no longer a steel frame, one can be alone. Be responsible, this matter must be notified to the 5 elder stars of the world government, so that they can determine the position of publicity in the future. And after Steel Bone notified Zhang Yang of all the information to the world government, the 5 old stars issued an order on the spot to bring Zhang Yang to the holy place of Mary Joa. They had to meet Zhang Yang in person to draw the final conclusion. After that, it was now this scene, and Gang Gu gave Carp and Quzhen the task of taking Zhang Yang to marry Joa. 5 old stars. After listening to Carp's words, Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that it was the 5 old stars who wanted to summon him. I don't know much about the 5 old stars. After all, in the animation, the 5 old stars appear too few times. All he knows is that the 5 old stars are the powers of the world government. Others are about what strengths. Such information, that is even more ignorant. But one thing is certain, the 5 old stars absolutely have super strength. After all, in a world like One Piece that relies on strength to speak, as the power holder of a supergiant organization like the world government that rules the world, it is completely impossible to say that strength is not enough. But Zhang Yang doesn't care. Let's not say whether the Wu Lao Xing's summoning is aimed at him. Even if it is, Zhang Yang is not afraid at all. After all, Zhang Yang now has such a big killer, Zhang Yang believes. Even if the Wu Lao Xing is strong like a monster, in a short time, relying on the strength of the blade, he can leave safely even if he loses. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth and said, "Since the 5 old stars want to see me, then naturally I have to go." Kapu naturally didn't know the many thoughts that had flashed in Zhang Yang's mind. When he saw that Zhang Yang had no opinion, he took Zhang Yang and left the military base and came to the coast of 63gr. There, a warship had already docked and waited, and in the shadow of the warship, Quzhen was sitting lazily on a rock. "Mr. Carp, Major Zhang Yang." Seeing Carp and Zhang Yang, Quzhen stood up lazily and greeted Carp and Zhang Yang under the name of Hatch. "Lieutenant General Quzhen." Zhang Yang also greeted him, but Carp didn't even bother to Li Quzhen at all, and said dissatisfied, "Come on this set, I've already brought you Zhang Yang, let's go." After finishing speaking, Carp didn't wait for Quzhen to answer, he directly pulled Zhang Yang and got on the boat. Quzhen was obviously used to Carp's character and didn't care, so he nodded and followed. There are not many navies on the deck, just enough to meet the number of people operating warship equipment, so it looks very spacious. After getting on the boat, Carp didn't even bother to talk about publicity, and rushed into the cabin with drooling. Without thinking about publicity, he knew what he was going to do by looking at him. Is Senbei so attractive? Unable to understand Carp's behavior, Zhang Yang shook his head and mumbled. Major Zhang Yang, I'll go to sleep first, and if you have any needs, let's talk to the Marines." At this time, Quzhen also walked to the side chair and lay down. After saying this to Zhang Yang, he took an eye mask from the table next to the chair and put it on, and fell asleep directly under the sun. Watching this scene, Zhang Yang suddenly didn't know what to say. There are indeed many powerful people in One Piece world, but there are also many people with weird personalities, such as the 2 on the ship now. Fortunately, the other Marines consciously set off after seeing a few people on board, otherwise there is no one who gave the order, and that would be really cheating. Ugh! With a speechless sigh, Zhang Yang shook his head, turned and walked towards the cabin. Now the environment is quite quiet, find a room to go to Dao-chan. Otherwise, it would be bad if the initial solution was suddenly cancelled when fighting all the time. Just so, you can also take the opportunity to see what the sword spirit looks like. There was some expectation in his heart, but, just after walking a few steps, Zhang Yang suddenly paused, thinking of something, and looked at Quzhen who was lying on the chair with a strange expression on his face. Didn't I mean to test if the domineering spirit power used is useful for those with devil fruit ability? Isn't there one here, and it is the natural department with the best experimental results? Hey! Thinking of this, Zhang Yang stopped without hesitation, turned to look at Quzhen, and let out a burst of laughter that made the surrounding Marines horrified. Chapter 52, Not Yet. Among the devil fruits, the natural system is recognized as an invincible fruit, because it can elementify the capable person itself, and all physical attacks are ineffective against it, and even if it does not attack, it can still be in an invincible position. Of course, there are no absolutes, but the appearance of domineering has broken this iron rule. No one knows exactly how domineering appears, and no one knows the principle of domineering, but what they all know is that an attack with domineering can touch the entity of the natural demon fruit ability, completely breaking the nature. The undefeated myth. And Zhang Yang's domineering is motivated by spiritual power. Although the principle is the same, it is not the original domineering after all. To be honest, Zhang Yang has no idea whether he can deal with the elementalization. But it doesn't matter, there is a ready-made experiment in front of you now. Hey! Looking at Quzhan lying on the armchair, Zhang Yang let out a terrifying cry, walked to Quzhan's side, held water in his left hand, and raised his right hand with a fist. Armed surround pressure. An invisible force wrapped around Zhang Yang's fist, opened the corner of his mouth and grinned, and then hit Quzhan's chest with a punch. Boom! A loud noise sounded on the splint. In the stunned expressions of the Marines, Quzhan was directly hit by the publicity, and the chair was directly torn apart and hit the splint severely. The splint suddenly became a big hole. A wooden board broke and turned over. Lieutenant General Quzhan. After a moment of stunner, the Marines reacted immediately, and looked at Zhang Yang with his fists in disbelief and the broken splint in front of him. Just about to rush up, Quzhan's lazy voice came over again. Well, don't be nervous, I'm fine. Quzhan's voice came out of the cave, and then Quzhan, who was still wearing a blindfold, crawled out of the splint with one hand pulled out, and on his chest, the white ice cubes were getting smaller. Then disappeared. Major Zhang Yang, is there anything wrong? Quzhan took off his blindfold, patted the dust on his body, then scratched his head and hit Hatch, as if he hadn't woken up. He didn't care about the attack just now. It's nothing, it's just that I heard Lieutenant General Karp say that Lieutenant General Quzhan is very good, so I want to give it a try. I am extremely sorry to disturb you when you sleep. Zhang Yang dissipated the domineering in his hands, an embarrassed way. So that's the case, well. Since it's okay, I will continue to sleep. Quzhan said lazily, and then leaned on the splint directly in front of the public face, and fell asleep with his head supported by his hands. Upon seeing this, he opened his mouth and twitched, then turned around and walked into the cabin. After Zhang Yang left, the green pheasant opened one eye slightly and murmured, "It's really weird and domineering, it's a bit painful." After speaking, Quzhan turned his body, closed his eyes and continued to fall asleep. At the same time, on the other side, Zhang Yang, who walked into the cabin, clenched his fists, with a smile on his face. Although Quzhan used elementalization just now, Zhang Yang can still clearly feel that his fist does hit Quzhan's body. Although it did not cause any harm to him, it really hit the green pheasant's body. That is to say, his spiritual power domineering completely possesses the original domineering ability, and it can also attack the body of the natural element. This makes Zhang Yang very satisfied. Although he might not be able to deal with elemental abilities if he started to understand, but in this way, even if he didn't start to solve, he wouldn't be helpless when encountering natural abilities. The domineering thing has been resolved, and Daokan is next. Zhang Yang murmured, then walked to the cabin area where the schoolmaster lived, and walked in with a sliding door. He didn't look at what the room was like, and sat down on the bed cross-legged. Daokan, this is a ritual for the of Death to communicate with the Zanpakuto, and it is also a way for the of Death to increase his strength. By communicating with the sword spirit of the Zanpakuto, he gains its recognition. The deeper the recognition, the more you can use it, the more time, intensity, and ability to solve, and even spiritual power will be affected by it to a certain extent. If the sword spirit can be realized to disappear and defeat him, it can reach the level of slaying. Lu Ren Ruohuo was originally the captain's Zanpaku knife, but because the captain connected Lu Ren Ruohuo to Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang also knew that Lu Ren Ruohuo's name could be used to complete the initial solution. However, this drawback is also very serious. Big. For example, when he fought with Raleigh last time, the solution was suddenly relieved. This is the consequence of the solution without Daoken. And now, Zhang Yang intends to make up for this shortcoming. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhang Yang put the broken water aside, and then with one hand, Liu Bian Ruohuo instantly appeared in his hand. He drew out Lu Jian Ruohuo, put the scabbard aside, and Zhang Yang looked at the cold light of Lu Jian Ruohuo's blade, then placed it on his lap, closed his eyes, and followed the feeling of the captain in his memory. He sank his consciousness into a stream of flames. A little bit of time passed, and suddenly, Zhang Yang, who closed his eyes, suddenly felt that his eyes lit up, and his vision changed, and he found that he appeared in a thick fog, and there was nothing in all directions. This is my inner world. Looking at the strange space surrounded by dense fog, Zhang Yang muttered strangely. Not yet. A voice that couldn't hear gender and age suddenly rang in Zhang Yang's ears. Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment, and he turned around abruptly, only to find that it was still a thick fog and there was nothing. Zhang Yang frowned and didn't panic, because he knew that the sound should be like a fierce sound. Are you a fierce sword? Can you come out and meet me? I have something to tell you. Zhang Yang shouted tentatively. Not yet, not yet, not yet. The voice sounded again, but this time it was not in Zhang Yang's ears, but from all directions. Then, before Zhang Yang could say anything, flames overwhelmed from all directions suddenly, and the terrifying heat instantly melted Zhang Yang. At the same time, Zhang Yang opened his eyes abruptly in the room, took a long breath, frowned and picked up Lu Jian Ruohuo. Not yet, what does it mean? Zhang Yang murmured in confusion. If the situation just now was not wrong, it should have been Lu Ren Ruohuo who drove him out. But why is this? With his spiritual power, should he reach the point where he can begin to solve it? What does Lu Ren Ruohuo mean when he said that he can't do it? Various possibilities flashed in his mind. Zhang Yang was about to try again. But the door was kicked open with a bang, and Karp walked in with a grin. Old man, why are you here? Zhang Yang's knowledge of Sering didn't spread too much when pressed down, so when he saw Karp come in suddenly, he was immediately dissatisfied. What else can I do? Of course I'm going to disembark. Karp completely ignored Zhang Yang's words and said with dissatisfaction. Then, seeing the fiery blade in Zhang Yang's hand, he suddenly asked strangely, where did your kid get a knife? It's made by fruit ability. Zhang Yang said with a face as usual, and then he retracted Lu Ren Ruohuo into his scabbard. With a thought, Lu Ren Ruohuo disappeared in his hands. What a strange ability! Upon seeing this, Karp murmured. Now that it has arrived, Zhang Yang could only give up and continue with Daoken. He walked out with Karp with broken water and came to the splint. A huge red wall with no top appeared in front of him. The Red Continent. Looking up at the magnificent red wall, Zhang Yang couldn't help but let out an exclamation. P.S. The 10 chapters are finally over. Please forgive the mouse for the slow codeword speed. From tomorrow on, we will keep 4 changes every day. As for the change, the mouse will make arrangements to increase the conditions afterwards, but since the mouse is not a professional writer, it is certain that it is more demanding, and I hope everyone can understand. In short, the results of the first booking today are good, thank you very much for your support. Mouse must work hard to write better chapters for everyone. Chapter 53, Holy Land Mary Joya. The Red Earth Continent, which is a huge crimson continent that divides the Great Waterway and even the entire world into 2 halves, has 2 intersections with the Great Waterway. The first is the Upside Down Mountain. For the pirates who cannot pass through the windless zone, this is the greatness. The entrance of the waterway, and the second intersection is the location of the world government's holy place, Mary Joya. This is the first time Zhang Yang has seen the Red Earth continent in the true sense. It feels different from the anime. With just a glance, Zhang Yang couldn't help being amazed by the magnificence of the Red Earth continent. Haha. Be scared, think that the first time I saw the Red Earth continent back then, it was even more exaggerated than your expression. Seeing Zhang Yang staring at the Red Earth continent with a surprised look, Carp laughed aside. Zhang Yang glanced at Carp and didn't bother to care about him. Mr. Carp, Major Zhang Yang, let's get off the boat first. Kuzan scratched his head lazily. Oh yes, go down. Only then did Carp remember that there was still business, and then he hurriedly had the splint put down. At the same time, Zhang Yang found out where he was docking, located in a dock below the Red Earth continent. Zhang Yang suddenly felt a little surprised. How could he get to the top of the Red Earth continent when he landed in such a place? Is it climbing up? Secretly smiled, Zhang Yang threw away this somewhat whimsical idea. Let alone them, the holy place Marijoa is the place where the Tianlong people live. Zhang Yang doesn't believe that the world government will let the Tianlong people climb the Red Earth continent. Besides, the Tianlong people are not Fisher Tiger. Even if they are willing to climb, they can't climb it at all. But there is no guessing, let's get off the boat first, and the answer will be revealed automatically later. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang discarded all the thoughts in his mind, followed Carp and Kuzan to get off the ship. As for the other marines, they were on standby on the warship. After getting off the ship, Zhang Yang discovered that the dock was not built directly under the Red Earth continent, but a dock floating on the sea. The dock can be moved at any time. The dock is large and there are a large number of armed men on it. There are Navy and world government. When the three got off the ship, immediately a world government official in a black suit and hat ran over and respectfully said to the three Zhang Yang, Lieutenant General Carp, Lieutenant General Kuzan, Major Zhang Yang, I am. Stop talking nonsense, take us to Marijoa. Carp said impatiently. The government official smiled awkwardly, and then quickly said, yes, yes, please three follow me. Then they led Zhang Yang and the three people to the direction where the dock was next to the Red Earth continent. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang thought to himself. It seems that the Navy and the world government do not belong to that kind of subordinate relationship. Although the Navy must strictly implement the orders issued by the world government, the status between the two is actually not the same. There is no strict distinction between high and low, otherwise, even if Carp is strong, it would not be good to treat a government official like this. Of course, it may also be the reason why Carp doesn't care about these at all. While thinking about it, the three quickly came to the position between the dock and the Red Earth continent, and a huge iron gate embedded in the Red Earth continent appeared in Zhang Yang's eyes. This is... A strange color flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he thought he had already guessed how to go up. Carp and Kuzan looked as usual, because they had been here many times. 3. Please wait. After arriving here, the government officials smiled apologetically at the three Zhang Yang, and then took out a phone worm and started talking. A few minutes later, with the rumbling of the machine, the huge iron door began to open, revealing the space inside like a reception room, sofa, table, and even bed, everything you need. 3. Please come in. The government official made a request to the three of Zhang Yang. Let's go. Carp took the lead and walked in, followed by Zhang Yang and Kuzan. After that, the government official said something to the phone bug. Amid the roar of the booming machine, the huge iron gate was closed, and the place was immediately isolated from the outside and quiet. Squeak! The entire space suddenly shook, and then a slight sense of weightlessness struck. Sure enough, it's an elevator. While looking at the surrounding arrangements, Zhang Yang thought secretly in his heart. This thing is probably for the Dino Knights. Marijoa controls the actions. Unless Marijoa's permission is obtained, it is almost impossible to pass here. No wonder it is necessary to go to the New World through Marijoa. Abandoning the ship, paying a large amount of Bailey and waiting for the approval of the application. It turned out to be such a thing. Zhang Yang rubbed his chin and guessed, but Carp on the side assumed that Zhang Yang was waiting for the meeting with Wu Lao Xing. He patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and laughed and said, "So your kid is also nervous? Don't worry, Wu Lao. The stars are just 5 old immortals, and they have not been malicious since this time, don't be too nervous." "I'm not nervous." Zhang Yang avoided Carp's big hand, twitched the corners of his mouth, and called the 5 old stars the old immortal, just what this guy could say. Silently rolled his eyes at Carp, Zhang Yang sat down directly on the sofa and began to close his eyes to rest. As for Quzhen, he fell asleep on the sofa since he came in. Nearly 10 minutes later, as the entire space shook slightly again, the elevator stopped and the door opened amid the rumbling of machines. "It's already here." Quzhen rubbed his eyes and stood up as if he was not awake. Zhang Yang glanced at him, then the 3 of them walked out together, and suddenly, a scene like a fairyland appeared in front of the 3 of them. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a huge exquisite and luxurious castle stood quietly. Beneath the smoky smoke, houses with uneven heights were neatly arranged in front of the castle. Surrounded by misty smoke and sunlight, they formed a scene like a fairyland. This is a city of dreams that people can't look away from at a glance, which is the destination of Zhang Yang and others this time. Holy Land, Mary Joa. This is really amazing. Zhang Yang was stunned, suppressing the shock in his heart, and murmured a little bit of sorrow. "Haha. It's normal to be surprised, after all, this is the place where the descendants of the Creator live." Carp laughed. Zhang Yang didn't refute this time, and the scale of Mary Joa really shocked him a lot. "Mr. Carp, Major Zhang Yang, let's go, the 5 old stars should already be waiting," Quzhen said. Hearing this, Zhang Yang retracted his mind, his expression returned to normal, nodded, and the 3 of them walked into this world holy city together. And as he walked into Mary Joa, Zhang Yang also saw the so-called Tianlongren for the first time, and not 1 or 2. Is this the Tianlongren, the descendant of the Creator? Seeing the men and women wearing white clothes and square transparent hoods walking by one on the street like astronauts, they frowned, but there was no special movement. For the Tianlongren, he only has disgust, not only because of their arrogant trek, but also because they treat other ordinary people completely improperly and trample on life. Although Zhang Yang never thinks he is a good person, he is better than the Tianlong people. "I don't know much anymore." The Tianlong people only glanced at the arrival of the 3 Zhang Yang, and when they saw the navy uniforms on the 3 of them, they didn't care. Obviously, it is not surprising that there is a navy coming and going here. Looking at the Tianlong people along the way, dozens of minutes later, the 3 of them walked to the huge castle. "Let's go, Wu Lao Xing is inside," Carp said to Zhang Yang, and then walked in first. P.S. There is no introduction in the anime about the Holy Land Mary Joa, so it can only be imagined by the mouse. If there is anything wrong, you can give us your opinion. Chapter 54, The 90 Black Coffin of Broken Road. People gather in groups, and things are divided into categories. This is an eternal truth that does not change everywhere. Even in the headquarters of the world government and the holy place where the Dinonians live, Maria Joa is no exception. The difference between Dinonians and Dinonians, the status is not all the same. 800 years ago, 20 kings Seo founded the world government, and their descendants are the Tianlong people, who will be absolutely protected by the world government from generation to generation. However, 800 years of time are enough to change anything. After being protected by the world government, most of the Tianlong people began to spend their days, greedy for pleasure, drunk all day long, dreaming and dying, and the family gradually declined. Until now, only 3 families of the top 20 families are still flourishing, and the other families become a vassal. In Maria Joa, there has always been a consensus that ordinary Draco people live in the houses around the city of Maria Joa, while the three major Draco families live together with the 5 old stars of the world government in Saint Marie Joa. In the city, the holy city of Marigio, which is the huge castle in the center of Marigio. But now Zhang Yang, with Carp and Kuzan, came to the area belonging to the 5 old stars in the holy city of Marijoya, and moved towards the location of the 5 old stars. On the way, Zhang Yang couldn't help being a little shocked when he heard Carp tell these secrets about Marijoya. According to that, there are nobles and commoners in the Tianlong people. Zhang Yang frowned and looked at Carp, and at the same time he thought to himself. If you think of Carp's statement, it is better to say that the world government is protecting the Tianlong people than the world government is using this way of relaxation. Breathing makes the Tianlong people go to extinction. After all, by now, almost all the Tianlong people have become trash who only knows to be greedy for pleasure and arrogantly trek, right? No, I can't say that. It seems that there are still 3 celestial Dragonite families still in full prosperity. So what exactly did these celestial Dragonites depend on? Strength? Or something else? What is the position of the world government and the Tianlong people now? For a while, Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly found that many things he had learned from anime were very one-sided, and the world was far more complicated than he had imagined. But, tightening the water in his hand, Zhang Yang's mood was restored to calm again. No matter what the Tianlong people and the world government conceal, but his publicity is no longer the one before, no matter what is waiting for him in the future. He is confident all the next. Carp didn't know that Zhang Yang thought so much at this moment. Hearing what Zhang Yang said, he glanced at Zhang Yang and said, of course, but no matter how low their status is, they are also Denonians, and their status is still the highest in this world. Hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully. At this time, the 3 also came to a beautifully crafted gate. Okay, here it is, let's go in. Kuzan and I are waiting for you outside. Stopping in front of the gate, Carp said to Zhang Yang, and Kuzan nodded to Zhang Yang. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded, took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then opened the door with one hand and walked in. Suddenly, an unusually gorgeous hall appeared in his eyes. The hall is very wide, not much different from the Western castle architectural style. There is a circular carpet on the floor in the center of the hall, and on the carpet, a sofa made of gold and various gems is placed on it. The old man in a black suit was sitting there quietly, watching the publicity who opened the door. 5 old stars. Zhang Yang's eyes condensed and he recognized their identities in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to feel the other's REI pressure, but the perception was just released, but Zhang Yang's expression changed slightly, because he clearly saw one of them sticking to the crutches, with an old man with an omelette head suddenly opened slightly and stared at him with shrugged eyes. Reliance perception was discovered. Zhang Yang's heart was full of shock. At the beginning, even Carp and the others hadn't noticed the perception of Reiki pressure, but was actually sensed by this 5-star? How terrifying is the strength of the 5 old stars? No, it's not right. Zhang Yang soon discovered something was wrong again, because he found that although the 5 old star of the egg roll head had discovered his perception, the 5 old star did not move at all and did not notice his perception at all. Could it be the ability of some kind of devil fruit? Zhang Yang guessed in his heart. Zhang Yang thought about so much in an instant, but in fact it was only a moment later, his expression returned to normal, and he quietly recovered his perception. Squeak! The door opened by Zhang Yang was slowly closed under the influence of some device. Zhang Yang swelled, raised his hand to salute the 5 old star, and said softly, Major of the Navy Headquarters Zhang Yang, hello to the 5 old star. Haha, good momentum. Very interesting little guy. An old chuckle sounded, and a Wu Lao Xing with long white hair and a long beard stood up, with his hands on his back and looked at Zhang Yang with a faint smile. We have seen your information. Now, the slave was born, but he possessed domineering and extremely high kendo and physical skills. He graduated with excellent grades 5 years in advance during the Naval Academy, and was appointed to the Chambord Islands. 3 days ago, he accidentally ate after downloading the Superman fantasy fruit and fighting the Hades King Raleigh. The entire 13GR was reduced to scorched earth. Hee, what an incredible experience. Listening to the other party telling his own true information all the time, Zhang Yang didn't say a word, and looked at Wu Laoxing with his usual expression. He knew that the next Wu Laoxing's words were the main purpose of looking for him today. Superman is the fruit of fantasy, turning fantasy into a disappearing fantasy person. After living for so long, the old man has never heard of such a nonsense ability. Another 5-old star with short blonde hair and beard, wearing a black suit but no tie, seems younger than the other 4-5-old stars, staring sharply at Zhang Yang and said, "Major Zhang Yang, I don't know if you can let us old men see and see. Since it is the request of the 5 old stars, it is naturally no problem." Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. He had long anticipated that Wu Laoxing would want to show him the ability of the fruit. After all, the title of fantasy fruit is really too big. However, there seems to be no target to attack here. Zhang Yang looked around and frowned. "It's okay, just attack the old man directly." The golden 5-old star said faintly, and Zhang Yang suddenly narrowed his eyes. Now that he knew that he was able to fight with Raleigh, and even turned 13GR into scorched earth, this guy would dare to say so. Is the strength of the 5 old stars so exaggerated? Or, what special fruit ability does he have? Thinking to himself, Zhang Yang seemed to hesitate, nodded, and said, "Then you will be offended." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yang looked at the golden 5-old star, took a deep breath, raised his right index finger and middle finger, and pointed at the golden 5-old star. His eyes condensed and his lips moved slightly. Vaguely reveals a turbid coat of arms, untamed and mad talent, tides, denials, paralysis, a moment, hindering sleep, crawling iron princess, constantly self-mutilating clay dolls, combining, rebounding, extending to the ground, knowing your own weakness. 90 black coffins of breaking the road. As Zhang Yang shouted, the spiritual power in the body was rapidly consumed. At the same time, the complexion of the 5-old stars changed at the same time. Except for the golden 5-old stars, the other 4-5-old stars disappeared instantly, and then appeared in 10 meters. A place away, the next moment. Hey! 4 huge black walls of energy rose from the sofa, enclosing all the sofas and the golden 5-old stars, including the positions where the 4-5-old stars were sitting just now, forming a space nearly 3 meters wide and high. A huge black cuboid of nearly 10 meters, but this is not the end. Whoosh whoosh! A black spear formed around the black coffin, and then chased into the black coffin continuously at various angles, and the tip penetrated from the other side. An extremely depressing and powerful aura entrained the waves of air in black. The coffin spread out in the center, blowing the hair and skirts of the 5 old stars. Call! Zhang Yang exhaled a long, pale face, and stood firm with his soft body, looking at the huge black coffin in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Chapter 55, The Purpose of the 5 Old Stars. The 90 Black Coffin of Broken Road. This is the highest level of ghost path that Zhang Yang can use today. It uses spiritual power to form a black cube enchantment to block the enemy, and then attacks from the outside with 1,000-edged swords. It is a powerful and destructive ghost path. In the Bleach anime, Ai Ran's hand was used for the first time when he rebelled against the Dead Soul world, but even the unsung black coffin can scar the strong body of the captain-level Komamura Seijin. Its power can be seen. Although Zhang Yang's strength is far less than Lan Ran, he believes that Wu Laoxing's body cannot be as powerful as a captain-level spirit body. Once the black coffin is used, it is unprepared, even if it is Wu Lao. Stars can't be intact, right? Thinking about this, even if his face was a little pale due to the consumption of spiritual power, Zhang Yang couldn't help showing a slight smile. As for why the black coffin should be used without hesitating to spend a lot of spiritual energy, it is very simple. First, to illustrate the power of the fantasy fruit, and second, to remind the 5 old stars that he is not the kind of small role that anyone can squeeze. Zhang Yang didn't know what the 5 old stars had towards him, but no matter what, the necessary strength still needs to be shown. However, Zhang Yang was thinking this way, but suddenly realized that the faces of the other 4-5 old stars were very calm, and they didn't seem to worry about the safety of the 5 old stars at all. Could it be? Zhang Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly looked at the black coffin. Nice attack! A slightly surprised voice just came from the black coffin, and then, in Zhang Yang's slightly contracted pupils. Click! Like broken glass, a huge fist with strong domineering fluctuations directly blasted the black coffin out of a big hole, exposing the undamaged golden 5 old stars inside. At the same time, countless cracks spread rapidly on the black coffin, and then with a bang, the entire black coffin shattered and turned into black stars and disappeared into the air. How can it be? Looking at the unscathed 5-star golden old star, Zhang Yang was really shocked this time. With the broken path he is now fully chanting, although the power is not as strong as when Aizen gave up chanting, it is not much different. However, this guy is intact? Zhang Yang clearly felt that the black coffin had indeed hit the 5 old golden stars, but the opponent was completely harmless. No, it's impossible, no matter how strong he is, how could his clothes not be damaged at all? Forcing himself to calm down, Zhang Yang soon discovered that something was wrong. The power of the black coffin is absolutely beyond doubt. Even if it really can't hurt the golden 5 old star, it's absolutely impossible for his clothes to remain intact, even after use. It's impossible to be armed and domineering. In this way, there is only one possibility. The power of the devil fruit. Zhang Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He could accept the black coffin when the unknown devil fruit ability was blocked, but if the 5 old stars could bear the black coffin only with their body, then Zhang Yang really couldn't accept it. Many thoughts flashed in Zhang Yang's mind. On the opposite side, the 5 old stars were also very uneasy, and the power of the black coffin was beyond their expectations. Although the black coffin did not hurt the golden 5 old stars, the sofa they were sitting on was turned into fragments. You know, it is made of various special materials such as gold and gems, and there will be nothing left on it when bombarded. Traces, but even so, it is still like this now, the power of the black coffin can be imagined. However, compared to the power of the black coffin, he can care more about the black coffin itself. According to the information on the steel frame, Zhang Yang can not only use the black coffin, but also various other powers such as lightning, wind, light orb, and even turn the ground over. Just as Zhang Yang said at the beginning, in various fantasy he used all his abilities. This is the power of fantasy fruit? It's a strange attack, and it's also very powerful. At this time, because the sofa was broken to the ground, the standing 5-star blonde star also spoke, looking at Zhang Yang and admiring, fantasy fruit is indeed a powerful ability. Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Yang shook his head modestly, and at the same time he was relieved. It seems that Wu Laoxing should also believe that his ability is indeed derived from the devil fruit, and the black coffin that he used with all his energy is finally not in vain. Well, since I have seen the fruits of fantasy, let's talk about business now. Suddenly, the Wu Laoxing, who was wearing a black suit and a mustache, spoke. He looked at Zhang Yang and said, Major Zhang Yang, right? Actually, in addition to the ability to see the fruits of fantasy with our own eyes, we have one more thing to come to you today. Thing? Please speak. Zhang Yang's pale complexion slowly returned to normal, and his expression straightened when he heard the words of the 8-character Wu Laoxing. Upon seeing this, the 5 old stars looked at each other, and then the 5 old stars with long hair and long beards said, Major Zhang Yang, your talent, strength, and character are all impeccable, Steel Heel, we have said that he wants to train you into the next general or even a marshal. On your terms, he does have this qualification, but... Having said that, the 5-star took a look at his usual expression, and continued, the Navy already has 3 natural demon fruit abilities. They can definitely become the next generals, and the current generals also have everything. As a marshal's qualification, it can be said that the power of the Navy is already in a period of saturation, so we decided after consultation that we hope you can enter the world government to balance the internal power of the Navy. What do you think, Major Zhang Yang? Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned, then his brows wrinkled slightly, and he sneered in his heart. Now he finally knows what idea the 5 old stars are playing. In fact, the purpose of Wu Laoxing's coming this time was not at all to see his ability to see the fruits of fantasy. The reason why he said he wanted to see the ability of fantasy fruits, and let Zhang Yang attack them, was only to show their powerful power in front of Zhang Yang. As for the reason, it is very simple. They are interested in Zhang Yang's potential and strength. To say that the internal forces of the Navy are saturated, or to maintain balance, really treat him as an ordinary 13 or 14-year-old kid. Isn't it just that he has taken a fancy to his potential and wants to include him in his hands? First, use the force to easily break the black coffin to deter Zhang Yang, and then use the righteousness to maintain balance to pressure. If Zhang Yang is really just an ordinary young man's mind, he might really quickly agree. It is a pity that Zhang Yang is not an ordinary teenager, but a teenager with a mind in his 20s. He knows that once he joins the world government will train him as a cold-blooded killer, even brainwash him, and finally become like a humanoid weapon that only knows how to perform tasks like rob Lucy. However, even though he knew the purpose of Wu Laoxing, he couldn't directly say it and strongly refused. After all, Wu Laoxing is also the highest authority in the world today. Looking at the 5 old stars who were waiting for his own answer, Zhang Yang's heart moved, then his face was solemn, and he said solemnly, I'm sorry, I can't agree. Oh! The 5 old stars were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Zhang Yang to refuse. Among them, the 8-character Wu Laoxing frowned and said strangely, Major Zhang Yang, you have to think carefully. Join the world government, you will get a better environment to exercise yourself, and even live in Maria Joria, and enjoy the glory that no one else can imagine. I don't need these. Zhang Yang shook his head unwaveringly and said, my life was saved by Lieutenant General Karp. If there is no Navy, I would not have achieved what I am today. I cannot leave the Navy for my own benefit, so please forgive me. I can't agree to your request. If the 5 old stars only find Zhang Yang for this matter, then Zhang Yang will leave first. After speaking, Zhang Yang looked a little angry, turned around and pushed the door directly and walked out. Only the 5 old stars and 5 people stared at him. What to do? The 5 old stars of the egg roll head looked at the other 4. Hearing this, the 8-character Wu Laoxing shook his head, then looked at the blonde 5 Laoxing and said, how about the power of the fantasy fruit? That trick was very powerful just now. The golden 5 old star said solemnly, if it weren't for the ability of the fruit, I'm afraid I would really lose face, but I don't know, what are the limits of the fantasy of the fruit, and to what extent? You mean, that kid hasn't used his full strength yet? The long-haired and beard-looking 5 old star asked in surprise. That's for sure, you don't know the strength of Raleigh. If you just rely on the trick just now, you can't be Raleigh's opponent at all. The egg roll head said lightly, moreover, when he first came in, it seemed that used a special ability to probe us. Is it a fantasy fruit? The 5 golden old star frowned, it's really a powerful fruit. It is a waste of this kind of genius to be placed in the Navy, and we must find a way to bring him over. At this moment, Wu Laoxing, a bald swordsman wearing a samurai uniform and holding a long knife, suddenly spoke. He looked at the closed door, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Moreover, his kendo skills should not be low. Chapter 56, starting from the Chambord Islands. Graduated from the Naval Academy in 1 year, with a power value of nearly 900, possessing the domineering look of an overlord, coupled with the superhuman fantasy fruit that has never been heard of, everything Zhang Yang has shown is really enchanting. Even a world government that has never intervened in the Navy can't sit still. He has performed too well, and he knows this publicly, but he knows more about the consequences once he joins the world government. People in high positions like to hold capable people in their own hands, and Wu Laoxing is no exception. It is said that Zhang Yang is better trained in the world government, and that he can live in merry joya. In fact, it is in order to attract Zhang Yang to their hands, become their weapon, and do things for them. This is not what Zhang Yang wants. Now in the Navy, although there are many people on him, because of the relationship between Karp and his own strength, basically he is still very free. Just like the last time I visited the Chambord Islands, the steel frame was also after his opinions. Ordered, at least until now, he has not received any mandatory orders. In addition, Bastille and Tina were also in the Navy, and he was also grateful to Karp and Zifa. Now he just left the 5 old stars aside, and he really had no intention of leaving the Navy. I thought that when I first joined the Navy, I was thinking about when to quit the Navy, but I didn't expect that now I don't want to leave. What a good luck! When he opened the door and walked out of the hall where the 5 old stars were, many thoughts flashed in Zhang Yang's mind, which eventually turned into a silent chuckle. I came out so soon. Outside the door, Karp and Kuzan were waiting. When Zhang Yang opened the door and walked out, Karp was a little surprised. Yet, Zhang Yang retracted his mind and nodded. Those old, oh no, what did the 5 old stars tell you? Karp suddenly came over and asked. Nothing, so I asked about the devil fruit. Zhang Yang doesn't matter. He didn't tell the story about the 5 old stars digging the naval corner. First, he was too lazy to say it, but it was useless to say it. Do you want to openly expect the Navy to strengthen itself with the world government? Didn't say anything else. Karp frowned and said in disbelief. Nonsense, what do you think you have to say? Discuss how to eat senbei. Zhang Yang said in an angry voice. Smelly boy! What are you talking about? Cap suddenly stared openly. In this scene, Kuzan on the side was surprised to see him, thinking that when he had to talk to Mr. Karp like this, he would have been beaten to the ground with a punch. Nothing said nothing. Zhang Yang waved his hand perfunctorily, and then he was taken aback, looking at the staring Karp suspiciously. Old man, how do I feel that you are a little weird today? Why do you suddenly care so much about what I said to Wu Laoxing? Hearing this, Karp was taken aback for a moment, and then he said with a haha, ask, just ask. Really? Zhang Yang felt that Karp was wrong as he watched. When he was stared at by Zhang Yang, Karp suddenly felt uncomfortable, and he slapped his head, as if he was thinking of something. By the way, it's getting late, let's go back. After that, Karp didn't wait for Zhang Yang and Kuzan, and turned around and left. Well, then go back. Kuzan scratched his head lazily, and then followed. Zhang Yang looked at Karp strangely, and then followed, but instinctively told him that this old man definitely had something to hide from him. Almost 40 minutes later, the 3 of them passed through Marijo, got on the elevator, and then returned to the warship, heading for the Chambord Islands. On the warship, Zhang Yang leaned against the ship's side with the broken water, and looked at Karp who passed by again but stopped talking. He frowned, and finally couldn't help but said, Old man, what the are you doing? If you have anything to say, hurry up. Hearing this, Karp stopped and looked back at the frowning Zhang Yang. After sighing, his face suddenly became serious, and he said solemnly, when I was in Marijoa just now, did the 5 old stars let you leave the Navy and join the world government? How do you know? Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect this to be what Karp kept talking about. Hey, how could I not know? Carp snorted coldly, the 5 old stars who are immortal, don't they just want to poach you away when they see your kid's potential? The same goes for the steel guy, obviously. Knowing that giving your information to the world government will cause the current situation, you still have to do that. Seeing the dissatisfied Carp, Zhang Yang was even more surprised this time. Gang when he already knew that the 5 old stars would want him to join the world government? Then why didn't Carp tell him before going? Isn't it afraid that he really went to the world government? However, after a moment of thinking about Zhang Yang, I understand that I am afraid that the steel frame is also to test whether Zhang Yang is really tied to the navy. By the way, did you agree to them in the end? After complaining about the steel frame, Carp remembered the most critical question and frowned and asked Zhang Yang seriously. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I refused." Refused? The serious expression on Carp's face disappeared in an instant, and he was about to pat Zhang Yang's shoulder with a big laugh, but he was slightly avoided by Zhang Yang's body. Carp didn't care, he laughed and said, "Good boy, you are worthy of the man I am optimistic about. What the world government is, the world government is bullshit, all day long I only know that the navy is the best." Carp's laughter spread throughout the warship, and the Marines were immediately dumbfounded, and the publicity was also speechless. The navy scolded the world government as shit? Perhaps only the naval hero Carp has this courage, right? Blue blue blue. The voice of the phone worm came from Kapu's arms. The laughing Kapu took out the phone worm and said in a good mood, "Who? It's me." Steel Bone's voice came from the phone worm. "Oh, it's a steel frame. Don't worry, that kid." Hearing the voice of Steel, Carp glanced at Zhang Yang, and walked towards the cabin while laughing. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile, feeling inexplicably in a good mood. Although I don't know whether Carp and Steel Bone value him so much because of his strength or because of other things, it is already very satisfying for Zhang Yang to be able to respect his choice so much. At this moment, Zhang Yang really had the idea of staying in the navy. However, such a navy is not what I want. Turning around, looking at the endless sea, a cold light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. "First, let's start with the navy of the Chambord Islands, let me get rid of the darkness. P.S. These chapters are excessive chapters, which may be a bit boring. Here are the passionate chapters. The future Chihuahua, the 4 emperors, and the female emperor that everyone is looking forward to will appear one after another." Chapter 57, Clear Out Illegal Areas. The warm sunlight penetrated through the gaps in the windows, and the fine and shredded light spots dotted the tidy room. In the room, a teenager in white casual clothes sits cross-legged, his eyes closed, his handsome face is full of calm expression, a long knife with the handle of dongfa shimmering purple is placed on his legs, a little bit of sunlight under the shining, the blade of the blade was shining with a biting cold light, but it gave people a very hot feeling strangely. The room was quiet, with only the slight breathing of the teenager and the faint shouting from outside the window. Suddenly, the young man's brows wrinkled slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes, looked down at the long knife on his leg, and sighed helplessly. "Failed again." Zhang Yang murmured helplessly while holding the Liubian Ruohuo. It has been a week since he returned from the holy place of Mary Joa. Since this week, in addition to the necessary meals and toilets and the daily spiritual power, Zhang Yang has basically done one thing, that is, sword zen. The purpose, naturally, is to fully grasp the initial solution. The power of the initial solution is indispensable for the current publicity, but the current publicity does not say that he has a complete grasp of the initial solution, and he does not even know when the initial solution will suddenly be relieved, so in order to be able to fully grasp the skill in the world, Zhang Yang can only obtain the approval of Lu Jianruohu through the sword zen. It's just that Zhang Yang has been practicing sword meditation every day for the past week, trying to enter the inner world to get the initial recognition of the fierce blade, but every time he encounters the same situation as the sword meditation on the boat last time, he can only enter that area. The inner world of dense fog was then driven out by the endless flames of Liubian Ruohuo. The only thing I got was those 3 words that Liubian Ruohuo kept repeating, and it didn't work. This made Zhang Yang very puzzled. He wanted to ask Lu Ren Ruohuo what it meant, but he couldn't even see Lu Ren Ruohuo's face. Ugh! He sighed helplessly again. Zhang Yang shook his head and retracted Lu Ren Ruohuo into the scabbard, and then with a thought, Lu Ren Ruohuo returned to his sea of consciousness. Standing up, putting on shoes, Zhang Yang opened the window, looking at the sky in the distance shining with colorful bubbles in the sun, moving a somewhat stiff body. The weather is nice. Zhang Yang squinted his eyes and looked up at the blue sky. After a pause, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's really good weather for work. Muttered in an inexplicable tone, Zhang Yang turned around and picked up the water on the table, and then walked out of the room. Zhang Yang's current location is the highest and most central building in the branch base, which is the so-called headquarters. Vosk's office is on the top floor, and Zhang Yang's area is on the next floor of the office. Out of the room, Zhang Yang went straight to Wosk's office, opened the door and walked in. In the office, Wosk was looking down at something, and when he saw Zhang Yang walking in, he immediately stood up. For Zhang Yang, now he can say that he is really treated as a figure of his own level or even higher. In his eyes, Zhang Yang was originally the most important genius of the Navy headquarters, but some time ago he retired from the battle with Pluto Raleigh, and was received by the 5 old stars of the world government. This kind of character is destined to be in the future. People who want to stand on the top of the world, so facing publicity, Wosk's current attitude can be said to be really low-pitched. Zhang Yang almost knew Vosk's thoughts, but he didn't say much, because Vosk's attitude was more suitable for his next series of actions. Major Zhang Yang, what's the matter? Vosk asked politely. Well, there is something I want to ask you for help. Zhang Yang nodded, glanced at Wosk, and then paused. I want to get command here. Command? Wosker was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head and smiled. Major Zhang Yang, have you forgotten it? When Marshal Steelbone sent you, he already gave you command here, but you were not willing at the time. That's it. If you want to, I can give you the command at any time. Then I will trouble you, Major General Vosk. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. What's so good about this? You are just taking back what belongs to you in the first place. Vosk waved his hand, then looked at Zhang Yang a little strangely and said, speaking of which, Major Zhang Yang, don't you think it is troublesome and don't want command here? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Because I need to hire people. Zhang Yang didn't have any concealment. Employing people. Wosk looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. He didn't understand what Zhang Yang meant. Zhang Yang didn't answer Vosk's question. He glanced at Vosk and suddenly asked, Major General Vosk, what do you think of the current navy? Hearing this, Wosk could not help frowning at once, and he suddenly felt that today's publicity was a bit strange. Major Zhang Yang, why do you suddenly want to ask this? Vosk asked with some confusion. Because I think there is a problem with the current navy. Zhang Yang looked at Vosk, as if talking to himself. In the eyes of civilians, our navy is to uphold justice, eliminate pirates, and protect their heroes. But at 20GR some time ago, do you know what I saw? What? Vosk subconsciously said. A woman who has no power to bind a chicken. A cold color flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and his voice was a little cold. A woman without the power to bind a chicken, just like that, was kidnapped by a group of pirates and sold in the public. It's on the island managed by our navy. But, there is a lawless zone. Vosk frowned. This is not a reason. Zhang Yang looked at Fosky coldly, staring into Fosky's eyes and said, don't the navy exist to maintain the order of the sea and protect civilians? On this island, it's clear that someone is being attacked by pirates. But there is no action. Is this what the Navy should do? Answer me, Major General Vosk. I. Listening to Zhang Yang's question and looking at Zhang Yang's somewhat cold eyes, Wosk didn't know how to answer for a while, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. For a long time, he subconsciously regarded the illegal zone as an area not under the jurisdiction of the Navy, so even if civilians were harmed there, he just regarded it as a very normal thing, not only for him, but even for everyone. This is a very normal thing. It seems that this has become the consensus of everyone at some point in time. But now suddenly he heard Zhang Yang's questioning, he suddenly felt a little confused. Yup. Don't the Navy need to protect civilians in illegal areas? Seeing that there is such a large area of evil forces within the jurisdiction of the Navy but let it go, is this really what the Navy should do? A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. After a while, Vosk's eyes became firm, and he looked at Zhang Yang and said, I understand what you mean, Major Zhang Yang, what do you need me to do? Assemble the army. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, he turned his head and looked out the window, and said coldly, from today on, there is no need for illegal areas on the Navy's territory. Wosk shook his body violently, and looked at Zhang Yang's back in disbelief. He understood what Zhang Yang meant. Zhang Yang wanted to clear the illegal areas on the island so that there would be no more unstable areas on the island. It's just that Vosk also cleared it out. The illegal zone exists not only because it's too chaotic and the Navy doesn't have the energy to manage it, but because it's an area where some people default. I know what you are worried about. At this moment, Zhang Yang turned around, looking at the shocked Vosk as if he had seen his thoughts through, and said indifferently, if there is a problem with the government and the Navy, I will solve it. Don't worry about it. Hearing the words made public, Wosk flashed a hesitation in his eyes, then gritted his teeth and nodded and said, I understand, I will gather the army now. After speaking, Wosk pushed the door directly and walked out. Snapped. The door was closed, and Zhang Yang was left alone in the empty office. Ah! A chuckle suddenly came out of Zhang Yang's mouth. The cold expression on his face just disappeared. After touching his nose, Zhang Yang said to himself amusedly, I didn't expect that I had the talent for fooling people. That's right, the cold eyes and the look full of justice were pretended just now, but what he said was true. Zhang Yang thought about it after returning from Marie Joa. Since he wants to stay in the Navy in the future, he cannot continue to let the Navy develop like this. He wants to change the Navy and let the Navy develop according to his own ideas. Accept the Navy's way of doing things, then let the Navy accept its own way of doing things. Solving the illegal areas on the Chamardayan Islands will be the first step for Zhang Yang to change the Navy. By default, human trafficking? Whether you are a dragon or the government, I am in charge of my territory. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, he stretched the water in his hand tightly, and also opened the door and walked out. P.S. The subscription is good, add another chapter, thank you for your support. Chapter 58, Naval Operations. The sky is still so blue, and the sun is still so venomous. For the Marines of the Chambord Islands Naval Division, today is another day as usual. The patrols that should be patrolled, the guards that should be on guard, should go out for execution. The execution of the task, everything seems to be the same as usual. But for Quirrell, today is the most exciting day since he was born, because after 10 days of long waiting, this morning, his appointment to be promoted to sergeant finally came down. The long-awaited wish has finally come true. How can you keep Quirrell from getting excited? In addition to his excitement, Quirrell was even more grateful to the new Major Zhang Yang, because he knew that he could become a sergeant because he was lucky enough to meet Major Zhang Yang. Otherwise, even if he was poor, he would never there is such a day. At the same time, Quirrell also deeply felt the power of Major Zhang Yang. Only when he found Major Zhang Yang, Major General Worsk directly promoted him to the highest sergeant in his authority, and the appointment was issued so quickly. Major Zhang Yang can be imagined in Major General Worsker's heart. With such a dazzling genius, Quirrell had a foreboding that Major Zhang Yang's future achievements would surely shock everyone. As he walked towards the training ground, Quirrell thought to himself. Suddenly, drop drip drip. The loud signal suddenly echoed over the entire base and spread to every corner of the base. After a moment of daze, all the navies, except for the necessary garrison marines, whether it was patrolling, training, or other things, all the seamen ran neatly towards the square facing the gate of the base. Assembled signal. Quirrell also froze for a moment, and then hurried to the square following the crowd. It's Quirrell, that guy is here. On the square, a large number of navies are constantly gathering, including the companions of Chi Luo in the same formation. When they saw Chi Luo running over, they all looked at Chi Luo with envy. Obviously, they already knew that Quirrell is now a sergeant, and his status is much higher than them. But who can blame it? Who caused Quirrell to work carefully, but they only thought about being lazy? Messi, Negela. Quirrell didn't have as many thoughts as they did. He greeted his companions and stood in the second position of their formation. The higher the position, the forward position. Oh! I had known that I was there too, and I would investigate for a while, maybe I could become a sergeant. When the others saw this, they suddenly looked envy and regret. Becoming an officer not only represents an increase in status, but also represents a kind of honor, but they are not envious. And while these Marines admired Quirrell, the Marines continued to gather. Less than 10 minutes later, the Navy was completely black and neatly lined up with 5,000 or 6,000 Navy assembled on the square. The scene was even magnificent. Young Wosk is in the future. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the crowd, and the Navy lined up suddenly became quiet. One by one, he looked at Vosk who was walking in front of the square. Carlo also looked over, but soon, Carlo's eyes lit up and looked towards the publicity that walked by Woski's side. The other Marines naturally recognized Zhang Yang. How could they not know this young major who had caused serious incidents and didn't wear military uniforms very much when he first arrived? It's just that all the Marines, including Quirrell, were a little puzzled. They suddenly assembled and brought Major Zhang Yang. Is this something to be announced? At this moment, Vosk and Zhang Yang also came to the army. Zhang Yang stood beside Vosk calmly with a broken water face in one hand, looked at the large number of navy in front of him, and nodded gently to Vosk. Seeing Zhang Yang nodded, Wosk also nodded, and then took a step forward, looking at the quiet navy in front of him, cleared his throat and said loudly, "All the formation leaders come out, report the number." Yes. All the lieutenants wearing coats with the word justice walked out, and then began to report the number of people. The first assault formation should reach 1,000, but it actually reached 500. The report is complete. The second assault formation should reach 1,000, but it actually reached 500. The report is complete. The third artillery formation should have 800 people. In fact, there were 400 people. The report is complete. The fourth sniper formation. Return to the team. Vosk nodded, then let the formation leader return to the team, turned around and whispered to Zhang Yang, "The Chambord Islands Division has a total of 12,000 navies, but due to the need to leave manpower on each GR to maintain law and order, excluding the number of guards on the base, there are now 5,600 people here." Enough. Zhang Yang looked at the imposing navy in front of him and said with satisfaction. In this case. Vosk nodded, turned his head to look at the navy, and said loudly again, "To summon you today, there is an important announcement to announce that from now on, Major Zhang Yang will take over the command of you. Is there a problem?" "No." The navy suddenly shouted in unison that the duty of the Marines was to obey orders. Although they didn't understand why Vosk would suddenly hand over command to Zhang Yang, it had no effect on them. Carlo was a little excited, and instinctively told him that Zhang Yang wanted to take over their command so suddenly, it was absolutely necessary to do something big. "Major Zhang Yang, let's talk about it now." Seeing the Navy's reaction, Wosk stepped aside and said to the public. Zhang Yang nodded, walked in front of the Navy, and paused. The spiritual pressure on his body suddenly gushed out. The white clothes and hair suddenly disappeared without wind. A wave of air spread around Zhang Yang, an extremely depressing one. The breath that made people tremble for it instantly enveloped the entire square, causing all the Navy to stop breathing suddenly, looking at Zhang Yang with horror. "This is..." Wosk also looked at Zhang Yang in shock. Although he was much stronger than the Marines, he still felt a little uncomfortable under the envelope of this breath. And looking at the expressions of the Marines, Zhang Yang also took back the spiritual pressure in a timely manner, just a little bit of shock, but it would be counterproductive if it was too much. "I won't talk about introducing myself, but I have a question for you before I talk about business." Zhang Yang's face was calm, and the field was quiet. Everyone was shocked by the riot that just broke out. They didn't know what it was, but they only knew that it was best not to interrupt Zhang Yang. Seeing the performance of the Navy, Zhang Yang nodded and continued to speak. "In your opinion, what kind of existence does the illegal zone really exist?" Hearing this, the Navy was stunned for a while. One by one, you look at me and I look at you, for a while. "Where are pirates and human traffickers rampant?" a seaman asked tentatively. "What else?" Zhang Yang nodded as usual. "A place that our Navy can't control," another seaman shouted. "What else?" Zhang Yang glanced at the seaman. "A place where civilians are absolutely forbidden to enter." "Anything else?" "Dark, evil place." "Anything else?" One view after another was expressed by the Marines, but Zhang Yang's face remained unchanged, and he kept repeating, "Then what?" "This is where the Navy should be ashamed." Suddenly, a Navy shouted, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all the Marines looked at him. "Oh!" A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he looked at the seaman and said, "Why do you say that?" "Because..." Hearing this, the seaman hesitated, gritted his teeth and said, "Because it is clearly the duty of our Navy to eliminate evil forces and protect civilians, but under the management of the Navy, there are still illegal areas in the Chambord Islands to allow civilians. Where I am afraid, I think this is a shame for the Navy." The Marines shouted loudly, and the other Marines couldn't help being silent. "It is good." A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that the Navy is not really the kind of foolish people who are completely brainwashed." "Seaman, tell me your name." Zhang Yang stared at the seaman. "Report the Major, my name is Quirrell." "The sea soldier, that is," Quirrell said excitedly. "Okay, I remember you, you are a real seaman." Zhang Yang said seriously, and then looked at the other Marines, and said solemnly, "I don't know what other people think, and I don't care what the Navy did before, but in my opinion, the Navy can't let it go for any reason. The reason for the civilians being harmed, the illegal zone has exceeded my tolerance limit, and now, I still think I am a Navy member, just follow up." After speaking, Zhang Yang turned and walked outside the base. The Navy looked at Zhang Yang's back in a daze. After a while, they shouted together and followed. And watching this scene, Wosk couldn't help feeling a little shocked, and murmured, "Sure enough, the expressions of the Marines have changed." Chapter 59, Full Offense. When did the lawless zone begin to form, and how long it took to form? No one remembers this, and no one will pursue it, but in the consensus of almost everyone, the existence of the lawless zone seems to have become natural. Even most navies think so. This is also one of the reasons Zhang Yang can't stand the current navy the most. Therefore, he wants to change the current navy. Although Zhang Yang is not a good person, he definitely can't stand the navy's approach. So in the first step, Zhang Yang chose to take the illegally brought to the Chambord Islands to operate. Step on. On the way from 63GR to the illegal zone, the neat footsteps attracted the attention of countless people. Businessmen, civilians, tourists, or pirates in disguise could not help but listen to the work in their hands, turned their heads, and saw the streets. At the end, a huge number of navies lined up in a neat line and walked over in neat steps. So many navies? What's wrong with this? All the people retreated to both sides of the street to make way, watching the navy running in front of them with all their doubts. I don't know what happened. The pirates hiding in the crowd were also frightened. If not, seeing that the navy simply ignored them, I'm afraid they would have turned around in fright and ran away. Could it be that some ferocious big pirate is here? Looking at the navy running by in front of him, a beautiful-looking woman couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yes, shouldn't it? Maybe it's the navy's mission. The people around suddenly became a little frightened, and a man pretended to be a little calm. Who knows, it's better not to run around these days anyway. An uncle frowned, and the others nodded in agreement. In the crowd, listening to the voices of fear or confusion coming from the surroundings, and then glanced at the navy team that was constantly running by, a middle-aged man with glasses flashed in his eyes, and he opened his notebook and held it in excitement. Wrote it. His name is Ai Dong and he is a professional journalist. When he encounters this kind of scene, he is different from other people's fears. His years of professional experience tells him that the Navy is definitely going to do such a large-scale operation. As long as he can finding out what the Navy is going to do is definitely big news. While thinking about it, Ai Dong excitedly wrote about the current situation in his notebook, then looked up, only to find that the long Navy team had passed the street and was leaving, and after the Navy team, they were still far away. More than a dozen people followed, and they saw it with Ai Dong's eyes. Those guys were definitely also reporters. Damn, I can't be preempted by them. Ai Dong suddenly cursed, quickly put away the notebook, and also chased after him. However, no one noticed that above the high altitude of the Chambord Islands, a slender figure stood out of thin air, quietly watching the situation below. Okay. Standing a few hundred meters above the Chambord Islands out of thin air, the cool breeze with a faint smell blows the skirts and broken hair. Zhang Yang holds the water and looks at the dozens of people behind the Navy team on the ground, frowning. Then stretched out again. Although Zhang Yang did not go down, he almost guessed the identity of those people as reporters. It is normal for so many navies to act together and attract their attention. Zhang Yang doesn't care. Anyway, he doesn't intend to conceal this. If reporters want to publicize it, let them go. But this feeling is really mysterious. Zhang Yang murmured, not knowing if it was because the captain was in command of the whole army before. With the memory of the captain, Zhang Yang found that he always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when giving orders to the Navy, and his thoughts would be to become unusually clear. Is this the so-called natural leader? Zhang Yang thought a little narcissistically, and then he couldn't help being a little funny, shook his head, and waited for the Navy to reach the illegal zone. Since the Navy was advancing on the shortest straight line this time, and the speed was not too slow, only half an hour later, a total of 5,600 navies reached the bridge of 59GR to 1GR, and under the instructions of Vosk lined up. Upon seeing this, he opened his mouth and raised his feet, and shot them directly from the air, and landed in front of them in the shocked eyes of Vosk and the Marines. Vosk knew that Zhang Yang had eaten the superhuman fantasy fruit, so although he was shocked that Zhang Yang actually flew over, he still accepted it quickly, but the Marines didn't do it. They only knew Zhang Yang from the headquarters. The major is a super genius at the headquarters, has a good relationship with Karp and other lieutenants. Now they suddenly see Zhang Yang flying over, how can they not be shocked? They have never seen anyone who can fly. All are ready to act at any time. Vosk said to Zhang. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded, and then suddenly raised his right finger to a bush on the right, and said without looking at it, "For by lay." Crackle. A white thunder pillar shot out from Zhang Yang's fingertips, and went directly into the grass. The next moment, what? A scream came out, and a big man screamed and rolled out of the grass, with his right hand covering his shoulder. Scarlet blood kept flowing out. Vosk froze for a moment, then his face became cold, and he suddenly understood. In this illegal zone, there are wicked people like pirates and human traffickers everywhere. Basically no ordinary people dare to live here. Even if 59 gr is close to such a small area between 1 gr, there are very few ordinary people. And this big man was hiding in the grass just now. His purpose can be imagined. I am afraid the villains in the illegal zone already know that the navy is coming to attack them. Grab him! Wosker suddenly shouted coldly, and a seaman immediately stepped out to control him. Major Zhang Yang, I'm afraid the villains in the illegal zone already know our actions. What should we do next? Wosk frowned and asked Zhang Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Yang didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the 1 gr across from the bridge and suddenly showed a sneer on his face. According to the original plan, a carpet-style search is used directly. Once it is found that all the pirates or traffickers are arrested first, if there is resistance, they will all be killed. Zhang Yang said coldly, those who live in the lawless zone are extremely vicious people, and there is no need to be merciful when treating these people. Understand? Vosk nodded, then turned around, waved his hand and said loudly, the first formation, the second formation attacked as an advance force, the third formation, the fourth formation, and the fifth formation for long-range auxiliary attacks. Now, carry out the carpet-type annihilation operation against 1 gr, surrender it alive, and resist it all. Let's start. Oh! The Marines suddenly raised their voices and shouted like the sky, and rushed towards 1 gr through the stone bridge. Let's go too. Zhang Yang glanced at a dozen figures 100 meters behind him. After saying this to Vosk, he walked in behind the Marines, and Vosk followed closely. After a while, 1 gr sounded guns and shouts. Click! Pressing the camera in his hand, Ai Dong looked at the sneer on the photo and the seaman running past him. Because of his excitement, the hand holding the photo became a little excited. Big news! This is big news! The Navy is about to attack illegal areas. P.S. The 2 chapters in the afternoon will be updated together at around 5 o'clock, so that everyone will not be too addicted to read chapter by chapter. In addition, please give me a reward, we will add more in the evening. Chapter 60, Send them all to Advance City. This is a place that seems to be forgotten by the world, separated by a wall. The sun is shining outside the wall and the colors are colorful, but the inside is dark and cold. People with numb eyes are locked in a cell with chains on their hands and feet. The two are formed. An extremely sharp ironic contrast. Bang! Suddenly, the iron gate of the confinement was violently pushed open. A little girl who was almost 10 years old cried and was violently thrown in by a big man. She fell to the ground and made a painful yin. She tremblingly got up. She used to be cute. His little face was full of tears and fear. The people in the cell numbly raised their heads and glanced, and then regained a dead silence. Bah! Damn it, dare to bite me! Behind the big man, an extremely ugly man in a white suit covered his wrist and walked to the little girl cursingly. He kicked the little girl fiercely, and the little girl suddenly let out a low moan and a small face. As the pain was crumpled into a ball, tears continued to flow down, but he did not dare to cry. Because she knew that as long as she cried, this person would beat her severely. Humph, count you acquaintance. Seeing the little girl in pain but not daring to speak out, the man in the suit showed a disgusting smile on his face, and said to the big man behind him, catch her up for me, and I will put it on for her myself. Slave collar. Yes. The big man nodded blankly, and then walked over to the little girl. The little girl whimpered and shook her head and kept moving back, her face full of fear. Bang! Suddenly, the iron gate was kicked open again with a violent sound. A thin man ran in with a look of panic. When he saw the man in the suit, he suddenly yelled in panic, "Boss, it's okay, the Navy is coming. Many navies are coming. Here comes. Brothers can't stop." Boom! Before the thin man had finished speaking, a blood flower suddenly exploded on his forehead, his body shook, and then the whole person fell straight down. Immediately afterwards, a seaman ran over and kicked the body of the thin man, then turned around and said, "Major Zhang Yang, it has been resolved." As he was talking, the Marine suddenly noticed something, and turned his head again, and at a glance he saw the dull man in the suit, the big man, the little girl lying on the ground, and the people in the cell. Human trafficker. The sea soldier's expression changed drastically, and the gun in his hand pointed directly at the man in the suit and the big man, and he coldly shouted, "Don't move! Damn, how come the Navy is here?" At this time, the man in the suit also reacted, looking at the seaman who was pointing the gun at him, and suddenly cursed in frustration, filled with puzzlement and anger. Haven't the Navy and government acquiesced in their behavior all the time? Why is there suddenly a Navy here this time? Hateful! Thinking like this, the man in suit glanced at the seaman, a haze flashed in his eyes, and said coldly to the big man on the side, "Kill him and get rid of all the Navy outside." "Yes." The big man agreed with a blank face, and then stepped on his feet, leaving countless cracks on the ground. The whole man shot out and rushed towards the seaman. "Stop! Don't move!" The sea soldier's complexion changed suddenly, and he just wanted to press the trigger to shoot, but found that the big man was already less than 2 meters away from him, and blasted him with an expressionless punch. Hateful! A trace of unwillingness flashed in the Marine soldier's eyes, and when he saw that his fist was about to hit him, a white flash suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Bang! The face of the big man who threw his fist suddenly changed, because he discovered that at some point, a teenager who seemed to be about 14 years old suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a delicate long knife in one hand and in the other. In his trouser pocket, one foot lifted up and kicked his belly. Next moment. Wow! The big man opened his mouth fiercely and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He only felt that the internal organs in his body were tumbling and deforming. The whole person flew upside down, shot past the man in the suit with a sneer on his face, and hit the wall fiercely. Boom! The big man slammed into the wall in a big font, and immediately left countless cracks on the wall. The whole person seemed to be stuck to the wall. It took a while before he rolled his eyes and fell down. The sudden scene caused the seaman to be stunned. Then he looked at the young man in front of him who was shorter than himself, and immediately admired, Major Zhang Yang. The teenager, Zhang Yang, nodded casually, glanced at the big man who fell on the ground and the dull-faced man in a suit, then looked at the ground and the surrounding cells, the expression is not numb and afraid the people staring at him confidently, finally looked at the dull-faced man in the suit again, his face instantly cold. Seeing Zhang Yang's cold gaze, the man in the suit suddenly woke up like a dream, stiffened his body and turned his head and glanced at the unrepentant man, his face paled in shock. "No, you broke the rules. The Navy shouldn't care about these things." The man in the suit looked back at Zhang Yang in panic. "Rule." Zhang Yang's face became colder, and he held the handle of the broken water knife in one hand and disappeared instantly. Pouch! With blood splashing, the public figure suddenly appeared with his back to the man in the suit, and retracted the broken water that was not stained with blood into the scabbard, and sneered, "On my site, I have the final say on the rules." The man in the suit lowered his head and glanced at the stab wound on his chest. He wanted to say something, but he could only fall down weakly. Zhang Yang didn't even glance at the body of the man in the suit. He walked up to the dazed little girl, squatted down and hugged him in his arms, and whispered, "Don't worry. It's all right." The little girl leaned against Zhang Yang's chest in a daze, and when she heard Zhang Yang's gentle voice, she couldn't help but burst into tears, but she cried and fainted. Zhang Yang silently picked up the fainted little girl, and said without looking back, "Leave them all away." After speaking, Zhang Yang hugged the little girl and walked out. After a moment of stunner, the seaman reacted immediately, found the key from the man in the suit, and walked to the cell. Zhang Yang carried the little girl through the long corridor and came outside. After looking at the situation outside, his cold face suddenly eased a little. Just now Zhang Yang entered a 3-story slave house, and outside was a wide lawn. At this time, on this lawn, nearly 1,000 people lined up with the seamen pointing their guns. Kneeling on the ground, it looked very spectacular. "Major Zhang Yang, what are you?" Seeing Zhang Yang walking out with a little girl in his arms, Wosk came in a strange way. "Inside is a slave house," Zhang Yang said with a bit of chills. And then motioned a seaman to come over and handed the little girl into his hands. "What? The slave house?" Wosker's face suddenly became cold. Although he knew that trafficking in human beings illegally was normal, he couldn't help but become angry when he saw that such a small girl was also a slave just now. "The slaves inside have been released. How is the situation now?" After taking a look at Wosk, who seemed very angry, Zhang Yang turned his head to look at the kneeling pirates, traffickers, and other villains. "The wicked people discovered from 1 GR to 8 GR are here, and the others are either killed or fleeing due to fierce resistance," Vosk said unwillingly. "I didn't pay attention to it before, so I don't know, but now I've seen it with my own eyes, and he knows who the illegal zone is. To put it bluntly, the moment he sees the scumbags, he has a direct solution. Their impulse. Is it?" Zhang Yang glanced at Wosk with an unwilling look, and knew what he was thinking. Not to mention Wosk, what he saw and heard since the beginning of the offensive made him even want to kill these scumbags. "What should these people do?" Vosk continued to ask. Hearing this, Zhang Yang glanced at the wicked people who were kneeling in a row and sneered. "Send it all to Advance City. P.S. There is something. I will post one chapter first. The remaining chapter may have to wait a while. The school will go to a meeting later. After the opening, we will continue to post the last chapter. It is estimated that it will be around 6 o'clock.